Reborn as a lion, everything begins with self-discipline. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Grilled Dragon Meat, Crunchy. Free attack. Seeing the black abyss dragon swooping down at him at high speed, Shenmo let all the poisonous flying swords turn on the automatic enemy locking mode. These poisonous flying swords have begun to have spirituality. Even if Shenmo does not use mental power to control them, they can automatically attack the black abyss dragon. Shenmo focused his attention, captured and locked the figure of the black abyss dragon. Whoosh! Just when the black abyss dragon was about to collide with him, Shenmo dodged the collision, and at the same time, the black ice claws slapped the black abyss dragon at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. The powerful force turned into an unparalleled impact force, acting on the black abyss dragon. The black abyss dragon was directly knocked out. At the same time, 9 poisonous flying swords circled around the black abyss dragon, and the clanging sound of metal collisions was endless. Although each attack of these poisonous flying swords could only barely break the defense and could not cause fatal damage to the black abyss dragon, but the accumulation of a little makes a lot, coupled with the accumulated toxins, is enough to pose a huge threat to the black abyss dragon. Let you go first. After a brief head-on collision, the black abyss demon dragon found that its proud strength and speed were actually crushed by the Swanee in all aspects. It knew that it had little chance of winning against Swanee, so it hurriedly said a harsh word and turned away in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It is indeed the son of destiny, it is really too weird. With the strength of the natural disaster realm, it can actually break its black dragon scales. The strength and speed also crush itself. The creatures at the peak of the natural disaster realm are not as terrifying as this Swanee. Slip away. If he continues to fight hard with it, his clone is likely to stay here. Shenmo naturally cannot let the clone of the black abyss demon dragon escape. Roar, go! With a deafening roar, the 9 flying swords turned into streams of light again, directly breaking through the sea surface and chasing after the black abyss demon dragon. The black abyss dragon burst out at an extremely fast speed, and its body turned into a blurry black shadow. However, the flying sword behind it was chasing after it relentlessly, and its speed was even faster. How is this possible? Looking at the poisonous flying sword that was getting closer and closer and could not be shaken off at all, the black abyss dragon felt a little desperate. As a totem-level existence, when had he ever suffered such an injustice? Dang! 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 The sound of metal collision continued, sparks flashed on the body of the black abyss dragon, and cracks began to appear on its hard scales. The characteristic of sharpness gave the poisonous flying sword an unparalleled armor-breaking effect. The black abyss dragon began to release various black abyss spells. Black Death Light, Black Abyss Demon Eye, Black Abyss Whirlpool. However, after these moves hit, they had no effect at all. Not to mention melting, there was not even a trace of a gap left. Fuck. How come there are disaster-level flying swords? The black abyss dragon was a little confused about what materials these poisonous flying swords were forged with. Not only were they extremely sharp, but they were also indestructible. As the poison continued to spread, the black abyss dragon felt that the power of this clone was rapidly fading. His speed was also becoming slower and slower. If this continued, his clone would have to stay here. So the black abyss dragon released his mental power and began telepathy with Shenmo. Little lion, do you know who you are facing? This is just one of my clones. I advise you to stop now, otherwise my anger is something you cannot bear. Facing the threat of the black abyss dragon, Shenmo was unmoved. He and the black abyss dragon had already formed a deadly feud. And he knew that the black abyss dragon was just a paper tiger. Although the black abyss dragon itself had the strength of the peak totem, it could not leave the area of the Black Sea secret realm. It couldn't do anything to him. Dang! Dang! The poisonous flying sword was like a flying fish flying freely in the air, constantly scratching scars on the black abyss dragon's body. About 10 minutes later. Roar! The black abyss dragon roared unwillingly, and he could no longer suppress the poison invading his blood. The poison on the poisonous flying sword completely erupted, and the huge body of the black abyss demon dragon fell into the sea, closing its eyes unwillingly, deep in the black abyss secret realm. The nearly 10,000-meter-long black abyss demon dragon woke up, and at the moment of the death of its clone, Its consciousness returned to its original body. As expected of the Son of Destiny, it is simply ridiculously strong. The original body of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon couldn't help but sigh. However, it didn't feel particularly distressed about the death of its clone. If there's enough time, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon can continuously create clone puppets like this. Anyway, it can produce the materials for making clone puppets by itself. What makes the Black Abyss Demon Dragon regretful is that the god he originally thought to be severely injured and weakened does not exist. In this case, his plan to create a god-level clone is ruined. What kind of disaster is this world facing? It has catalyzed such a terrifying extraordinary creature in such a short time. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon thought of the ability of the Swanee, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Generally, when the world is facing a catastrophe, the world will show the phenomenon of self-protection. For example, resurrection of spiritual energy, cultivation of the Sun of Luck, etc. In order to make the Sun of Luck grow rapidly, many opportunities are often born in the world where the spiritual energy has just begun to recover. This was the original purpose of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon coming to this world. However, it has been less than a year since the spiritual energy of this world was revived. It is still in the early stages, and there are creatures with natural disasters and such exaggerated combat power. This is very wrong. It seems that this world can't stay. After thinking for a while, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon prepared to leave this planet. As for the harsh words of his clone, he had already forgotten them completely. The previous clone was already the strongest clone that the Black Abyss Demon Dragon could make at this stage. And the Swanee has passed the weakest period and has already gained momentum, plus the blessing of the world's luck. I can't do anything about it. More importantly, this world is about to face a huge catastrophe. It's too risky to stay here. Roar. Along with the deafening roar of the dragon, crimson runes appeared on every scale of the Black Abyss Dragon. These runes were very dense, and the crimson light they emitted dyed the nearby sea and sky red. Then, a crimson vortex gate with a length of more than 10 kilometers appeared in the center of the Black Sea secret realm. The vortex gate was stirring at an astonishing speed, and at the same time, it swallowed everything around it like a black hole. Black water, black abyss creatures. Everything was sucked into it. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic scene, Black Abyss Portal. This is an ability that the Black Abyss Dragon mastered when he was still Yinglong. Open a portal to other worlds, so as to achieve free travel in the world of the heavens. It is a unique ability of mythical creatures. When the Kanglin realm was invaded by the Black Abyss creatures, the Black Abyss Dragon was able to escape with this ability. In the past, the Black Abyss Dragon had to pay a great price to open the portal, and it also consumed a lot of precious treasures, and the world it teleported to was also random. But now the Black Abyss Dragon only needs to consume the power of the Black Abyss Law. Let me see which other worlds are reviving. The Black Abyss Dragon looked at the chaos in the center of the blood-red vortex gate. In its eyes, the vortex gate was a vast ocean composed of countless bubble membranes, and inside the bubble membranes were worlds of varying sizes. Boundary Sea. That's you. The Black Abyss Dragon's eyes roughly swept through several worlds around the blue star, and soon chose a world filled with magma and flames. The Black Abyss Dragon did not observe the world farther away. There are many ancient and dangerous taboos in the Boundary Sea. Even a strong Black Abyss Dragon dare not casually spy on the world farther away. After confirming the target, the Black Abyss Dragon stretched out its huge body and drilled into the blood-red vortex eye. It soon disappeared. As the vortex eye circulated, countless Black Abyss waters were sucked in. In just less than 2 minutes, this Black Abyss secret realm that almost spanned half of the Indian Ocean completely disappeared. Dongsha Command Center. Dongsha is naturally keeping an eye on this peak battle in the Indian Ocean. The Hydra Serpent and the Siren Sea Monster were crushed by the Black Abyss Dragon, and the appearance of Swanee performing the legendary sword-controlling technique. All these scenes were captured by satellites. However, the intensity of the battle between Swanee and the Black Abyss Dragon was too great, and the satellite captured only the continuous tsunami and the roar like a nuclear bomb explosion. We won. In the end, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Black Abyss Dragon being cut down to the bottom of the sea. Many people found that they were sweating coldly on their backs, because this battle not only concerned the fate of Swanee and the Ice Lion Kingdom, but also the fate of Dongsha. The growth rate of this Swanee is too amazing. Even the Black Abyss Dragon is not its opponent. Elder Tang couldn't help but sigh, and then asked General Lee next to him, "Have you found out what this Swanee likes?" No matter what, we must maintain friendly relations with the Ice Lion Kingdom. At present, there is still too little information about Swanee, and our people basically can't get in touch with it, General Lee replied. But from the mouth of its family, we found that it seems to be obsessed with using food to make food recently. General Lee's tone was slightly uncertain. Judging from its age, this Swanee is not even an adult yet, and some functions have not even fully developed. It is not interested in lioness at all. He doesn't seem to have any special hobbies, except for the desire for power. But in this regard, Dongsha can't help Swanee at all. This Swanee is walking too fast on the road of cultivation. What surprised him even more was that Swanee also established such a huge empire as the Ice Lion Kingdom and maintained its stable and prosperous development. Strength alone is definitely not enough. Then arrange for a few chefs to follow the extraordinary team to the Ice Lion Kingdom, Tang Lao said. Well, I have asked several chefs who are good at different cuisines to go to the Ice Lion Kingdom. Yes, Tang Lao nodded. At this time, the operator in front suddenly said, "Comrades, look, the screen switched to the eastern part of the Indian Ocean. This is the original Black Sea area. In the picture, the originally boundless Black Sea is shrinking at an astonishing speed. In just 2 minutes, the original Black Sea vortex disappeared completely. The satellite naturally did not capture the scene when the Black Abyss Dragon left, but it captured the picture of the Black Sea dissipating. Is this, the Black Abyss Dragon escaped? Good. Good." Tang Lao couldn't help laughing. Seeing this scene, everyone smiled. You know, the Black Sea secret realm has always been a hidden danger to mankind since its advent. Like the sword of Damocles, it is unknown when it will explode. But this time, Swanee actually beat the Black Abyss Dragon away directly. Contact Wang Long quickly and synchronized this situation to the Ice Lion Kingdom. Chen Mo, who is on the sea, naturally didn't know that the Black Abyss Dragon had taken the bucket and ran away. Looking at the dragon corpse in front of him, he sighed a little. This Black Abyss Dragon's clone is too difficult to kill. The extraordinary level of this Black Abyss Dragon's clone is only the low-level natural disaster, but the combat power it shows is quite amazing. What's even more exaggerated is its defense. The dragon scales on its surface are as hard as diamonds, comparable to the defense of legendary creatures. Fortunately, my strength is better. Those scales seem to come from the Black Abyss Dragon's body, and they are totem-level treasures, the little ice spider lying on Shenmo's head said while tasting Buddha jumps over the wall. After receiving the sea monster's request for help, it also followed. If it can be melted into your flying sword, it should be able to take its quality to a higher level, the little ice spider said. Yes, Shenmo has obtained the information of dragon scales through the ability of Observation Lion. It is indeed a totem-level treasure. However, this should be the dragon scales shed by the Black Abyss Demon Dragon. Apart from being hard, it has no other characteristics. It must be said that this Black Abyss Demon Dragon is full of treasures. In addition to the dragon scales that can be used to forge weapons, dragon blood and dragon meat can also be used to make dishes. The dragon meat of the Calamity Realm and the mythical bloodline are both good ingredients. The first thing Shenmo thought of was to use the meat of this Black Abyss Demon Dragon to make a barbecue. If it is paired with some Calamity-level spiritual plants and divine medicines, there may be a chance to make Calamity-level extraordinary food. In previous practice, Shenmo found that the higher the quality of the ingredients, the higher the quality of the extraordinary food produced. More importantly, the dragon corpse in front of him is 18 meters long. There is enough meat. It gives Shenmo many opportunities for trial and error. Do you want to make food from this Black Abyss Demon Dragon? Seeing the excited eyes of Swanee, the little ice spider guessed his idea at once. The meat of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon is full of Black Abyss energy, which is completely inedible, and the meat is too hard and hurts the teeth. I'm afraid it can only be used to make dark dishes, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider said. Although it is a foodie, it has no idea about the dragon meat in front of it. Chapter 177, High-Level Natural Disaster, Return to the Snowy Land. It's not a big problem. As long as we marinate it with purifying seaweed first, we should be able to purify the Black Abyss energy in the dragon meat. Shenmo was still ready to give it a try. So he grabbed the dragon corpse directly and flew back to the Great Snow Mountain secret realm at an astonishing speed. The divine medicine and spiritual plants he had robbed from the corrupt green dragon couple were planted in the Ice Phoenix Temple, and the Frost Sheep leader was responsible for cultivating and raising them. After returning to the Ice Phoenix Temple, Chenmo took out 2 natural disaster-level poisonous divine medicines and began to deal with the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's clone. Chenmo first used the poisonous flying sword to peel off all the dragon scales on the outside. These Black Abyss dragon scales are high-quality materials and can be used to forge weapons in the future. Then, he used his claws to cut out a small piece of dragon meat and put it into the juice of purifying seaweed to remove the fishy smell and purify it. After the purification was completed, the silver-white soul fire rose up. Start grilling. As the soul fire roasted, golden oil and water oozed out of the dragon meat, dripping on the flames, making a puffing sound. The aroma of the barbecue spread all around. Smelling the aroma, the little ice spider completely forgot about the remarks that the black dragon meat was not edible not long ago, and looked at the black barbecue eagerly. Although this piece of black barbecue looks unremarkable, it seems to be quite delicious. After the Black Abyss dragon meat was roasted, Chenmo took a look. He found that the Black Abyss barbecue in front of him was close to the quality of the natural disaster grade. It is worthy of being a natural disaster grade ingredient. After Chenmo threw a part of the barbecue to the little ice spider, he poured the natural disaster grade poisonous divine medicine, soul-breaking grass juice, that had been ground into juice on the barbecue. Pour it. After sprinkling the soul juice, Chenmo observed the barbecue again and found that its properties had changed. Black Abyss poisonous roasted dragon meat, quality, natural disaster grade. The barbecue is cooked with the flesh and blood of the natural disaster grade Black Abyss dragon as the main ingredient, mixed with the juice of the soul-breaking grass. After eating, it can greatly improve the poison-related extraordinary level. Note, the roast meat contains a deadly poison. If poisonous creatures that are not on the disaster realm eat it, their souls will be infected with a poison. Disaster level roast meat. Chenmo was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. He cooked a disaster level roast meat for the first time. The dragon meat of the Black Abyss demon dragon and the soul-breaking grass combined together, and a wonderful chemical reaction occurred, forming a potion-like effect. The second self-discipline challenge of the Chef Lion was completed directly. This roast meat contains a deadly poison, and only poisonous spirit beasts in the disaster realm can use it. Of course, the Teodi Lion gave Chenmo the effect of being able to eat everything. However, the Teodi Lion has not yet upgraded, and cannot fully digest and absorb the nutrients of this Black Abyss poisonous roast dragon meat. After thinking about it, Chenmo decided to wait until the Teodi Lion is upgraded or the Death Poison Lion completes the self-discipline challenge before tasting it. Maximize its nutritional value. So Chenmo released the original spiritual power of the ice system and temporarily froze the roast meat. The next week, Chenmo stayed in the Ice Phoenix Temple and practiced hard. Of course, he also had to complete the daily self-discipline challenge. The self-discipline challenge of Deadly Poison Lion required him to swallow 10 kinds of poison every day. Before, Chenmo had plundered a lot of king-level divine medicine plants from the toxic forest. Through the Great Spirit Rain technique, he had cultivated a medicinal field of poisonous spiritual plants. It was more than enough to complete the self-discipline challenge. As for the self-discipline challenge of Master Chef Lion, he just had to insist on cooking delicious food every day. By the way, he could also satisfy his appetite. While Chenmo was practicing, the Ice Lion Kingdom was also developing at an astonishing speed. On land, the White Bear Kingdom also chose to join the Ice Lion Kingdom. So far, the original Eurasian continent and the African continent, except for Dongsha, have become the sphere of influence of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Under the effect of Lord Lion Plus, these territories have turned into pure earth vein energy and poured into Chenmo's body. So even if Chenmo does not practice, the original spiritual power in his body will grow at an astonishing speed. The expansion of the ocean territory was also rapid. The entire Indian Ocean has become the ocean territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. The current Ice Lion Kingdom has become a behemoth. And Chenmo has also become the uncrowned king of Blue Star. When the news of the disappearance of the Black Abyss secret realm reached the ears of the Giksu Sea clan, the Hydra giant serpent led the Giksu clan to speed up the purification of the Black Sea again. Finally, a week later, seeing the familiar deep sea city, the Hydra giant serpent and all the Giksu clan shed tears of excitement. They finally returned to their homeland. Time flies. Another half a month later, Deadly Poison Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 30. Ice Phoenix Temple. This is a world of ice and snow, covered in silver, and the vast snowfield is endless. In the surging wind and snow, a giant lion with snow-white hair that almost merged with the white snow suddenly opened its golden eyes. In an instant, a strong breath spread around and condensed into a huge ice storm. Finally, I've reached the late stage of the Calamity Realm. Feeling the strength of the original spiritual power in his body reach a new level, Shenmo's eyes revealed a hint of joy. High-intensity training, sufficient calamity-level poisonous divine medicine, and the blessing of Lord Lion Plus. With these three methods, he was able to advance from the middle stage of the Calamity Realm to the late stage of the Calamity Realm in just half a month. He has walked a path that many extraordinary creatures would take decades or even hundreds of years to complete. Shenmo glanced at the self-discipline panel. He found that the panel rewards for advancing to the high stage of the Calamity Realm were 1. Self-discipline quality improvement card, and 3. Super self-discipline cards, purple. After thinking about it, Shenmo first upgraded a Tod Lion, 2. Tod Lion Plus, purple. The effect is that it can perfectly absorb and digest the mission items below the legendary realm, and obtain nutrition from them to strengthen itself. Equip. The moment he equipped the Tod Lion Plus, an unprecedented feeling of hunger invaded Shenmo's whole body. He quickly swallowed the previous Black Abyss Dragon barbecue along with the ice cubes. In less than 2 seconds, the barbecue was digested. The flesh and blood turned into nutrition, which improved the strength of his muscles and bones. Shenmo's stomach has really become a huge furnace. If he wants, he can even swallow an entire city in a short time. It is very similar to the mythical creature Tod. After eating the dragon meat, Shenmo still felt hungry. He is now eager for high-quality meat. Without hesitation, Shenmo swallowed all the remaining Black Abyss dragon meat, and finally let out a satisfied roar. Shenmo could clearly feel the powerful force surging in his limbs. Under the effect of Tod Lion Plus, the flesh and blood of the Black Abyss dragon greatly improved Shenmo's various attributes. Originally, Shenmo's body had been trained to the extreme. After this wave of great improvement, it has even reached the strength of a legendary creature. Shenmo glanced at his attribute panel. The last time he entered the Misty Forest, his highest comprehensive combat power was only 1.8 million. But now that he has advanced to the late stage of the Natural Disaster Realm and upgraded to Tod Lion Plus, his highest comprehensive combat power has skyrocketed to 3.5 million. In just 1 month, his comprehensive combat power has almost doubled. Now I can beat 10 of myself a month ago. It's time to go to the Misty Forest, Shenmo thought. Now I am no longer afraid of the Emerald King Snake. Although I haven't completed the self-discipline challenge of Deadly Poison Lion, but eating poison every day has caused Shenmo's poison resistance to be surprisingly high. Coupled with his strong physique, even if he can't be completely immune to the Emerald King Snake's killer Emerald King poison, it can't have much effect on him. So Shenmo called the little ice spider and came to the snowy area again through the teleportation array. Then he transformed into ice crystal wings and flew quickly to the location of the green dragon's nest at a speed of Mach 10. This time he came to the snowy area for only one purpose, that is, to conquer the Misty Forest. The entire Misty Forest area has also become a stronghold of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Senior Ice Spider, who do you think had the last laugh in the previous battle? Shenmo asked casually during the flight. When the battle between the Emerald King Snake and the corrupted Dragon Mother just started, he ran away directly and did not know the final outcome of the battle. It should be the Emerald King Snake, right? The little ice spider said uncertainly. Of course, if the corrupted Dragon Mother has the centipede statue, it is not certain. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider was still thinking about the statue of the poisonous centipede. I hope it is the Emerald King Snake that survived. If I use the extraordinary snake meat of the natural disaster level to make soup, it must be very nutritious, Shenmo thought. After swallowing the clone of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, he gained a lot of benefits and his attributes were greatly improved. The taste is delicious. The strengthening effect of Tod Lion Plus is far from reaching its limit. Shenmo wants to swallow more natural disaster creatures. There are no natural disaster creatures on Blue Star, but there are many in the snow area. At the same time, Emerald Lair in Misty Forest. Still haven't found the Ice Lion. The Emerald King Snake hovered over the towering ancient trees and lazily asked the toxic chimera below. Since it defeated the corrupt green dragon couple, it naturally became the king of the Misty Forest. Emerald King, I'm sorry, We haven't found any clues about the Ice Lion. We have even explored the outer areas of Blizzard Mountain, the toxic chimera replied. It either left the misty forest or went to the core area of Blizzard Mountain. There is some strange law power there, and we dare not go deep. A month ago, the Emerald King Snake asked them to find the trace of the Ice Lion that suddenly appeared, and promised that once its trace was found, it would grant a natural disaster level magic medicine. Under the heavy reward of the Emerald King Snake, the extraordinary creatures in the Misty Forest searched almost every corner of the Misty Forest. However, they still did not find any information about the Ice Lion. Forget it if you don't find it, the Emerald King Snake nodded, with a little fatigue in his vertical pupils. These days, it has spent a lot of energy searching, but found nothing. The Emerald King Snake is over 30 years old, which is still a young age for most mythical creatures. In these 30 years, the Emerald King Snake has hardly encountered any creatures that moved it. Because there is no other creature with mythical blood in the Misty Forest. Even creatures stronger than it will soon be surpassed by it. Even the corrupt green dragon couple, the Emerald King Snake actually didn't take it seriously. Until it met the Ice Lion. Not only in appearance, but also in feeling. More importantly, the Ice Lion also has mythical blood. In the eyes of the Emerald King Snake, this is the creature that truly deserves it. It's a pity that this guy suddenly disappeared after robbing the green dragon's nest. Is there any movement over there in the poisonous swamp? The Emerald King Snake suddenly asked again. Your Majesty, since the three-eyed poisonous scorpion announced the arrival of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm, many creatures in the natural disaster realm have gone to the toxic swamp, the big head in the center of the toxic chimera replied. According to the information we have received, the swamp poison frogs, colorful winged insects in the misty swamp, and the dark mist wolf king in the poison mist valley have all entered the toxic swamp and should have entered the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. Half a month ago, the ruler of the toxic territory, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, the only legendary creature in the toxic territory, ended his retreat. It has exhausted its accumulated resources, but still has not made any further progress. Seeing that the deadline is approaching, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion suddenly announced a message to all creatures in the toxic territory. It controls an ecological secret realm called Yellow Spring Mother Nest, and now it is ready to open this secret realm to all creatures. As long as a creature finds a treasure called Yellow Spring Tree Fruit in the secret realm, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion is even willing to exchange it with a core earth vein. Are there any creatures who have walked out of the secret realm alive? Asked the Emerald King Snake. It seems, not yet. The three heads of the poisonous chimera shook their heads at the same time. To be honest, it was originally quite tempted by the secret realm. Even if it could not obtain the Yellow Spring Tree Fruit, it would be nice to obtain some other treasures. But now none of the creatures that entered came out, which made it instantly give up this idea. I know, this is your reward. After saying that, the Emerald King Snake spit out a piece of poisonous gemstone from its mouth. It stored all its treasures in its stomach. Thank you, Lord Emerald King, the poisonous chimera smiled happily. The Emerald King Snake is much more generous than the corrupt green dragon couple, and it spends most of its time lying on the tree to bask in the sun, and never patrols their territory. Complete the tasks assigned by the Emerald King Snake and get treasures. The days are getting more and more promising. At this moment, the Emerald King Snake suddenly raised its head and looked at the sky in the distance with its vertical pupils. A snow-white ice lion was galloping at an astonishing speed. The wind pressure formed by the high-speed flight blew a large area of ancient trees to the point of collapse. It was the Swanee it had been thinking about the most. How dare you come back? It seems that you have already consumed those resources. Seeing the familiar figure, the Emerald King Snake's emerald eyes revealed a hint of joy. Chapter 178, Conquer the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake noticed that the Ice Lion's extraordinary level had reached the high level of the natural disaster realm. Are you still afraid that I will rob you? What kind of snake am I? The Emerald King Snake thought to himself. This Ice Lion should have been hiding somewhere before, and then secretly digested the resources robbed from the corrupted green dragon. But after thinking about it, it found that it was really that kind of snake. If the Ice Lion didn't run away, it would definitely take out the corrupted green dragon's treasure. After all, this is its trophy. At most, it will give a small part to the Ice Lion. Shenmo did not feel any hostility from the Emerald King Snake. Then a gentle, lazy voice came from his mind. Hiss, you are back. There was a hint of joy in the voice. Shenmo looked at the Emerald King Snake and found that there was a look of joy and a hint of admiration in its eyes. Shenmo glanced at the self-discipline panel with some uncertainty. He clearly did not equip Soft Rice Lion this time. Why did the Emerald King Snake still look at him so wrong? Aren't they supposed to be enemies? Before, I could say that I had used the Emerald King Snake. While it was fighting with a corrupt green dragon couple, I secretly moved the treasure of the green dragon couple and then fled. Shenmo's purpose of returning to the snowy area this time was very clear, that is, to become the master of the Misty Forest. However, seeing that the Emerald King Snake was not as hostile to him as he imagined, Shenmo was not going to kill it to make snake soup, but to take it as his own family. It just so happened that he needed some powerful families to conquer and rule the Misty Forest. You have two choices now. Submit to me, or be beaten by me and then submit to me, Shenmo said to the Emerald King Snake through telepathy. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed in the Emerald King Snake's originally happy eyes. Does this ice lion really think that it can defeat itself after digesting the treasures of the green dragon couple and advancing to the high level of natural disaster? Forget it, then defeat it completely. Let this ignorant ice lion recognize its own strength. The figure of the Emerald King Snake flashed by. In the last second, it was lazily lying on the ancient tree basking in the sun, and in the next second, it appeared in front of Swanee. Spirit Flash, the Emerald King Snake used its trump card as soon as it came up, ready to defeat the Ice Lion as quickly as possible. In fact, it was still a little afraid of the Ice Lion in its heart. Especially the power of the Dharma image it had shown before. Now that the Ice Lion has advanced to the high level of the natural disaster realm, if it condenses that huge Dharma image that stands tall and upright, it will not be easy to deal with it. So the Emerald King Snake wanted to end the battle at the speed of thunder, and at the same time fully demonstrate its strength, so as to conquer the heart of this Ice Lion. However, at the moment when the Emerald King Snake opened its huge mouth and was ready to bite down, its movement was strangely stagnant. Not only the body of the Emerald King Snake, but also its blood and the spiritual power surging in its body were all still at this moment. It was like a movie scene with the pause button pressed. Absolute Zero, this is the ability that Shenmo mastered after he advanced to the natural disaster realm. It can make the temperature of the area within a radius of 100 meters infinitely close to absolute zero in a very short time. After reaching absolute zero, everything in the area can be frozen. In terms of effect alone, the effects of absolute zero and time stillness are almost exactly the same. Before, Shenmo's extraordinary level could not keep up, and he could not imprison the creatures of the high-level natural disaster realm for a long time. But after advancing to the high-level natural disaster realm, it was more than enough. Then, Shenmo waved his claws and slapped the head of the immobilized Emerald King Snake directly. At the moment of the tyrannical force, Shenmo released absolute zero. As a result, the Emerald King Snake was directly blown away. After knocking down more than a dozen towering trees in a row, it fell heavily to the ground. After the Emerald King Snake discovered its miserable appearance, it was stunned in place. Because absolute zero not only stagnated the Emerald King Snake's body, but also its spirit and thinking. So in the eyes of the Emerald King Snake, it clearly used Spirit Flash and was about to attack Swanee. As a result, the next second, not only did he not appear in front of the Ice Lion, but he fell to the ground in a strange face-breaking form. And there was an obvious claw wound on his head. There was a severe pain all over his body. Obviously, he did not hurt the Swanee, but was injured by the Swanee without fully realizing it. What happened? A trace of panic flashed in the emerald green vertical pupils of the Emerald King Snake. Even a natural disaster level creature would feel fear when facing a power that it could not understand. Your Majesty the Emerald King, time is still. That Ice Lion also masters the power of time. Not far away, the head in the center of the poisonous chimera roared. It was 2 kilometers away from the Swanee and was not within the influence range of absolute zero. So it clearly saw the scene where the Emerald King Snake flashed in front of the Swanee and was slapped away. Seeing this scene, the poisonous chimera was directly scared silly. You should know that the fighting power of the Emerald King Snake is already the ceiling of the creatures in the natural disaster realm. It was able to easily defeat the corrupted Dragon Mother before, and it was extremely powerful. But now it actually saw the Emerald King Snake being beaten up by the Ice Lion that came from nowhere. In other words, this Ice Lion has a fighting power above the natural disaster realm. After reminding the Emerald King Snake The poisonous chimera quickly flapped its wings and burst out at the fastest speed in its life, trying to get away from this battlefield. Help the Emerald King Snake to fight? Impossible. Although the Emerald King Snake is really good to him, he is not willing to risk his life for it. Although treasures are valuable, life is more valuable. It is still more important to live. The other natural disaster creatures that surrounded the Emerald King Snake before also fled in all directions. Interesting, seeing this, the Emerald King Snake did not hesitate and wanted to forcibly stimulate the blood of the viper in his body. A giant snake shadow with a body length of more than a kilometer appeared in the air, and the green scales were covered with the golden spiritual patterns, sacred and majestic. Law of heaven and earth. Seeing the giant shadow, Chenmo was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this Emerald King Snake also mastered the power of Dharma image, worthy of being a creature with the blood of mythical creatures. But it was useless. Stop the war, Chenmo thought to himself. The spiritual power in his body surged, so the giant snake phantom in the distance had not yet completely condensed into a solid body, but it suddenly dissipated like bubbles in the next second. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, the Emerald King Snake couldn't believe it. However, before it could think faster, it found that Swanee had come in front of it. After Chenmo used Stop the War to eliminate the revival of the Emerald King Snake's true spirit, he released Absolute Zero again, and then slapped the Emerald King Snake on the head again. Boom! The Emerald King Snake was blown away again. The scales on its body were broken, and blood dripped slowly. Its snake eyes showed disbelief and a bit of decadence. It was simply stunned. No, didn't this ice lion just increase its extraordinary level by 1 level, and its combat power increase so much? And the abilities it mastered were more weird and terrifying than the other. I was completely crushed. Submit, or die. At this time, the powerful voice of Swanee came from the mind of the Emerald King Snake. Because this Emerald King Snake has good talent and wisdom, Chenmo gave the Emerald King Snake a second chance. 3 times is the limit. If the Emerald King Snake still insists on fighting it, then I will fulfill it and make it a warm snake soup. You are worthy of being the beast I love. I am willing to submit to you. The Emerald King Snake twisted its body, lowered its head slightly, and chose to surrender. The excitement in its eyes became stronger. Almost all extraordinary creatures have a strong desire. The powerful strength displayed by this Swanee made the Emerald King Snake even more excited. This is a beast that really deserves it. The Emerald King Snake believes that with its charm, this ice lion will eventually be willing to be with it. Moreover, in this misty forest, it is also one of the only 2 extraordinary creatures with mythical blood. Chenmo naturally didn't know what the Emerald King Snake was thinking. He took a look at the Emerald King Snake's belief value. Wow, it has reached 85 directly. Among the newly conquered followers, this is already a very high value. At this moment, there are still large scales on the head of the Emerald King Snake that are completely broken, and it is in a bloody state. I was a little cruel just now, but the Emerald King Snake not only did not feel resentment, but also had a happy expression. Is this guy a masochist? Chenmo couldn't help thinking in his heart. Seeing the miserable appearance of the Emerald King Snake, it thought about it, took out a piece of king-level poisonous barbecue from the backpack behind it, and threw it in front of the Emerald King Snake. This is so fragrant. Smelling the aroma of barbecue, the Emerald King Snake bit it without hesitation, not worrying whether the meat was poisonous. For it, poison is the best nutrition. The next second, the Emerald King Snake's emerald green vertical pupils suddenly enlarged. After the burnt roasted dragon meat was chewed, the meat juice burst out, accompanied by the aroma of the soul-breaking grass, forming a wonderful taste. As a creature that grew up in the misty forest, the Emerald King Snake always eats food raw. It has never tasted such delicious food. This piece of barbecue instantly conquered its taste buds and heart. After eating the barbecue, the Emerald King Snake subconsciously narrowed his eyes. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. It would be great if he could lie on the tree and bask in the sun now. However, he has now become the captive of the ice lion in front of him, and he naturally cannot leave before it speaks. After wolfing down the barbecue, the Emerald King Snake found that his injuries were recovering rapidly. This delicacy actually has a healing effect. Hiss. After eating, the Emerald King Snake looked at Chenmo with fiery eyes. It was still a little hungry. Seeing that the Emerald King Snake's faith value had risen by 3 points, Chenmo suddenly found that the effect of the food seemed to be greater than he had imagined. You know, this barbecue is just his practice work. Both the taste and the effect are very average. When I complete the self-discipline challenge of Master Chef Lion, my cooking skills will become more exquisite, and I can give food special effects, which will bring more amazing results. I don't know how many extraordinary creatures will be impressed by my food. Swanee, ask it if it has found the statue of the evil god. When Shenmo was daydreaming, the pendant little ice spider on his head suddenly spoke. The sky curtain ice spider only had the centipede evil god in its eyes. Jade, after you defeated the corrupt dragon mother, did you see the statue of the poisonous mother goddess? Shenmo asked. The Emerald King Snake nodded first. That corrupt dragon mother did use the power of the toxic mother goddess statue, and that's why it escaped, the Emerald King Snake said with some regret, then stared at Shenmo and said in a serious tone, Little Lion, do you want to use the toxic mother goddess statue to improve your strength? Although this method can improve strength very quickly, it has huge hidden dangers. The Emerald King Snake once obtained a statue of the toxic mother goddess, but it felt that this was a crooked way, and only those beasts with insufficient blood power and insufficient talent would choose to sacrifice. So it directly discarded the statue. Don't call me Little Lion, you can call me Lion King, or Your Majesty. Shenmo glared at the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake smiled, okay. But Your Majesty, you are not yet an adult, right? Shenmo didn't want to discuss whether he was an adult with a stinky snake, so he continued, I know that the toxic mother goddess statue is very dangerous, so I am going to collect them. If you find similar statues in the future, you need to hand them in. Of course, I will give you rewards, such as the food just now. Hiss. Hearing this, the Emerald King Snake nodded vigorously. Fighting for food. At this moment, its desire for food even exceeds that of the ice lion itself. Of course, if it can get the ice lion, it will naturally make food for itself every day. At this moment, the Emerald King Snake only hates that it is not strong enough. At the same time, it also regrets why it did not keep an eye on the ice lion at that time, allowing it to find an opportunity to rob the treasure of the corrupted green dragon and successfully run away. Go and call the lords of each area of the Misty Forest, Shenmo said. After defeating the Emerald King Snake, he has actually become the master of this Misty Forest. Next, as long as he conquers these lords, he can roughly control the entire Misty Forest. The area of this Misty Forest is about 10 million square kilometers, which is about the same as the land area of Dongsha. For humans, this is an extremely vast land. If you just walk, you may not be able to walk through all the areas in your lifetime. But for Shenmo now, it is just like that. He can burst out at a speed of more than 20 Mach at the fastest, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to cross the entire Misty Forest. In his eyes, this Misty Forest is not much different from a small town. However, under the effect of Lord Lion Plus, this territory can increase 1000 original energy. Moreover, the poisonous spiritual energy in the Misty Forest is very rich, which is very suitable for cultivating poisonous spiritual plants and magical medicines. Even a natural disaster-level magical medicine can mature in about a month under the catalysis of the Great Spirit Rain technique. Chapter 179, Appearing Before the Beast, the Secret Realm of the Mother's Nest. Yes, My Majesty the Lion King. After hearing Shenmo's order, the Emerald King Snake spit out its snake tongue and licked its lips, obviously still savoring the taste of barbecue. Then it spread its wings that covered the sky and followed the smell left by the poisonous chimera and other beasts. At this moment, the poisonous chimera and other beasts have run hundreds of kilometers. They dare not stop for a moment. You know, they had a conflict with this ice lion before. Now that the ice lion has returned strongly, it is very likely that they will not let them go easily. Once the Emerald King Snake is defeated, the next target will be them. But their speed is still not as fast as the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake spent a full half day to finally find all these escaped natural disaster-level creatures. Then he coaxed and deceived them and brought them to Shenmo. Shenmo still wants to subdue these natives of the Misty Forest. It needs beasts to help it manage the Misty Forest and cultivate large-scale poisonous spirit plants. Now most of his followers are of the ice and undead type, and are not suitable for staying in the Misty Forest surrounded by poisonous fog. Seeing Shenmo, these natural disaster beasts all showed fear in their eyes. But it was too late to escape now. Don't be afraid. Try these barbecues first. Shenmo also used the food tactics for these natural disaster beasts. After a few pieces of barbecue, the eyes of several carnivorous creatures such as the poisonous chimera and the poisonous winged salamander instantly became clear. This barbecue is unexpectedly delicious. From now on, I will be the only king of the misty forest. Who agrees? Who opposes? The voice of Swanee sounded in the hearts of every beast through telepathy. Hiss, I am willing to surrender. The Emerald King Snake took the lead. Roar, X2, we also agree. Seeing this, the poisonous chimera also hurriedly expressed his surrender. It itself is a beast without opposition. Moreover, among the three heads, two heads have a feeling of admiration for Swanee. The two big brothers expressed their submission, and the other natural disaster beasts naturally knelt on the ground and made a gesture of submission. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, the master of the misty forest has changed 3 times. It can be called a high-risk job. Now these natural disaster creatures are praying in their hearts that this new king must not be as cruel as the corrupt green dragon couple. A glimmer flashed in Shenmo's golden eyes. He was observing the power of faith of these natural disaster creatures in himself. Under the pressure of the food tactics and his own strength, Shenmo saw that the faith value of most natural disaster creatures had reached about 40 points. This value is not high, but it shows that they are now basically willing to obey Shenmo's orders. Shenmo is not in a hurry. When these natural disaster beasts experience the benefits they can enjoy after joining the Ice Lion Kingdom, their faith value will naturally rise. Of course, there are 2 natural disaster beasts that have an expression of I am willing to surrender on their faces, but their faith value is only 5 and 6 points. Seeing this, Shenmo's ice spirit surged in his body. The next second, the 2 natural disaster beasts fell to the ground with a bang. At the moment of falling to the ground, their huge bodies actually cracked like rocks. And the blood inside had completely frozen into ice, frost condensation. This is just a king-level spell, but with Shenmo's current strength, it is enough to kill the low-level beasts of the natural disaster in seconds. As for these traitors whose faith values are less than 10 points, he naturally cleared them out without any hesitation. The only destination for the disloyal is death, Shenmo said. After he killed the 2 natural disaster beasts, the faith values of other natural disaster beasts fluctuated greatly. Some increased, and some decreased. Shenmo didn't care about this. Next, I will tell you some new rules. From now on, your main task is to help me grow poisonous magic medicine, and in return, I will give you some of the magic medicine. Shenmo looked down at the other natural disaster creatures and said. Hearing this, the 3 heads of the poisonous chimera tilted their heads at the same time, with clear eyes and great doubts. The other creatures were similar, in a state of confusion. Did the magical medicine and spiritual plants grow naturally? And could they be planted by themselves? I'll show you how to do it first. It's very simple, just like this. Seeing the confused faces of the beasts, Shenmo took out a dozen seeds of the thunderbolt fruit tree from the backpack behind him. This is a second-level poisonous spiritual plant with a purple appearance. Its fruit contains a certain poisonous substance that can make the person who consumes it twitch like an electric shock, so it is called the thunderbolt fruit. Shenmo buried the seeds in the dark green soil. The soil of the misty forest has a very rich poisonous spiritual power. Then, Shenmo mobilized the spiritual power in his body and released the Great Spiritual Rain Technique. At the moment when the Great Spiritual Rain Technique was released, the true spirit bloodline transformed the ice spiritual power into poisonous spiritual power. So above the heads of the giant beasts, the green rainstorm began to precipitate locally. The heavy rain like acid rain fell down, just above the seeds of the thunderbolt fruit tree. With the watering of rain, in the blink of an eye, the seeds of the thunderbolt fruit tree began to sprout and grow, and then began to surge at an astonishing speed. Before a dozen natural disaster beasts could even react, they found that the thunderbolt fruit tree, which was originally just a seed, had grown to the height of their knees, 5 meters, 10 meters. Only 1 minute had passed. More than a dozen thunderbolt fruit trees had appeared out of thin air on the soil that was originally empty, and each fruit tree was full of thunderbolt fruits. Shenmo's mastery of the Great Spiritual Rain Technique has reached the level of perfection. With the blessing of the Shenin Lion, it only takes no more than a minute to catalyze a second-level spiritual plant. This means that as long as the spiritual power is sufficient, he can cultivate unlimited Lord Realm creatures. Roar, what did I see? Hiss, this is incredible. Seeing this scene, the natural disaster beasts exclaimed in unison. The Emerald King Snake also widened his eyes. The shock in its heart was no less than that of being defeated by the Ice Lion not long ago. In the worldview of these natural disaster beasts, Precious things such as divine medicine and spiritual plants are all treasures bred in this misty forest. Each divine medicine and spiritual plant needs a long time to be nurtured, so each divine medicine is very precious. Especially the divine medicine and spiritual plants of natural disaster level, which often take more than 10 years or even decades to fully mature. But these concepts are completely overturned in front of us. Under the magical power of the ice lion, the thunder fruit tree that originally took several years to mature actually matured in less than a minute. It's like a miracle. But soon, the faces of the beasts such as the emerald king snake changed. They thought that this ice lion seemed to ask them to plant divine medicine as well. Damn, this ice lion would not think that this ability is very common, and they all know it, right? Hiss, Your Majesty, although we also want to help you share your worries, we don't have this ability. After thinking about it, the Emerald King Snake took the initiative to speak. This is beyond its ability. Although it also wants to catalyze the divine medicine like the Ice Lion, it's a pity that I can't do it. I will give you this ability. The majestic voice of Swanee sounded in the minds of every natural disaster level creature. Then, Chenmo first demonstrated the spiritual patterns of small spirit rain technique and big spirit rain technique in front of more than a dozen natural disaster beasts. The ones in front of him were all extraordinary creatures in the natural disaster realm, and their comprehension was quite good. Moreover, big spirit rain technique was only a king-level spell, and small spirit rain technique was even a lord-level spell. For creatures in the natural disaster realm, the difficulty of releasing it was still very low. Remember the shape and flow trajectory of these spiritual symbols, looking at the serious expression of the Ice Lion. The natural disaster beasts sat in a row, concentrating on the spiritual symbols flashing between the claws of the Ice Lion. Their eyes were extremely serious. They were afraid that they were not focused enough. If they did not master this spell, they would be slapped to death by their cruel teacher, that is, the Ice Lion. After practicing several times, the Emerald King Snake was the first to master the great spiritual rain technique. After getting Chenmo's permission, it took a fruit from the Thunderbolt fruit tree that was directly ripened by Chenmo. Then it buried the seed in the soil. With the flow of the poisonous origin spiritual power, the green rainstorm was like a waterfall. But the effect was not satisfactory. Under the gaze of the Emerald King Snake, the seed successfully sprouted, but the growth rate was slow. After 10 minutes, it barely grew to a length of 10 centimeters. And no matter how it released the spiritual rain, the seedling of the Thunderbolt fruit tree stubbornly refused to grow another 1 centimeter. The continuous release of the great spiritual rain technique cannot always produce the effect. At this rate, it will take at least a month to fully ripen it. This catalytic speed is a world apart from that of the Ice Lion. Hence the Emerald King Snake was a little frustrated. Is the gap between him and the Ice Lion so big? Roar, seeing that the natural disaster beasts had already mastered it, Chenmo shared the self-discipline title of Shenan Lion with them through the self-discipline panel. Now he has 500 quotas for sharing the secondary self-discipline title, and as his extraordinary level increases, there will be more and more. There is no way to share them all. Among these natural disaster beasts, the Emerald King Snake is an exception. Chenmo used the quota that can share the self-discipline title unlimitedly. After all, the Emerald King Snake has very good potential, has mythical blood in its body, and its loyalty is not bad. It is a very good training object. You try again, Chenmo said calmly. Just now, this wave of manifestation in front of the beast has increased the faith value of these natural disaster creatures by a few points, or even more than 10 points. The most primitive worship and belief is often the worship of power. The moment, Shenan Lion, was shared with these natural disaster beasts. These natural disaster beasts all felt their brains swelling at the same time. It seems that they have learned more knowledge. In addition, they found that the spirit rain technique that they had just mastered was completely integrated in an incredible way. The magical medicines and spiritual plants around them also felt inexplicably close. The Emerald King Snake took the lead in trying. This time, with the watering of the spiritual rain, the thunder fruit tree that had stopped growing before began to grow again at an incredible speed. In just 10 minutes, it had grown to a height of 5 meters. And it was still growing. This was simply incredible. You know, it still knew nothing about spiritual plans, but in a moment of thought, the Ice Lion grew itself into planting master. The Emerald King Snake couldn't help but feel that I don't deserve it. Before, because of its mythical bloodline, it had never taken other creatures seriously. Even if it was a three-eyed poisonous scorpion, it felt that it could surpass it sooner or later. But the ice lion in front of it made the Emerald King Snake feel insurmountable. The eyes of the other natural disaster beasts looking at Shenmue were also very complicated. There was fear, admiration, desire, and fanaticism. Share your abilities with other creatures. In their cognition, this ability can only be possessed by gods. Thinking of the ice lion's ability to condense the image of the law before, and the completely crushing combat power of the same level. The identity of the ice lion in front of you is about to be revealed. The reincarnation of a god. Or the clone of a mythical creature. It can't even be the messenger of a mythical creature, or the spokesman beast. These abilities can only be possessed by real gods. And unlike the poisonous mother goddess, a god that everyone knows has fallen, the ice lion in front of him is a real living god. Okay, you can leave. Next, I will distribute seeds to you. You need to hand over 500 second level divine medicines to me every month, 53rd level divine medicines every quarter, and 5 4th level divine medicines every 6 months. Shenmue roughly measured the current planting efficiency of these natural disaster beasts. If they are diligent enough, they can catalyze the spiritual plants they need for 8 hours a day. If they are diligent enough and hardworking enough, they can leave a lot for themselves. You can also teach the spiritual rain technique to your own family. Remember, I can give you power, and naturally I can take back this power. The majestic voice of Swanee echoed in the minds of every natural disaster beast. Yes, Your Majesty, let's leave first. The natural disaster beasts couldn't wait to leave here. On the one hand, they were a little afraid of Swanee. This ice lion was too powerful, and its power was too mysterious, which gave them a strong sense of oppression. On the other hand, they couldn't wait to start sowing poisonous spiritual plants. Go, Shenmue said. Then he said to the Emerald King Snake alone, Emerald, you stay. Hearing this, the Emerald King Snake's eyes lit up. The ice lion left him alone. Could it be that? Emerald, do you know the relevant information about the poisonous lord, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion? Shenmue asked. Now his strength will soon reach the limit of the natural disaster realm, and he needs to start preparing for the advancement to the legendary realm. It was not what he expected. The Emerald King Snake was a little disappointed, but soon recovered and said in a coquettish tone, Your Majesty, you asked the right beast. No beast knows more about the three-eyed poisonous scorpion than me. Chapter 180 New Self-Discipline Challenge, Time Travel Lion. Because its extraordinary level has reached the peak of the natural disaster realm, if it wants to go further, it must absorb the power of the earth veins of a region. The master of the toxic territory, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, is old and weak. If he cannot continue to break through, he will die soon. The earth vein core of the toxic territory is the best opportunity. So during this period, it directly or indirectly collected a lot of information about the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. The old guy is now approaching his end. If he cannot continue to break through, he may die in the next few years, the Emerald King Snake said slowly. But recently, in order to break through the current realm and live another life, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion released a message. As long as you go to the Yellow Springs Nest secret realm and obtain the Yellow Springs tree fruit, it is willing to exchange it with the power of the earth veins, the Yellow Springs Nest secret realm. Shenmue didn't expect that there was a secret realm in the snow region. Tell me about the news of the secret realm, Shenmue continued to ask. I don't know much about the secret realm. Legend has it that it was formed from the corpse of the poisonous mother goddess after her death. There are countless poisonous creatures and poison treasures hidden inside, because the secret realm is in an unstable state and cannot bear too strong a force. Only creatures below the legendary realm can enter, and the Yellow Spring fruit tree is said to be located in the core area of the secret realm. The core area is formed from the true blood of the poisonous mother goddess. The aura it emits has radiated and nourished many powerful monsters, which are extremely dangerous. Shenmue nodded, and then asked, what level of divine medicine is the Yellow Spring tree fruit? It actually made the three-eyed poisonous scorpion willing to exchange it with the core of the earth vein, 6th level divine medicine, which is a totem level divine medicine. It is said that it has the power to cleanse blood and can greatly enhance the talents of poisonous creatures. It is enough to help the three-eyed poisonous scorpion break through its current realm, the Emerald King Snake explained, and then changed the subject and said, but I am skeptical about the existence of this so-called Yellow Spring Mother Nest secret realm. As far as I know, many creatures in the Calamity realm have gone to the Yellow Spring Mother Nest secret realm, but no beast has come out alive. I suspect that the news about the Huanquan Nest's secret realm is probably just a smokescreen deliberately released by the three-eyed venomous scorpion. This three-eyed venomous scorpion is also a believer of the toxic mother goddess and has a statue of the mother goddess. It is very likely that it deliberately attracted all the natural disaster creatures nearby and then sacrificed them. The Emerald King Snake expressed his guess. Swanee, why don't we go to that secret realm to have a look? After capturing the keyword toxic mother goddess, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider was instantly excited. Don't worry, wait until my strength is improved again, Chenmo said. By the way, wait and see if there are any creatures coming back alive from the Huanquan Nest secret realm. Regardless of whether the Huanquan Nest secret realm really exists, the three-eyed venomous scorpion is in an aging and weak state. Which is definitely a good thing for him. He feels that his current comprehensive strength has entered the threshold of the legendary realm. But it is the weakest among the legendary creatures. As an old legendary, the three-eyed venomous scorpion is definitely not an opponent now. But his strength is far from reaching the limit and cannot be improved. After completing the 2 self-discipline challenges of Deadly Poison Lion and Master Chef Lion, he will have a natural advantage over the extraordinary creatures of the poison system. His extraordinary level can also be raised to the limit of the natural disaster realm. Finally, the strengthening effect of Tod Lion Plus on the body has not been fully pulled, and a large amount of magic medicine and extraordinary flesh and blood are required. At that time, my strength will assure an equalitative change again. Even if I can't defeat the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, I will be more than enough to protect myself. Facing the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, I have the confidence to overturn the table. Time flies. In the following time, Chenmo collected some magic medicines and continued to practice in the Ice Phoenix Temple. These natural disaster creatures actually had the idea of escaping in their hearts. Take the seeds of these natural disaster spirit plants and the planting technology and run to the area outside the misty forest. Deadly Poison Lion, Day 45. In the early morning, Chenmo completed the last day of self-discipline challenge after taking 10 kinds of poisonous magic medicines in a row. Deadly Poison Lion has a total of 3 effects. The first is that the poison resistance is greatly improved, and it can be immune to all toxins below the totem level. This effect can play a very strong role when fighting against poison creatures. This means that most of the abilities of poison creatures will be completely ineffective for Chenmo, and his strength will be directly reduced by more than half. Next, I will go to the Huanquan Mother Nest secret realm, encounter many poisonous extraordinary creatures, and may even fight with a three-eyed poisonous scorpion. This title will be Chenmo's biggest killer. The second effect is that the body becomes highly poisonous. Every drop of Chenmo's blood and every hair will be accompanied by deadly nerve poison. Its toxicity is extremely severe. Just 1 drop of blood can make creatures of low level and below the natural disaster lose consciousness in just a dozen seconds. Finally, Deadly Poison Lion also gives Chenmo the power to control the original spiritual power of the poison system, and the power of poison spells is increased by 100%. This effect is slightly small. Chenmo has not mastered any poison spells, and this is not its main means of attack. After experiencing the effect of Deadly Poison Lion, Chenmo looked at the self-discipline panel, wanting to check the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge. The chains on Hypnotized Lion have disappeared, and the newly appeared self-discipline challenge is emitting purple fluorescence. It is another natural disaster level title, Time and Space Travel Lion, Purple, Self-Discipline Challenge. 1. Consciousness of the power of space for no less than 8 hours a day, for 90 days, with space perception meditation. 2. Cross the wormhole no less than 2 times a day. 3. Cross 8 different worlds. Title effect. 1. Initially master the power of space and can start to travel across worlds. Unstable, wormholes may lead to other random worlds. 2. Master the original energy of space, and the power of space spells will increase by 100%. 3. When traveling to other worlds, you will automatically obtain legal identity and will not be rejected by the world's will. This self-discipline challenge is great. After reading the content of Time and Space Travel Lion, Chenmo couldn't wait to experience its effect. Space energy and time energy can be said to be the 2 most mysterious energies. There are very few extraordinary creatures who can master these 2 energies, and they are basically mythical creatures. Ordinary creatures can hardly master these 2 energies through their own efforts. I didn't expect that this self-discipline challenge would be directly brushed out. After completing it, I will no longer be limited to one world. More importantly, my ability to save my life will also be qualitatively improved. Even if I encounter a world-destroying disaster, Chenmo can run to other worlds for refuge. He will not be rejected by the world's will and will directly become an aboriginal. The Black Abyss Dragon came to Blue Star because it was unsuitable for the local climate and was suppressed by the world's will, so it was confined to a corner. Without hesitation, Chenmo directly chose the self-discipline challenge of Time and Space Travel Lion. After accepting the challenge, lines of light blue text appeared on the self-discipline panel. These texts turned into light spots and merged into Chenmo's body. At the same time, Chenmo found that there was a space practice method called Space Perception Meditation in his consciousness. This spell allows it to truly feel the existence of space energy. Soon, Chenmo closed his eyes and began to practice this space perception meditation. I don't know how long it took. Chenmo slowly opened his eyes. It must be said that the difficulty of practicing space energy is much higher than other energies. Through space perception meditation, he could only barely sense the existence of space energy. Those were some extremely dazzling silver particles, and the number was extremely rare. It is estimated that they only exist in large quantities in special places, such as bronze portals that connect two worlds, or at the entrance to secret realms. However, Chenmo can only barely observe it now, let alone capture, absorb, or even master it. The reason why Chenmo ended his practice was because the Emerald King Snake hovered in front of him quietly with its huge body. It was obvious that it wanted to report something to him. What is it? Chenmo asked with a smile. Because of his breakthrough in strength, he was in a good mood. Your Majesty, there is new news from the toxic territory, the Emerald King Snake said. Just this morning, the second batch of natural disaster beasts that went to the secret realm of the Mother Nest came back. Although only 2 beasts came back alive, they had a great harvest and obtained a lot of treasures, including many natural disaster-level divine medicines. More importantly, they found the location of the yellow spring fruit tree, but unfortunately there was a red-blooded poisonous dragon guarding it, whose strength was infinitely close to the legendary realm. They didn't dare to take the risk and had to come back first. And the 3-eyed venomous scorpion also abided by the previous agreement and left 80% of the treasures to the 2 natural disaster beasts. Okay. I have to admit that it seems that the secret realm of the Yellow Spring Mother Nest should really exist now, the Emerald King Snake said slowly. Are you sure that the 2 survivors were not deliberately released by the 3-eyed venomous scorpion? Chenmo asked back. It seems. It is indeed possible, the Emerald King Snake was thoughtful. The 3-eyed venomous scorpion said that because the casualties were too heavy, it was ready to gather all the natural disaster beasts and explore the secret realm of the Mother Nest together in a week. After your Majesty's reminder, I feel that he wants to make a big mistake. The Emerald King Snake obviously did not have a good impression of the 3-eyed venomous scorpion. This guy is simply the synonym of insidiousness and cunning, and he also believes in the poisonous Mother Goddess, and he can do anything. It is indeed possible, Chenmo nodded. Then your Majesty, are we going to join the team to explore the secret realm next week? The Emerald King Snake hesitated. If the secret realm really exists, this is indeed an opportunity. But it is worried about being cheated. Go. Why not? Even if this is a trap set by the 3-eyed scorpion? Just kill the 3-eyed scorpion when the time comes, Chenmo said calmly. With his current strength, even if he is not as strong as the 3-eyed scorpion, it is more than enough to escape from the 3-eyed scorpion. And he just activated the crisis premonition, predicting whether he would encounter danger when he went to the poisonous territory. He did have a sense of crisis in his heart, but it was not strong. This means that there will be no life and death crisis. Seeing Chenmo's extremely confident tone, the hesitation and worry in the heart of the Emerald King Snake were instantly dispelled. It twisted its body and spoke in a strangled voice. Then your Majesty, I will sign up for you. Sign up in your name. I will enter the secret realm as your dependent, Chenmo said. At present, the nominal ruler of the Misty Forest is still the Emerald King Snake, and Chenmo is hidden behind the scenes. Okay, your Majesty, what about the other natural disaster beasts in the Misty Forest? Ask them to go to the secret realm together, follow their own wishes. Tell them the dangers of the secret realm and let them make their own decisions, Chenmo said calmly. 1 week later. Since Chenmo became the ruler of the Misty Forest, there have been fewer fights and conflicts in the Misty Forest, and more busy figures. They are all busy farming. After all, in addition to offering The extra magical medicines and spiritual plants are all their own. This number is enough to make any natural disaster creatures excited. After these natural disaster creatures returned, they taught the Spirit Rain technique to their dependents. So, the powerful creatures of the Calamity Lord and the weak poisonous creatures of the Lord Transcendental class all began to plant magical medicines and spiritual plants. What surprised Shenmo was that each of these calamity beasts was actually a hard-working emperor who farmed almost day and night. It was true that during the previous period of the corrupt green dragon's rule, each of them was afraid of poverty. At this moment, the hearts of these calamity beasts were the same as when they knew that they would be paid 10 times the salary for overtime. I love overtime. I will work overtime desperately. Chef Lion, Day 42. Early in the morning, the sun shone through the thick fog, through the dense purple leaves of the arrow poison tree, and fell on a lion with white and dust-free hair. Shenmo yawned and glanced at the emerald king snake and the colorful butterfly. Are you the only two? Today is the day when the three-eyed poison scorpion gathers all the calamity beasts to explore the secret realm together. The Emerald King Snake naturally conveyed Shenmo's will. The beasts who want to try their luck in the secret realm will gather at the original Green Dragon's nest this morning, and those who don't want to go don't have to come. As a result, Shenmo did not expect that in addition to the Emerald King Snake, there was also a colorful butterfly. Your Majesty, the other natural disaster beasts should be planting magical medicines. They may be worried that going to the secret realm will delay the growth of spiritual plants, the colorful butterfly explained for the other natural disaster beasts. Who would be willing to take risks when they can steadily harvest spiritual plants and magical medicines? With a stable job, who would want to live on the edge of a knife? Shenmo nodded. He didn't care how many natural disaster beasts came. Anyway, he didn't need their help, and it was good enough if they didn't cause trouble. It's not bad to stay at home and farm. Then let's go. After saying that, Shenmo transformed into ice crystal wings, and quickly went to the poisonous swamp with the Emerald King Snake and the colorful butterfly. 2 hours later, Shenmo arrived at the poisonous swamp. This is a huge swamp shrouded in miasma and poisonous fog, stretching as far as the eye can see, like a gray-brown mud sea. And in this mud sea, there are all kinds of poisonous insects and poisons. Chapter 181 Farewell to the Corrupted Dragon Mother. Compared to the deadness before, the poisonous swamp is now much more lively. When there was still 10 kilometers away from the three-eyed scorpion nest, Shenmo heard the roars of many extraordinary beasts. It seems that many natural disaster creatures have arrived. When Shenmo arrived at the scorpion nest, he saw many natural disaster beasts outside the nest. He secretly observed the attribute panels of these natural disaster beasts. He found that there were more than 20 high-level natural disaster creatures alone. Because these powerful creatures have huge bodies, and most of them are the masters of an area, and they come with many families, so the huge poisonous swamp seems a bit crowded at this moment. Your Majesty, the group of purple mist-like gas creatures is called the Corrosion Demon Spirit. It has no flesh and blood. It is the lord of the demon forest next door, and it is a high-level natural disaster. The elk with horns on its head is the ghost horn forest deer, the lord of the poison mist canyon. The Emerald King Snake introduced the information of other natural disaster creatures to Shenmo diligently through telepathy. Huh? Toxic algae crocodile. I didn't expect it to come here too. When introducing a giant crocodile that was wrapped in some purple water plants, the Emerald King Snake's tone was slightly surprised. Is it also the lord of a territory in the toxic territory? Shenmo asked. Shenmo also paid attention to this crocodile. Its comprehensive combat power was almost the same as that of the Emerald King Snake, and it belonged to the first echelon of these natural disaster beasts. No, it is the offspring of the toxic algae crocodile king, the lord of the toxic crocodile territory, the Emerald King Snake said. Shenmo nodded. From the Emerald King Snake, he had roughly known the power and pattern of the entire snow region. The snow region is currently divided into 12 territories. In addition to the toxic territory, there are also the Crocodile King territory, the Devil Dragonfly territory, and so on. Among them, 7 territories are mostly inhabited by poisonous creatures, and 5 territories are inhabited by ice creatures. Each territory has an extremely large area. The territory area of the toxic territory is relatively small among the 12 territories, but it is comparable to the total land area of the entire Blue Star. The ruler of each territory is a legendary creature like the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. The strongest is even a high-level legendary creature. The offspring of the poisonous algae crocodile king has also come. It seems that the Yellow Springs Nest secret realm really exists, the Emerald King Snake said with some surprise. The lord of the poisonous crocodile territory, the poisonous algae crocodile king, is a powerful creature of the legendary middle level, and has mythical blood in his body, and his combat power is even stronger than the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. If the three-eyed poisonous scorpion wants to kill the offspring of the poisonous algae crocodile king here, it will surely usher in the revenge of the poisonous algae crocodile king. Chenmo stayed quietly in the edge area, keeping a certain distance from other natural disaster beasts. He observed a wave. It was found that so many natural disaster beasts are roughly divided into 5 camps. 2 of the camps are formed by the natural disaster creatures in the poisonous territory. But there seems to be some discord between the 2 camps. One camp is the poisonous algae crocodile and its followers. The family lineup brought by the poisonous algae crocodile is luxurious. There are 5 beasts at the peak of the natural disaster realm alone, which almost accounts for 1/3 of all the top combat power. On the surface, this is also the strongest camp. There is another camp formed by the natural disaster creatures from another territory. The last camp is naturally Chenmo, the Emerald King Snake, and the colorful butterfly. The 3 beasts form their own faction, and on the surface, they are also the weakest camp. After Chenmo observed for a while and found that there were no potential opponents, he ignited the soul fire and started grilling. Today, the self-discipline challenge of Chef Lion has not been completed. After entering the secret realm, it is very likely that there will be no time to complete the self-discipline challenge. Taking advantage of the current fragmented time, it is just right to brush the self-discipline challenge first. One of the challenges of Chef Lion requires making 100 delicious dishes with a delicious value of more than 60 points every day. Making 100 dishes every day is still very time-consuming. Fortunately, Chenmo found a way to get a bug, that is, to make skewers with different ingredients. Whether it is spiritual plant skewers or meat skewers, they are all considered one. Chenmo has no idea about other natural disaster beasts, so he does not intend to conduct food diplomacy and deliberately controls the airflow around him to prevent the aroma of the skewers from drifting away. One's own strength is the foundation. The biggest purpose of this trip is to obtain the fruit of the yellow spring tree, or find an opportunity to kill the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, occupy the core vein of the poisonous territory, and impact the legendary realm. Hiss, looking at the golden and oily skewers, the Emerald King Snake couldn't help drooling. The colorful butterfly next to it also looked at the rolling skewers eagerly. Although the colorful butterfly usually feeds on plants and nectar, after tasting the barbecue made by Chenmo, it found that eating meat occasionally is also very good. The ingredients used for these skewers are not top-notch. After Chenmo ate some himself, he gave the rest to the Emerald King Snake and the colorful butterfly. Quack! Just as they were enjoying the food, Chenmo suddenly heard a frog croaking in his ears. A 12-meter-tall giant frog jumped and suddenly came not far from them. This giant frog has black and green patterns on its body, big eyes, and the strength of the peak of natural disasters. It is a lord in the poisonous swamp. The poisonous frog king. The leader of one of the 5 major camps. Quack! Are you guys grilling meat? The toxic frog king originally came here to recruit the Emerald King Snakes and wanted them to join his camp. He didn't know much about the Emerald King Snakes, but after all, they were in the same toxic territory. If he could win them over to his camp, he could barely compete with a toxic algae crocodile. But when he came in front of the Emerald King Snake and the Ice Lion, the toxic frog king was instantly attracted by the aroma of the barbecue. Just by smelling this aroma, the toxic frog king could imagine how delicious the barbecue in front of him was. Hiss! The Emerald King Snake nodded, with a cold face. It basically didn't say a word to other spirit beasts. Can you give me a few skewers? I can exchange them with toxic gems. The Emerald King Snake looked at the Swanee beside him. Chenmo nodded. The Emerald King Snake then picked up 3 skewers of barbecue with a little heartache. A second before throwing them to the toxic frog king, it thought about it and swallowed one of them. Quack! The toxic frog king extended its huge tongue, flexibly wrapped around the skewers, and began to chew. Its cheeks bulged, and soon its eyes lit up, revealing a delighted expression. These skewers are even more delicious than it imagined. Quack! Can you give me a few more skewers? The toxic frog king said as he took out a poisonous gem. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the Emerald King Snake glared at the toxic frog king fiercely, and made a gesture of showing off. Quack the Toxic Frog King did not want to conflict with the Emerald King Snake. Just as it was about to leave, it finally remembered the purpose of coming here this time. It came here to recruit. Quack, after entering the secret realm, are you willing to join our team? The Toxic Frog King asked the Emerald King Snake through telepathy. Quack, I've been to the secret realm before, and no beast knows the situation in the secret realm better than me. If you team up with us, the possibility of survival will definitely be greater. This poisonous Frog King is surprisingly the only survivor of the previous exploration of the secret realm. Hiss, no need, I prefer to go alone. The Emerald King Snake shook his head. It naturally got Shenmo's instructions. Shenmo didn't want to cooperate. Other natural disaster creatures wanted to cooperate in exploring the secret realm, mainly to ensure a higher survival rate. The more beasts, the greater the strength. But Shenmo didn't think so. Now there are obviously several groups of forces here. They don't get along with each other. When they encounter treasures, it is easy to fight each other and fight internally. There may also be betrayal scenes inside. His own strength is strong enough, and there is no need to form a team again. After being rejected, the poisonous Frog King did not force it, but just looked at the skewers reluctantly. In the end, he jumped twice and walked away. In the following time, several more natural disaster beasts came to the scorpion nest. Shenmo even saw a familiar figure. The poisonous dragon mother. After it arrived, it flew straight to the camp of the poisonous Frog King, and then looked at the Emerald King Snake with a resentful look. Hiss, the Emerald King Snake made a beheading gesture towards it, and ignored it. Because they were going to enter the secret realm together, before entering the secret realm, the three-eyed scorpion clearly required that no conflicts or fights should occur within the secret realm. About another hour passed. Shenmo's eyes suddenly looked at the scorpion's nest not far away. The next second, the swamp under the nest was like boiling water, with a series of bubbles coming out. Like an erupting hot spring, countless swamp mud burst out, and then a behemoth emerged from the depths of the swamp. It was huge, with a body length of more than 200 meters, and the scorpion tail alone was more than 100 meters. Its body was covered with black armor like black jade, flashing a dark metallic luster. It was the three-eyed scorpion. The most notable feature of the three-eyed scorpion is its three deep red eyes. The eye in the center of its head is particularly large, with a faint red light around it, as if it contains some unspeakable ancient curse. Three-eyed scorpion, male, level, low legend, constitution. 3.63W, agility. 3.86W, strength. 2.95W, soul. 3.13W, abilities, cursed eye, scorpion tail attack, acid mist, toxic bomb, toxic scale, toxic storm, comprehensive combat power. 5.50W 5.64W, Shenmo secretly observed and soon got the panel information of the three-eyed scorpion. It's a little weaker than I thought, Shenmo thought to himself. Now its extraordinary level is close to the limit of the natural disaster realm, and the effect of TOD Lion Plus has been fully utilized, and the highest comprehensive combat power has reached 4.95 million. Only 600,000 lower than the three-eyed scorpion. Moreover, the title of Deadly Poison Lion allows him to often burst out with stronger fighting power when dealing with poisonous beasts. Shenmo even felt that if they really fought, this three-eyed poisonous scorpion might not be his opponent. Thank you all for going to help explore the secret realm. Some friends may not know the specific situation of the secret realm yet. Let me tell you first, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion did not use telepathy, but directly made a rumbling roar, which should be the common language of the snow region. The Emerald King Snake translated on the side. First of all, the Yellow Springs Nest is a natural secret realm, composed of part of the body and blood of the poisonous mother goddess. In the snow region, secret realms are divided into two types. One is a natural secret realm, and the other is a trial secret realm. Trial secret realms are often secret realms actively constructed by powerful creatures. There are certain rules in them, and most of them are divided into different levels. After passing the levels, you can get corresponding rewards. This is a secret realm built by the trial master to select a successor or help his family improve their strength. In a sense, the Ice and Snow Temple can also be regarded as a trial secret realm. This kind of secret realm is relatively safe, with a very low casualty rate. Another kind is the natural secret realm. Generally, it is formed by the blood and bones of powerful gods after their death. The powerful energy contained in their blood and bones often attracts and nourishes many powerful creatures. For example, the Huanquan Mother Nest Secret Realm this time is said to be the toxic Mother Goddess, that is, the centipede evil god. After the battle with the Ice Phoenix, part of her body was scattered in this world. After the passage of time, the current Huanquan Secret Realm was born. It is currently known that the Huanquan Mother Nest Secret Realm is divided into 3 areas, corresponding to the 3 sections of the Mother Goddess body, the 3-eyed poisonous scorpion said. The toxic Mother Goddess's body is an extremely huge centipede with a total of hundreds of sections, and each section has a special power. The entrance to the secret realm is connected to the first area, the extreme speed blood sea. This blood sea is made up of the blood of the Mother Goddess, and this section of the Mother Goddess body possesses the power of extreme speed. Because the power of extreme speed remains in the blood sea, there lives some kind of extremely fast ghost-faced fish. These ghost-faced fish have extremely amazing speeds, and there are many disaster-level ghost-faced fish among them, but as long as you pay attention, it is not too difficult to cross this swamp. In addition, because these ghost-faced fish have lived in the extreme speed blood sea for a long time, their flesh and blood also contain the power of the rules of extreme speed. If you eat these ghost-faced fish, you can greatly increase your speed. The 3-eyed poisonous scorpion introduced the information in the secret realm of the Yellow Springs Mother Nest to the beasts. This information was collected by the 2 surviving disaster beasts. The second area is called the Poisonous Insect Valley. This area is full of poisonous insects that devour flesh and blood. They are irradiated by the remains of the Mother Goddess and have the power to corrode everything. This area is extremely dangerous, and we must cross it in one go. The third area is the core area of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm, the Yellow Spring Forest. This place is transformed from the body of the poisonous Mother Goddess vitality, and grows countless magical medicines, and most of these magical medicines contain the power of life. After taking them, they can heal injuries and prolong life. The Yellow Spring Fruit Tree is located in this area. I don't need to say much about the effect of the Yellow Spring Fruit. It can help legendary creatures break through the realm and enhance the potential of creatures, but for you, the effect is not very great. Then, the 3-eyed poisonous scorpion shared with the beasts the survival experience of the 2 surviving natural disaster beasts. Chapter 182 Ghost Face Fish. These are the basic information about the Huanquan Nest Secret Realm. Then follow me. I will take you to the entrance of the secret realm. After saying that, the 3-eyed scorpion drilled into the swamp again and dived at an extremely fast speed. The other natural disaster beasts naturally followed closely behind it. Shenmo used ice spiritual power to create a protective shield around himself and followed at the end of the team. Although these swamp silt will not have much impact on him, but it will be dirty. After walking through the swamp for about 10 minutes, a group of natural disaster beasts came to a strange place. A huge swamp vortex appeared in front of them, and the silt around them was stirred, and then they unconsciously poured into it, like a huge mouth that devoured people. Everyone, we are here. This is the entrance to the Huanquan Nest Secret Realm. Because the secret realm is not stable, creatures above the natural disaster realm are not allowed to enter. I will wait here for everyone to return triumphantly. The 3 eyeballs of the 3-eyed poisonous scorpion kept turning up and down, left and right, and said to all the beasts, if any of you can obtain the fruit of the Yellow Spring Tree, I will exchange the earth vein core of the poisonous territory with him, and I will never break my promise. Seeing that the entrance to the secret realm was so strange, many natural disaster beasts were reluctant to go in. After all, the 3-eyed poisonous scorpion had a bad reputation before. It would be bad if this was a trap. Quack, I will explore the way for you first. As if seeing the hesitation of the beasts, the poisonous frog king spoke. It is considered to be a capable general of the 3-eyed poisonous scorpion, and it is also a survivor of the team that explored the secret realm last time. As soon as the voice fell, it had already jumped and drilled directly into the eye of the mud. Not long after, another huge frog had emerged from the swamp vortex. Quack, it's safe inside, you can enter. Hearing this, the natural disaster beasts around were relieved. The poisonous algae crocodile roared, and then took his family and entered the Huanquan Mother Nest Secret Realm first. Its father is a powerful existence in the middle level of the legendary realm, so it is not worried about being killed. More importantly, it still has a backup plan. It used part of its soul and blood to create an avatar. Once it dies, it can be resurrected again with the help of the avatar. Then, the poisonous frog king entered the secret realm again, and other creatures also entered one after another. Chen Mo sensed the danger and found that there was no problem. In this way, hundreds of natural disaster beasts entered the swamp vortex in a mighty manner. Almost more than half of the natural disaster beasts in the poisonous territory and the two nearby areas appeared here. The stars shifted, and the space changed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo found that he had appeared in the air with the mud. And below him, there was an endless green lake. A layer of deep and strange green mist floated above the lake. Through the mist, you can also see shallows made of mud on the lake. This is the outermost area of the Mother Nest's secret realm, the Speedy Blood Sea. At this moment, many natural disaster beasts are hovering above the green lake. Quack! There are many speedy ghost face fish in this Blood Sea lake. After saying that, the toxic frog king got a piece of unknown flesh and blood from somewhere and threw it directly into the Blood Sea lake. The originally calm lake surface instantly exploded like a pot. One after another, hideous and weird-looking fish jumped high, scrambling to fight for this piece of flesh and blood. This kind of strange fish has a very long body, and even resembles snakes or centipedes. They only have flesh and blood in the front half of their bodies, with strange and terrifying heads covered with green scales. The back half of the body and the fish tail are completely in the form of skeletons. In less than 5 seconds, the flesh and blood thrown by the Frog King was eaten up by these strange fish. But just as these ghost face fish were eating, the toxic Frog King's tongue suddenly popped out and rolled up a king-level monster that was eating at lightning speed. Then he swallowed it, chewed it for a few times, and spit out the fish bone. Quack! This is the speedy ghost face fish. It can increase your speed after taking it. Before going to the next area, everyone should catch as much as possible, the toxic Frog King said. As a senior who has been here once, it is more familiar with the situation in the secret realm. After saying this, the toxic Frog King looked straight at Chen Mo when swallowing the ghost face fish. It couldn't help but recall the taste of barbecue. If the ghost face fish can also be made into skewers, it must taste even more delicious, right? Bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to forget the taste of the skewers for a long time. The toxic Frog King couldn't help but think in his heart. I have to find a way to take that ice lion as my family. But as long as the plan goes smoothly this time, everything will be fine. Originally, this ice lion was going to be sacrificed together, and I will save his life at that time. The toxic Frog King seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. As soon as the poisonous Frog King finished speaking, the disaster beast started to move. Because they knew that the ghost-faced fish was a carnivorous fish and was very sensitive to the taste of blood and flesh, these disaster beasts cut open their own or their companions' bodies and dripped blood into the Blood Sea Lake. For most of the disaster beasts, their goal was not the huanquan tree fruit. They knew that with their own strength, it was almost impossible to obtain the huanquan tree fruit. Even if they were lucky and really got the huanquan tree fruit, they could not keep it. Their goal was other treasures in the secret realm, such as the ghost-faced fish in front of them. The poisonous algae crocodile also asked one of his family members to cut off a piece of flesh and blood and throw it into the Blood Sea Lake. For the creatures in the disaster realm, this was not considered an injury at all. The blood of the peak creatures in the disaster realm was the most tempting delicacy for the ghost-faced fish. In an instant, the entire Blood Sea Lake was boiling. At first, it only attracted the ghost-faced fish in the Lord realm and the King realm. Later, even the figure of the ghost-faced fish king in the disaster realm appeared. After seeing the appearance of the calamity-level ghost-faced fish king, the algae poison crocodile attacked immediately. It spurted out venom from its mouth and rushed towards the ghost-faced fish. However, the next second, the calamity-level ghost-faced fish, which was still devouring flesh and blood, burst out with amazing speed and rushed out of the attack range of the venom breath before the venom breath rushed over. This calamity-level ghost-faced fish successfully escaped, but the other ghost-faced fish that were still fighting for blood and food suffered. The front half of their bodies were also corroded by the venom and completely turned into skeleton fish. The calamity-level ghost-faced fish king jumped high and swung its tail at the algae poison crocodile, which was obviously a provocation. Under the nourishment of the Blood Sea Lake, every ghost-faced fish has amazing speed. The low-level calamity-level ghost-faced fish king can already burst out with the speed of the peak of the calamity level, which is also the confidence that it dares to come out to devour flesh and blood. After the ghost-faced fish king devoured the flesh and blood, he left in style and dived into the depths of the Blood Sea Lake again and disappeared. Roar! The poisonous algae crocodile roared angrily. Don't worry, You can catch it if you try a few more times. Let's attack together next time. Next to the poisonous algae crocodile, another poisonous algae crocodile of similar size and darker scales spoke. It is the general under the command of the poisonous algae crocodile king, and this time it is responsible for assisting the poisonous algae crocodile prince to explore the secret realm. It is a veteran creature in the natural disaster realm. Its spiritual power accumulation has reached the limit. It only needs the power of the earth vein to directly advance to the legendary realm. Yes, the poisonous algae crocodile nodded and threw blood food to the lake again. Soon, the ghost-faced fish king of the natural disaster realm appeared again. However, the moment it appeared, the poisonous algae crocodile and its family launched an attack at the same time. Countless poisonous attacks turned into a torrent of spells, rushing towards this natural disaster realm ghost-faced fish. When has this natural disaster realm ghost-faced fish ever seen such a scene? It is no longer calm as before, and began to dive desperately, trying to escape back to the bottom of the Blood Sea Lake. This ghost-faced fish has the strength of the natural disaster realm, so it naturally has good wisdom and knows how to avoid danger. However, facing the magic bombardment without blind spots, the ghost-faced fish king is still a little short. It was corroded by the acid of the poisonous algae crocodile. Then, the poisonous algae crocodile rushed directly into the Blood Sea Lake and took it into its mouth. After chewing it slightly, it swallowed it together with the bones, and dark green blood flowed out of the mouth of the poisonous algae crocodile prince. Soon, the poisonous algae crocodile prince's eyes showed joy. The effect of this natural disaster realm ghost-faced fish king is much better than it imagined. His speed and reaction speed have increased by about 2%. The poisonous algae crocodile prince's poisonous source energy has also reached the limit of the natural disaster realm, and his physical fitness has also been trained to the limit. Any improvement is very precious. Let's go. Let's go and see it too, Chen Mo said. He is not very interested in the ghost-faced fish. Now that his body has been trained to the extreme, these ghost-faced fish have little effect on him. Something is better than nothing. More importantly, the ghost fish is too ugly and is full of bones, which makes Chen Mo lose his appetite. But seeing the endless lake, the fishing lion, blood in Chen Mo's genes moved. Since completing the fishing lion self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo has only fished in Tongshan Turtle Lake. Chen Mo was a little curious about what strange things he could catch in this blood lake. He hovered above the Blood Sea Lake, then mobilized the ice spirit power, condensed an ice crystal fishing platform, then sat on it, flicked his tail, and put it into the Blood Sea Lake. Hiss! After watching the Ice Lion King put his tail into the Blood Sea Lake and put on a fishing posture, the Emerald King Snake was confused. Your Majesty, are you fishing with your own tail, but there is no bait? Is it a willing bait? Although the Emerald King Snake was puzzled, it felt that the Ice Lion King must have his reasons for doing this, and it just had to wait. Chen Mo's weird fishing behavior did not attract much attention. After seeing the poisonous algae crocodile swallow the ghost-faced fish king and improve its strength, the other beasts in the natural disaster realm became extremely excited. They began to throw more blood and flesh into the Blood Sea Lake. They hoped to attract a second ghost-faced fish king in the natural disaster realm. For them, eating the ghost-faced fish in the king realm can no longer have much effect. Only the ghost-faced fish king in the natural disaster realm can improve them. However, the number of ghost-faced fish kings in the natural disaster realm is too rare, and most of them live in the Blood Sea Lake. As soon as the blood and flesh entered the Blood Sea Lake, they were eaten up by the ghost-faced fish school, and the smell was difficult to spread to the depths. After 10 minutes, there was no second ghost-faced fish king in the natural disaster realm. Roar! It seems that the fish kings are all in the depths of the Blood Sea Lake. If you want to catch the ghost-faced fish king, you still have to go deep into the Blood Sea Lake, the poisonous algae crocodile said. Then he took the lead and dived directly into the Blood Sea, trying to catch the second ghost-faced fish king. It is very confident in its own strength and believes that no creature in this Blood Sea Lake is its opponent. Seeing this scene, the poisonous dragon mother was also quite jealous, and the mother dragon dived into the sea of blood without hesitation. Other creatures in the natural disaster realm also dived into the water. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly felt that his tail was heavy. Finally, something has taken the bait. Chen Mo flicked his tail, and there was a massive objects like water plants on the lion's tail. If you look closely, it looks like a ball of dark green jelly. What is this? Through observation, Chen Mo quickly got the information of this ball of jelly. The blood of the Xianlong poison centipede. Quality: legendary. The blood of the mythical creature Xianlong poison centipede contains the power of extreme speed. It used to be a totem-level resource, but because of the passage of time, it has lost most of its energy. The blood of the Xianlong poison centipede? It turns out that the species of the centipede evil god is the Xianlong poison centipede. Chen Mo didn't expect to open so soon, and he caught a legendary treasure right away. You should know that this sea of blood is formed by a part of the body and blood of the evil god Xianlong poison centipede. These ghost-faced fish have extremely fast speeds because they are affected by the blood of Xianlong poison centipede. In terms of value, hundreds of natural disaster-level ghost-faced fish kings are not as good as the blood of Xianlong poison centipede in front of them. Get out of the pot, Chen Mo thought for a while and said to the Jade King Snake beside him. During this trip to the secret realm, the Jade King Snake worked hard to carry kitchen utensils including pots and grills. Your Majesty, what is this? The Jade King Snake couldn't help asking. It's odd that Chen Mo really caught something. And it was directly ready to cook, so it knew that this should be something edible. The blood of Xianlong poison centipede, a great tonic. You can eat a little later, Chen Mo replied. After all, the blood of Xianlong poison centipede was once a totem-level resource, which was not something that the Jade King Snake could bear. Even if Chen Mo shared the Taodi Lion with it, it would be useless. It can only eat a little. Chen Mo himself possesses 2 natural disaster-level self-discipline titles, Deadly Poison Lion, and Gluttonous Lion Plus. His stomach can digest everything like a smelter, so naturally the impact is not great. After setting up the cauldron, Chen Mo began to pour various hot pot seasonings into the cauldron. He was going to make a bowl of blood curd with the blood of the Xianlong poison centipede in front of him. Just as Chen Mo was cooking blood curd, other natural disaster creatures that had gone deep into the Blood Sea Lake were caught in a bitter battle. They went deep into the Blood Sea Lake, wanting to use blood and flesh to lure the Ghost-Face Fish King again. However, they did not expect to trigger a tide of Ghost-Face Fish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Disaster Level Maoxawang. Countless ghost-faced fish emerged from the depths, forming a black mass, sweeping towards the disaster beasts. The ghost-faced fish king of the disaster realm was perfectly hidden in the fish tide, quietly approaching to a certain distance before suddenly attacking. In just one encounter, more than a dozen low-level disaster beasts were bitten and eaten, and quickly devoured by the fish school. For these ghost-faced fish kings, these sudden appearances of disaster beasts are also an opportunity. There are too many fish kings in the disaster realm. There are dozens of them. They are extremely fast, hidden in the fish tide, and have extraordinary wisdom. The camp led by the poisonous algae crocodile and the camp led by the poisonous frog king quickly deployed a defensive line. The poisonous algae crocodile even took the opportunity to catch a fish king that attacked them. Roar, retreat, the fish tide is endless, and it is too dangerous to stay here. Faced with a ferocious fish school, even the poisonous algae crocodile has the idea of retreating. It wants to bring the battle to the surface of the Blood Sea Lake. It would be better if these ghost-faced fish dared to chase them out. As the poisonous algae crocodile retreated, other natural disaster beasts also wanted to return to the surface of the Blood Sea Lake. Boom! The Blood Sea Lake suddenly sounded with huge explosions, and one beast after another emerged from the Blood Sea Lake. Seeing this, Chen Mo controlled the ice-type spiritual power and created an ice curtain in an area dozens of meters around him to prevent the splashed silt from falling into the hairy blood. Your Majesty, they seem to have suffered a lot. Look at the poisonous dragon mother, she looks so embarrassed. The Emerald King Snake was a little gloating. The natural disaster beasts that escaped looked a little miserable. There were many bite marks on their limbs and bodies, and many natural disaster beasts still had many ghost-faced fish hanging on them. These were still good. A small number of natural disaster beasts were left in the depths of the Blood Sea Lake forever. After seeing the ferocity of the fish school, the natural disaster beasts were honest and did not dare to go too deep into the Blood Sea Lake. They only fished at a depth of 3 and 4 meters in the Blood Sea Lake. However, after the recent wave of fried fish, the Ghost-Face Fish King of the Disaster Realm was also attracted out. Ghost-face fish kings of the disaster realm appeared from time to time. Shenmo was not very concerned about the movements of other disaster creatures. His eyes were fixed on the Meoxuwang in front of him. The boiling red oil gurgled in the casserole, and the spicy taste of the chili peppers and the numbing taste of the peppercorns intertwined to form an invigorating aroma. Decently delicious Meoxuwang, quality, disaster grade. Meoxuwang made with the blood of the divine dragon poison centipede as the main ingredient contains the power of extreme speed. After eating, the speed will be permanently increased, and the speed will be greatly increased after 1 hour of eating. Although the cooking process is very simple, the ingredients are too top-notch, so this Meoxuwang still reaches the quality of the disaster grade. Its nutrients are not lost too much, and there is not much difference from eating directly, and there is even a short speed buff effect. Roar. It's ready to eat, Shenmo roared and took the lead in tasting it. The spicy and fresh taste stimulated his taste buds. Soon, Shenmo ate half of it. He took a look at his attribute panel and found that his agility attribute column had become 46,000, 52,000. It increased by more than 5,000. The attributes in the brackets were temporary bonuses, which were also more than 6,000 points. Shenmo was very satisfied with this improvement. When he found that the attributes were no longer increasing, Shenmo stopped eating. Eating too much still makes you get angry easily. Hiss, the Emerald King snake was only given a fist-sized piece of Meoxuwang. For its body size, it was really no different from the size of a fingernail. But after taking it, the Emerald King snake size became a little blurry. This delicacy called Meoxuwang tastes even better than the previous barbecue. Your Majesty is really amazing. In addition to the good taste, the more important thing is the effect of Meoxuwang. As soon as the Emerald King snake swallowed this small piece of Meoxuwang, it felt warm in its body, and then it found that a strange energy was strengthening its body. It suddenly felt that its body became much lighter. The speed has been greatly improved. Although the Emerald King snake had never eaten the ghost-face fish king, it could clearly feel that the effect of this dish of Meoxuwang was even better than that of the natural disaster level ghost-face fish king. Hiss, thank you, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I am willing to do anything for you. Just give me a bite when it's delicious, the Emerald King snake said with a pinched throat. Speak properly. Seeing the Emerald King snake turned into little clam, Shenmo was speechless. He saw that the Emerald King snake's faith value increased by 1 point and reached 95 points. Terrifying loyalty. Is this the power of food? Shenmo couldn't help thinking. It seems that there are no chefs in this world, and most extraordinary creatures eat raw food. Ordinary food can capture their hearts. After completing the Chef Lion, the food made by me will not be the ultimate dimensionality reduction attack? When I encounter the natural disaster spirit beasts, I will just throw out a few delicious foods, and I am afraid that I can directly conquer them. I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it, quack. When Shenmo was thinking about a plan to conquer the snowy area with gourmet food, a familiar frog croaking sound suddenly came to his ears. It was the poisonous frog king. It was holding a natural disaster level ghost-faced fish king in its mouth, and it jumped towards Shenmo and the others excitedly. This ghost-faced fish king was captured by the poisonous frog king when it went deep into the Blood Sea Lake. After catching this ghost-faced fish king, the poisonous frog king did not eat it immediately, but thought of the ice lion next to the Emerald King snake. The ice lion has the ability to make food more delicious. Before, ordinary king-level flesh and blood became so delicious after being grilled. If this fish king is processed by the ice lion, wouldn't it taste even more delicious? So the poisonous frog king jumped over excitedly. It turned out that the ice lion had set up a big pot, and the pot was filled with blood clots covered with red spicy oil, and an alluring aroma rushed straight into its nose. What kind of delicious food is this? Quack, Emerald King. What kind of delicacy is this? Can you give me some? Quack, I, the Fish King, can also share a little with you, the Toxic Frog King asked the Emerald King snake through telepathy. The Emerald King snake was about to ask Shenmo for instructions, but Shenmo had already responded in advance. Get lost. Shenmo's response was only one word. At the same time, he glared at the Toxic Frog King. A natural disaster level ghost-faced fish king wanted to exchange for the blood of the mythical creature Xianlong poison centipede. It was simply a fantasy. More importantly, he felt a sense of malice from this frog king. Shenmo's perception is now extremely sharp, and he can easily identify the hidden malice of other creatures. Does this toxic frog king have any bad ideas about him? Quack, you? Hearing Chen Mo's response, the toxic frog king was furious. It is the second in command of the toxic lord, and it can be said that it is below one beast and above 10,000 beasts in the toxic lord. There are beasts who dare to roar at it like this. Do you really think that it can be bullied just because it behaves kindly at ordinary times? The toxic frog king was about to attack. However, the next second, a feeling of fear suddenly rose in its heart, as if it was stared at by some terrifying existence. The toxic frog king instantly realized that the Emerald King Snake was not the leader, and the ice lion in front of it was the real leader. And it also had a very strong fighting power, which could make it feel a fatal threat. In a flash, the toxic frog king was still scared and did not dare to have a head-on conflict with the ice lion king. The strength of the Emerald King Snake alone was not inferior to its own, plus an even more powerful ice lion. It was not an opponent. On his side, except for the corrupted dragon mother and another high-level creature in the natural disaster realm, there was almost no one who could fight. More importantly, there were natural disaster creatures from other camps nearby. Especially the poisonous algae crocodile. Once a battle broke out, there were too many variables. It doesn't matter, when you see the yellow spring mother tree, it will be your death, the toxic frog king thought to himself. Then he came to the side of the corrupted dragon mother after a few jumps without saying a word. How much do you know about that ice lion? The toxic frog king asked. Ice lion? It's just a defeated opponent. It escaped from my hands by luck. I didn't expect that it's now with the Emerald King Snake, the corrupted dragon mother said angrily. She looked at Chen Mo and the Emerald King Snake as if she was looking at an adulterous couple. It's your defeated opponent? How is it possible? The toxic frog king couldn't believe it. He knew the strength of the corrupted dragon mother very well. At most, it was 50-50 with him. When he faced the ice lion, he didn't feel any chance of winning. The corrupted dragon mother actually said that she chased the ice lion? Was the ice lion just bluffing? No. If it didn't have enough strength and confidence, the ice lion would never dare to provoke him. The toxic frog king still believed in his intuition more. Then the corrupted dragon mother was talking nonsense. In his mind, the corrupted dragon mother was originally an unreliable image. Quack, when we reach the core of the secret realm, the yellow spring forest, I will attack them, and I will need your help then, roar. No problem. I can't wait. The flames of revenge flashed in the eyes of the corrupt dragon mother. The scene of the poisonous frog king being scared away was still seen by many natural disaster beasts. However, they did not think too much, and thought that it was the Emerald King Snake that scared the poisonous frog king away. Seeing the ice lion fishing with its tail, they couldn't help but feel a little funny. That ice lion is a bit funny. Does it really think that these ghost-faced fish are the same as ordinary fish? Can it be caught by it? I want to see when he can catch a ghost-faced fish. If he really catches it, call me. Seeing the poisonous frog king being scared away, the Emerald King Snake couldn't help but look at Chen Mo. His eyes were full of admiration. This ice lion is good in everything, but he is not interested in himself. After the poisonous frog king left, Chen Mo was too lazy to chase him. Originally, when he was in the poisonous swamp, Chen Mo still had some concerns and didn't want to fight with a three-eyed poisonous scorpion in advance. But after entering the secret realm, he really had no taboos. Because of the restrictions of the rules, creatures in the legendary realm cannot enter the secret realm. Although Chen Mo's realm has not reached a legendary realm, his combat power has reached a legendary realm, which is completely crushing for creatures in the natural disaster realm. He is the strongest existence in this secret realm. If this poisonous frog king doesn't know what's good for him and wants to continue to attack him, then he will kill him. Anyway, the beast that survived last time was not only the poisonous frog king, but also a giant-toothed flat-mouthed bat that survived. And even without a guide, Chen Mo is full of confidence in his own strength. Just push it horizontally. Because the poisonous frog king escaped too hastily, he even left the natural disaster level fish king behind. Seeing this, the Emerald King Snake bit the fish king to death and put it in the pot. Chen Mo threw his tail into the Blood Sea Lake again and continued fishing. He caught a legendary treasure for the first time, and he didn't know what he would catch next. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's luck was average. After half an hour, he still had no luck. He was not in a hurry. Hiss! At this time, the Emerald King Snake came to him, holding half of a ghost-faced fish king in its mouth. It was the ghost-faced fish king left by the poisonous frog king before. The Emerald King snake put it in the pot, and after it was cooked, it naturally gave it to Chenmo first. Roar, you eat it. Chenmo shook his head. He was not interested in the strange fish in front of him. After swallowing the blood of the Xianlong poison centipede, he had perfectly digested the extreme speed power contained in the Blood Sea Lake. The natural disaster level ghost-faced fish king in front of him could not bring him any benefit. Of course, it was mainly ugly. Seeing that Chenmo had no interest in the ghost-faced fish king, the Emerald King snake was happy. Without hesitation, he began to chew it. Hot air spewed out of its mouth. From the taste alone, the taste of fish meat is obviously better. These ghost-faced fish are ugly, but the fish meat is unexpectedly delicious. Unfortunately, the effect of the ghost-faced fish king is far inferior to the piece of hairy blood curd we ate before. Hiss, Your Majesty. Should we catch a few ghost-faced fish kings and take them back for breeding? The Emerald King snake said. In fact, it has some selfish motives. It would be a pity if this kind of delicacy can only be eaten in the secret realm. Okay, Chenmo nodded. Although he can't use it, he can take these ghost-faced fish kings back for breeding and feed them to his family. If they are cultivated on a large scale, the strength of his family can be raised to a higher level. Even if the speed power contained in the ghost-faced fish kings will gradually weaken after leaving the Blood Sea Lake, it is still a good resource after all. Then catch a few disaster-level fish kings. Chenmo saw the hairy blood curd that had not been eaten yet, and then poured part of the blood clots into the Blood Sea Lake, and the other part was condensed into ice with ice-type spiritual power and frozen above the lake's surface. The next second, the entire Blood Sea Lake was completely boiling. The momentum was even greater than when the natural disaster beasts collectively released their flesh and blood. Countless ghost-faced fish rushed out of the water to compete for the blood clots of the blood. Among them were even dozens of natural disaster-level ghost-faced fish kings. Chapter 184, Mother Dragon's Shock. The ghost-faced fish below the natural disaster level don't even have the qualifications to compete. A ghost-faced fish king just swallowed a piece of hairy blood into his mouth, and before he had time to digest it, other ghost-faced fish kings came to bite it, as if they wanted to devour it. The blood of the dragon poison centipede has a fatal attraction to every ghost-faced fish. The power of the blood was originally sealed and solidified together, and it did not leak out. But after Chenmo cooked it into hairy blood, this energy was completely stimulated. The thirst for the blood of the dragon poison centipede is almost engraved in the depths of the genes of every ghost-faced fish. So at this moment, they are completely crazy. This scene naturally attracted the attention of other natural disaster creatures. They were all stunned. What kind of powerful medicine did this ice lion pour into the lake that attracted so many ghost-faced fish? Almost half of the ghost-faced fish in the Blood Sea Lake swarmed to the location of the ice lion. Among them, there was even a fish king at the peak of the natural disaster realm. This old fish king can be said to be the most powerful existence in the Blood Sea Lake. It has great wisdom. After smelling the blood of the Xianlong poison centipede, it knew there was danger, but it still rushed out. It is extremely confident in its strength, especially its speed. Even if it can't beat it, it will definitely be no problem to escape after snatching this piece of Mother Goddess's blood. The other natural disaster beasts originally wanted to rush over and share a piece of the pie. But seeing the dense school of fish, these natural disaster beasts finally retreated and decided to wait and see. That ice lion is going to be miserable, the corrupt dragon mother was ecstatic. I didn't expect this ice lion to be so suicidal. Facing the crazy school of fish, even it can't say that it will definitely escape. After the old fish king devoured the ghost-faced fish that devoured the blood of the Xianlong poison centipede with absolute time, he jumped into the air again and rushed towards Chenmo, worried that these ghost-faced fish would run away after eating. Chenmo also left some hairy blood by his side. Absolute Zero, seeing the oncoming ghost-faced fish king and the school of fish, Chenmo's ice source energy surged. The next second, as the ice and snow flew, the whole world seemed to freeze. With him as the center, everything within a radius of nearly 100 meters seemed to have been paused, including the ghost-faced old fish king who was already in front of him. At this moment, it was only 1 meter away from the piece of hairy blood in front of Chenmo, but it was strangely still in midair. The short distance of 1 meter seemed like a natural moat. Then, Chenmo released a series of small ice tornadoes, which directly froze the dozen or so natural disaster-level ghost-faced fish kings completely. Pack them up and take them away. Time stillness lasted only 5 seconds. It takes a lot of original energy to still the creatures at the peak of the natural disaster realm. It was also because this ghost-faced old fish king was too confident in his speed and dared to rush into Chenmo's face. This gave Chenmo a chance. Use absolute zero to freeze it and easily subdue it. Otherwise, it would probably take some time. Seeing this scene, the natural disaster beasts watching on the side were stunned. The fish king at the peak of the natural disaster realm was subdued just like that? No, buddy, you are so powerful. What shocked them even more was the ability similar to time-stopping released by Chenmo. Now this ice lion is used on the ghost-faced fish king, but if a battle breaks out, most of the natural disaster creatures will find it difficult to resist it if it is used on them. When did such a terrible ice natural disaster appear in the poisonous territory? The poisonous frog king was also scared. This ice lion used its strength to show what there is still a gap even at the peak of the natural disaster realm. It can kill the fish king at the peak of the natural disaster realm in seconds. With its strength, it is far from being an opponent. This ice lion is a descendant of mythology, and it has trained its strength to the extreme, reaching the level of invincibility in the natural disaster realm. Fortunately, it was scared before. It looked at the corrupt dragon mother beside it with a suspicious look. Are you sure you chased that ice lion before? Roar. The corrupt dragon mother was also dumbfounded, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Obviously, a month ago, the ice lion was chased and beaten by me, and now it has grown to this level? Is it so exaggerated? A chill rose in its heart. With the terrifying growth rate of the ice lion, do I still have the chance to take back the treasure? Not to mention taking back the treasure, I may face the siege of this ice lion and the Emerald King snake. But soon, the corrupt dragon mother thought of something again, and the flames of revenge ignited in her deep green pupils again. As long as I can fight for the Huanquan fruit, after taking it, even if I can't break through the legendary realm, I can reach the limit of the natural disaster realm. By then, this ice lion will naturally not be my opponent. I still have a chance. Pack them all up and take them away. After knocking out all these natural disaster level ghost-faced fish kings and freezing them, Chenmo handed them all to the Emerald King snake to carry. The vitality of the natural disaster level ghost-faced fish kings is amazing. Even if they are frozen for a few years, there will be no big problems. Hence the Emerald King snake hung the ghost-faced fish kings on its body one by one. It was very happy to serve as a tool for doing miscellaneous things. It would be great if there was a storage magic weapon like a storage ring, Chenmo couldn't help thinking. It's not that there is no chance at all. When I complete the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion, master the original energy of space, and add the forging process of Weapon Lion, maybe I can create a space magic weapon for storage. Just as Chenmo's thoughts were spreading, the voice of the poisonous algae crocodile prince suddenly came from his heart. He communicated with Chenmo quietly through telepathy. Roar. Ice Lion, how about we unite? Roar. I feel that the poisonous frog king and the giant fanged flat-mouthed bat are a little wrong. I suspect that they may have been instructed by the three-eyed poisonous scorpion and are planning something unfavorable to us. Hearing this, Chenmo was a little surprised. He originally thought that this poisonous algae crocodile prince was a second-generation beast who looked down on beasts, but he didn't expect that it also noticed that the poisonous frog king was wrong. It was much more cautious than expected. Okay, Chenmo nodded. He didn't feel any malice in the poisonous algae crocodile, so it was okay to cooperate. Let's pretend we don't know each other. If a conflict breaks out, we hope we can help each other, the prince of the poisonous algae crocodile spoke through telepathy. Originally, the Ice Lion and the Emerald King Snake seemed to be partners that it could cooperate with, but it didn't want to personally come forward to win them over. But after Chenmo showed his terrifying strength, the poisonous algae crocodile regarded him as an equal. Chenmo nodded and replied calmly with a good. After Chenmo caught more than a dozen natural disaster-level ghost-faced fish kings in a row, the remaining ghost-faced fish kings trembled and dared not to surface. The other natural disaster beasts could not even see a ghost-faced fish king. Several beasts looked at the Emerald King Snake next to Chenmo. They were very envious of the ghost-faced fish king on the Emerald King Snake. But after thinking about it, they still didn't dare to take action. That Ice Lion was too scary. Quack, let's continue our journey. The poisonous frog king prepared to go deep into the secret realm and head to the second area, the poisonous insect valley. Seeing that they couldn't catch the kingfish, All the natural disaster beasts were not interested. Seeing the poisonous Frog King rushing to the depths of the secret realm, they naturally followed him. On the other side, Chen Mo caught another natural disaster level divine medicine, and then he was empty-handed. Seeing that the large army was ready to move forward, he and the Emerald King Snake also followed. The most important goal of this trip is the Huanquan tree fruit, to improve his strength as much as possible, and then defeat the three-eyed scorpion. Master the core of the earth veins of the poisonous territory and impact the legendary realm. As long as he becomes the overlord of the poisonous territory, this Huanquan mother nest secret realm will naturally be controlled by him. At that time, he can come to fish whenever he wants. After flying for about 40 minutes, Chen Mo finally flew out of this blood sea lake. It is called a lake, but the actual area is almost the same as the ocean. After flying out of the blood sea lake, a huge valley came into view. On both sides of the valley are regular continuous peaks, which are a section of the body of the Xianlong poison centipede. A layer of crimson fog shrouded the valley, and visibility was extremely low. Even though Chen Mo has the title of Observation Lion, an amazing vision, he cannot completely see through the fog. The valley bottom is muddy and rotten leaves are piled up, breeding countless strange red plants. They compete with each other for beauty, but also reveal a strange vitality. Hiss, Your Majesty, this valley is so strange, I feel like it is alive. This strange valley makes the Emerald King Snake feel creepy. Quack, this red fog is poisonous and will continue to corrode your vitality. And it is very sticky, which will greatly affect your forward speed, the poisonous Frog King said seriously. Quack, all beasts follow closely. Once lost in the red fog, it is very likely that you will die without a burial place. Quack, we must rush to this area in one go. If any beast is scared, you can return the same way now. Hearing this, several natural disaster beasts chose to go back. But most of them chose to continue moving forward. Now that we are here, through the poisonous insect valley, we can reach the yellow spring forest where magical medicines and spiritual plants are everywhere. Moreover, the great beasts of natural disasters follow their leaders and naturally could not flee in fear. Quack, everyone, follow me. The poisonous Frog King still took the lead in entering the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, the red plants around the poisonous Frog King came to life, either stretching their branches or turning into vines to attack the poisonous Frog King. The plants in the valley are extremely sensitive to the breath of strange creatures, and once they find them, they will attack without hesitation. However, these strange plants that are not even in the King realm naturally cannot hurt the poisonous Frog King at all. The poisonous Frog King is even too lazy to defend and allows these plants to attack it. The intensity of this attack is no different from massage. The real threat comes from the corrosive flying insects in the red fog. These flying insects are as big as fists, similar to mosquitoes, and their wings are bright red. Their mouth parts are twisted and deformed, as if they are a combination of saw teeth and drill bits, and they are extremely sharp. These poisonous insects have the ability to corrode everything. The juice they secrete can corrode all flesh, steel, and even spiritual power. Of course, this juice is actually a toxin. Corrosive poison. Even if they are killed, their blood still has the power of corrosion, which will continue to erode the spiritual shield. In response, the poisonous Frog King's tongue is like a vine whip, constantly extending and retracting, and directly swallowing the corrosive flying insects into its mouth. Its speed is so fast that a series of afterimages appear. The poisonous Frog King has a strong poison in its body, and its poison resistance is also ridiculously high. Although this corrosive poison will cause it some damage, it can completely withstand it. After the poisonous Frog King entered the poisonous insect valley, its followers and the corrupt dragon mother followed closely behind it. Then came the giant tusk flat-mouth bat, which used some kind of petrification ability to completely turn itself into a moving stone. The breath of life completely dissipated. All the poisonous insects and poisonous gases were ignored. Its followers also used this ability. Petrification is likely to be the talent of the giant tusk flat-mouth bat, or they have practiced in advance to deal with the poisonous insect valley. The giant tusk flat-mouth bat is relatively stress-free. The poisonous algae crocodile prince and the poisonous algae crocodile army also followed. As soon as they entered the valley, the poisonous algae crocodile found that its speed was greatly affected. Walking through the red fog was like walking in a sticky swamp. To the poisonous algae crocodiles, this speed of movement was almost the same as that of a turtle. To deal with the poisonous insects, The poisonous algae crocodiles used the abilities of hardening and iron wall, and also pulled up their defense to the maximum. However, they were not completely immune to the corrosive poison secreted by the corrosive flying insects, and there were cracks on their scales. These corrosive poisonous insects were also affected by the remains of the Xianlong poisonous centipede, and possessed a trace of the power of the law. Even if this trace of the power of the law was only 1/1000th, it could still cause damage to them. Seeing this, the poisonous algae crocodiles were not panicked. The poisonous algae crocodile clan was originally known for its strong vitality. The poisonous algae on their bodies can heal injuries very quickly. The scales just cracked, and under the caress of the poisonous algae, they quickly recovered. With their strong recovery ability, they can completely resist the bites of poisonous insects. Roar, let's go! Chen Mo also followed. The moment it entered the poisonous insect valley, it released the evil suppression field, just covering itself, the Emerald King snake, and the colorful butterfly. Instantly, the invisible force spread all around. Under the pressure of this force, the red mist obediently scattered. The poisonous flying insects were instantly crushed under the pressure of this evil suppressing force. A red blood rain fell around Chenmo. It was all the remains and juice of the poisonous flying insects. Under the effect of the evil suppressing field, it seemed that there was an invisible giant umbrella above Chenmo, directly blocking all the blood rain. The other poisonous flying insects were naturally not fools. After discovering the great terror here, they evacuated and turned to attack other targets. The area around Chenmo turned out to be a dust-free land. Under the evil suppressing field, no poisonous flying insect could get close to Chenmo. Not to mention that after equipping Deadly Poison Lion, Chenmo could be immune to any toxins below the totem level, and these poisonous insects could not pose any threat to him. Compared with the coping methods of other natural disaster beasts, the domain power displayed by Chenmo seemed extremely domineering. Crush all the way. Chapter 185 The miraculous medicine mysteriously disappeared. Seeing the blood rain falling down, the Emerald King snake and the colorful butterfly following closely behind Chenmo felt extremely relieved. Looking at the other natural disaster beasts struggling to walk through the red fog, they all felt an inexplicable sense of relief and superiority in their hearts. This feeling is like the pedestrians outside the house hurriedly taking shelter from the rain in the pouring rain, while I am playing with my mobile phone comfortably in the house, blowing the heater. Roar, moving forward all the way, less than 10 minutes after entering the poisonous insect valley, a terrifying roar of beasts suddenly came from the front. Then, Chenmo saw a shadow leopard rushing out of the red fog in front and running wildly in the opposite direction. The spiritual shield on the body of this shadow leopard has been almost eaten up by the poisonous flying insects, but it did not continue to build a new spiritual shield. Obviously, the spiritual power in the body has been exhausted and there is no time to replenish it. Under the bite of poisonous insects, the speed of spiritual energy consumption is amazing. It is difficult for spiritual beasts with insufficient foundation to resist it. At this moment, the shadow leopard desperately ran back, trying to leave the poison insect valley. In fact, it was completely desperate. It would take 10 minutes to run back, and it couldn't hold on until then. At this time, the shadow leopard saw the dust-free land around Chenmo. Neither the poisonous insects nor the red fog could get close to the ice lion. Roar, save me. The shadow leopard looked at Chenmo with a begging look, but it didn't approach Chenmo rashly. It still remembered the scene of the Ice Lion King instantly killing the peak of the natural disaster ghost-faced Fish King. This ice lion is very cruel. Very scary. Rashly approaching will only accelerate its own death. However, to its surprise, the powerful Ice Lion King nodded slightly, and was willing to lend a helping hand to it. Chenmo's current mentality is completely casual. This shadow leopard is a natural disaster beast in another area of the poisonous territory. It does not belong to the major camps. It is considered a loose cultivator with the strength of the middle level of the natural disaster. It would be nice to subdue it as a family. The strength of the middle-level natural disaster can completely walk sideways on the blue star. Even in the snowy area, it can be called a strong man. It's just that Chenmo's extraordinary level is too fast, so he thinks that the middle-level natural disaster is just so-so. Seeing the ice lion nod, the shadow leopard instantly ignited hope in his heart. It had also asked other natural disaster beasts for help before, and many of them were its friends, but it only responded with indifference or ignored. Unexpectedly, the ice lion, who had no intersection with each other, was willing to save it. The shadow leopard burst out at its fastest speed. Finally, at the last moment when the aura shield was broken, it rushed to Chenmo's side. The next second, the shadow leopard found that he was safe and sound, and those deadly poisonous flying insects were isolated outside the invisible field. The white ice lion on his body moved forward leisurely, obviously extremely mysterious and powerful. "Oh, Lord Ice Lion, thank you for your help," the shadow leopard thanked sincerely. Chenmo nodded in response, and found that his faith value had reached 82 points. It was already a very high value. It was not surprising. Rescue at the critical moment of life and death often makes people more grateful. The same is true for beasts. The next journey. From time to time, there are natural disaster beasts that choose to go back because they can't hold on. They didn't think of going back until their spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Many natural disaster beasts chose to go back after feeling that they had a high probability of not being able to get out of the poison insect valley. However, their way back was not smooth. In addition to poisonous insects and poisonous grass, it is also extremely difficult to travel through the red fog with extremely low visibility. It's easy to get lost. Once lost, you will be trapped in the poison insect valley and can't find the way out. Compared with the Blood Sea Lake, this poison insect valley is obviously much more dangerous. The Blood Sea Lake is actually not very dangerous. As long as you stay above the lake, you will hardly encounter any danger. But this poison insect valley was full of dangers before. Another 10 minutes passed. At this speed, when can we get out of the poison insect valley? Chenmo was somewhat disgusted with the large group for being too slow. Because of the evil suppression field, he was not affected by the red fog. In his eyes, the speed of other natural disaster creatures was about the same as turtle speed. Follow closely. We will go one step ahead. After thinking about it, Chenmo decided to leave the large group and head to the core area of the secret realm, the Yellow Spring Forest, alone. Since the Toxic Frog King could find the way to the Yellow Spring Forest the first time he came, there was no reason why he couldn't find it himself. The next second, the Ice Lion danced with its limbs, bursting out at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, the Emerald King Snake, the colorful butterfly and the shadow leopard quickly burst out at their fastest speed and desperately followed. If they couldn't keep up, they would really die. Swish! Like a white lightning, Chenmo passed directly through the middle of the large group. Seeing the fast-moving Ice Lion, the Toxic Frog King, the Toxic Algae Crocodile Prince and other beasts were stunned. Before they could react, they could no longer see Chenmo. It seems like something just ran over. Oh my god, this red fog can't affect it at all. The beasts of the natural disaster were full of thoughts. Looking at the figure that had disappeared long ago, they couldn't help but wonder why the gap between beasts was so big. In the field of evil suppression, Chenmo exerted his speed to the extreme. At the same time, his golden eyes emitted a faint blue light. Observing the situation in front, Ice Eyes has the power to penetrate the fog. Chenmo found that the road to the poisonous insect valley was not tortuous, and there were few forks. Just go straight ahead. It's just that the existence of red fog can easily make beasts lost. It only took about 20 minutes. Chenmo rushed out of the poisonous insect valley shrouded in red fog, and what appeared in front of him was a primeval forest. The layers of trees covered the sky, and only a few rays of sunlight shone through the gaps. The trunks were as thick as giants who had experienced vicissitudes. The ancient trees were towering, and a wild breath came to the face. Is this the core area of the secret realm? Hiss! The Emerald King Snake made a pleasant sound. The air here was filled with extremely rich poisonous spiritual power, which made it feel very comfortable. The shadow leopard was panting. In order to keep up with Chenmo, it felt that it had exhausted all its physical strength. But at this moment, it still felt a little unbelievable. It actually rushed out of the poison insect valley so quickly? It was incredible. It roughly estimated the distance in its mind. It would probably take at least half a day for the large army to get here. You can go find the treasure yourself, Chenmo spoke through telepathy. Roar, Lord Lion, I want to follow you, the shadow leopard said respectfully. The Ice Lion in front of him was simply a super thigh, and he also saved his life. The shadow leopard naturally wanted to become Chenmo's family. Yes, Chenmo nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and activated the ability of treasure hunt. This ability comes from the little white mouse. One of the effects of Totem Lion Plus is that you can obtain the talents and abilities of your own family, and obtain a certain degree of increase. Xiaobei has now grown into a king-level being, and his innate ability, Treasure Hunt, has also been upgraded. After releasing Treasure Hunt, Shenmue felt like he had turned into a radar. In his perception, several little red dots appeared in a 1,000-mile radius. These little red dots are the coordinates of the treasure. Follow me, Shenmue said to the Emerald King Snake calmly through telepathy. After saying that, he waved the ice crystal directly and rushed to the location of the first little red dot at lightning speed. In front of him was a purple plant with spherical fruits, Solanum fruit, quality, natural disaster grade. It contains the original spiritual power of the poison system and has extremely strong toxins. Ordinary creatures will be moderate after taking it, and poisonous creatures can increase their extraordinary level after eating it. It also has the effect of restoring injuries. Take it. Shenmue picked the nightshade fruit and threw it directly to the Emerald King Snake that had just arrived behind him. Hiss! The Emerald King Snake was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took the nightshade fruit. After discovering that it was a natural disaster-level divine medicine, it immediately flattered. Hiss! As expected of His Majesty, he found a natural disaster-level divine medicine so quickly. Follow me. The Emerald King Snake had not yet reacted, but found that a figure of the Swanee in front of it had disappeared, and it hurriedly chased after it. As a result, in less than 2 minutes, Swanee threw another natural disaster-level spiritual plant over. Hallucinogenic mushroom, quality, natural disaster grade, contains a certain neurotoxin, and after taking it, real but absurd hallucinations will appear. Effective for creatures of legendary realm and below, this hallucinogenic mushroom can be said to be very good. It is a natural disaster-level spiritual plant, but it can produce effects on legendary creatures. If it is cultivated on a large scale, it can also become a killer weapon of the Ice Lion Legion in the future. Hiss! If you say that finding 1 or 2 natural disaster-level divine medicines can be said to be luck, but every 2 minutes, Swanee can accurately harvest natural disaster-level divine medicines or minerals. It can only be said that your Majesty's ability in treasure hunting is also very terrifying. In the following time, Shenmue kept shuttling in the Yellow Spring Forest to collect divine medicines or minerals. Take it, hiss colorful butterfly, take this hallucinogenic mushroom, Yi. The Emerald King Snake, the colorful butterfly and the shadow leopard completely became Shenmue's tool beasts for carrying natural disaster divine medicines, minerals and spiritual plants. During this period, Shenmue exuded his own breath, and ordinary creatures did not dare to approach after feeling this terrifying breath. The Emerald King Snake has been completely convinced by Shenmue. If it had not followed Swanee to the Yellow Spring Mother Nest's secret realm, the Emerald King Snake would have suspected that Swanee was the indigenous person of this secret realm. It was just like returning to his own home 4 hours later. Shenmue found 2 more blue-purple gems that emitted a faint fluorescence. Cat's Eye Toxic Gemstone, quality, disaster grade, highly toxic, contains the original spiritual power of the poison system. After consuming it, poisonous creatures can upgrade their extraordinary level. It has a very high hardness and can be used to forge weapons. They caught all the disaster-level divine medicines and ores within a radius of 100 kilometers. Shenmue even felt that it was a waste of time to pick some king-level divine medicines. Take it, hiss, Your Majesty, I can't swallow it. The mouth of the Emerald King Snake was stuffed. There's a storage space in its abdomen. Normally, it will swallow treasures and store them in its abdomen. But at this moment, its abdomen is completely filled. In addition, the Emerald King Snake is also covered with various spiritual plants and divine medicines, and the same is true for the 7-colored butterfly and the shadow leopard. Huangquan Forest is indeed a core area, and it is almost full of treasures. In just 4 hours, more than 200 plants of natural disaster-level divine medicine, more than 120 pieces of natural disaster-level minerals, and 2 mineral veins have been harvested. Unfortunately, these 2 mineral veins are too large to fit. After the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion is completed, the space ring will be made. Shenmue's mind became more and more determined to make the space ring. But these treasures are enough. A wave of fat. These divine medicine plants can fully cultivate 4-5 creatures at the peak of the natural disaster realm. It is even several times more than the wealth accumulated by the corrupt Dragon Mother in her lifetime. This is just a part of the exploration of the Yellow Spring Forest. The number of treasures hidden in the entire forest is simply unimaginable. Although Shenmue's current extraordinary level has reached the peak of the natural disaster realm, these natural disaster level treasures are actually not very effective for him. but they can be taken out for large-scale planting, or used to make extraordinary dishes, or forge weapons. After I complete, Chef Lion, these divine medicines will be able to play a huge role. It's a pity that I can't find the location of the yellow spring fruit tree. Chenmo's main goal for this trip was the yellow spring fruit tree. Unfortunately, after searching for such a long time, he didn't see the shadow of the yellow spring fruit tree. The poisonous frog kings should be out now, Chenmo estimated the time and thought to himself. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the exit of the poisonous insect valley to have a look. And just as Chenmo was returning, the poisonous frog king led a large army and finally successfully walked out of the poisonous insect valley. However, the losses were heavy. There were more than 300 natural disaster beasts that entered the secret realm, but now there were only more than 100 left. Among them, more than a dozen died in the Blood Sea Lake, and the rest did not finish walking through the poisonous insect valley. Except for a few who ran back, the others became food for the poisonous flying insects. Roar, is this the yellow spring forest? Looking at the deep primeval forest in front of him, Prince Toxic Algae Crocodile was a little emotional. Quack, there are treasures everywhere in the yellow spring forest. You can search around first. We will gather here later and then go to the location of the yellow spring fruit tree, the Toxic Frog King said. According to the instructions of the three-eyed poison scorpion, it should immediately lead the beasts to the location of the yellow spring fruit tree and sacrifice them all to the yellow spring fruit tree. But the Frog King wanted to let these beasts help him do some work first. After all, the yellow spring forest is too vast, and it is difficult to collect magic medicine. The resources collected by these natural disaster beasts will eventually fall into its hands. Hearing this, the natural disaster beasts of the four camps came out in full force and began to search for magic medicine in the forest. However, they soon discovered that although the spiritual energy in this forest was extremely rich, the strange thing was that they could not even find a natural disaster level magic medicine. Chapter 186, Legendary Creature Yellow Spring Fruit Tree. The beasts returned to the exit without finding anything. The Toxic Algae Crocodile Prince looked at the Toxic Frog King with a suspicious look. Roar, are you sure there are a lot of resources in this forest? That shouldn't be the case. There were a lot of natural disaster level divine medicines here when I came here last time. The Toxic Frog King was also confused. When other natural disaster beasts went to search for resources, it naturally looked for treasures in the same direction. However, it didn't even see the shadow of natural disaster level resources. Could it be that some unknown existence has already plundered everything here before us? The Toxic Frog King felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. He didn't think about Chenmo, because the Ice Lion arrived only a few hours earlier than them. In just a few hours, could it still plunder all the treasures in such a large forest? Poisonous frog, could the so-called yellow spring fruit tree not exist? A venomous bee asked suspiciously. It came from the crazy bee leader next to the toxic leader, and was also in existence at the peak of the natural disaster realm. The yellow spring fruit tree naturally exists, the Toxic Frog King said somewhat depressedly. There is no benefit in deceiving you. After the other beasts come back, I will take you to the location of the yellow spring fruit tree, but there is a red blood dragon guarding there, which is very difficult to deal with. While waiting, the other natural disaster beasts also returned one after another. Without exception, all of them found nothing. At this time, Chenmo, who had not found the yellow spring fruit tree for a long time, also returned to the entrance. Looking at the Emerald King Snake and the seven-colored butterfly, which were full of natural disaster level treasures, the Toxic Frog King and other natural disaster beasts finally knew where the missing magic medicine and treasures had gone. They were all looted by this Ice Lion. I don't know what means this Ice Lion used, but it actually accurately found the location of all the natural disaster level treasures in the nearby area, and then looted them all in just a few hours. Seeing this, the Toxic Frog King showed an envious and greedy expression on his face, but he was ecstatic in his heart. It doesn't matter, these treasures will all be his next. The eyes of other natural disaster beasts showed more or less greed and desire. Even the Prince of Poisonous Algae Crocodile was a little tempted by this number of treasures. However, on the one hand, it was afraid of the strength of the Ice Lion, and on the other hand, they had just established an alliance in secret to face the crisis that might come next. Although these natural disaster level resources are precious, they are still not as good as the fruit of the yellow spring tree. Roar, Ice Lion, can you give me a natural disaster medicine? You can't grasp so many natural disaster-level resources, a purple crystal poisonous scorpion said. It is a family of the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, belonging to the camp of the poisonous frog king, and a high-level natural disaster. Shenmo was too lazy to pay attention to it. This guy is purely whimsical. Seeing that the ice lion didn't pay any attention to him, the purple crystal poisonous scorpion looked around and found that many natural disaster beasts were eager to try, with greed in their eyes. When the gains of the adventure far exceed the risks, many people will choose to take risks. These natural disaster beasts have the same idea at this moment. Seeing this, the purple crystal poison scorpion made a cold and low voice, "Everyone, come together, it can't block the attacks of so many beasts." The extraordinary level displayed by this ice lion is only the high level of the natural disaster realm. Although it killed the ghost-faced fish king instantly before, the time stillness field can only cover the area of 100 meters around it, as long as it doesn't get close. With so many beasts besieging together, this ice lion is likely not a match. Even if it is strong, can it withstand the siege of so many natural disaster beasts? Whoosh! After inciting the beasts, the purple crystal poison scorpion did not dare to be careless and used its most powerful long-range attack spell. A poison needle ejected from its scorpion tail and flew towards the ice lion at a very fast speed. Seeing that the purple crystal poison scorpion took the lead in attacking the ice lion, many natural disaster beasts suddenly jumped up and also wanted to get a piece of the pie. A high-level natural disaster purple dark fox used the phantom clone to transform into 3 clones, each of which condensed a continuous poisonous storm and swept towards Shenmo the spirit of mushrooms, the giant poisonous powder moth. More than a dozen natural disaster beasts attacked Shenmo at the same time. Facing the attacks of the beasts, the ice lion was extremely calm. He didn't even dodge. The speed of the purple crystal scorpion's poison needle exceeded 10 times the speed of sound, and it hit the ice lion's body first. However, it only made a ding sound, and it didn't break the defense. Shenmo's physique has long been trained to the extreme, and the strength of his skin is comparable to that of a legendary creature. Naturally, the poison needle can't pierce his skin. The toxins contained in the poison needle are completely immune to the deadly poison lion. The attacks of other natural disaster beasts followed one after another, but none of them had any effect on the ice lion. Seeing this scene, the natural disaster beasts that launched the attack were dumbfounded. They were either ready to escape or ready to attack again. However, the next second, a chill quickly spread from the ice lion to the surroundings. Then, whether it was the amethyst poison scorpion or the mushroom spirit, all the natural disaster beasts that had just launched the attack stopped in place, and a thick layer of frost appeared on their bodies. In an instant, the blood and tissue fluid in their bodies were all condensed into ice, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Frost condensation, then the ice storm swept towards them, and these ice sculptures instantly shattered into ice mist and dissipated on the spot. Only a few demon pills emitting a powerful aura were left on the spot. In an instant, more than a dozen natural disaster beasts that had attacked were wiped out. After killing more than a dozen high-level natural disaster beasts that had attacked in seconds, the natural disaster beasts that were originally ready to move and blinded by desire instantly calmed down. The strength of this ice lion is really terrible. Even the poisonous algae crocodile prince and the poisonous frog king were shocked. This ice lion is even more powerful than them. Stop. Ice lion king, don't be angry. Seeing this, the toxic frog king was shocked, but he quickly played the role of peacemaker. Where is the yellow spring fruit tree? Take us there, Shenmo said calmly. Although it was a question, his tone contained an unquestionable domineering aura. Quack. I'll take you there right now. The toxic frog king showed a flattering smile on his face, but cursed in his heart. Of course, it was not for the natural disaster beasts killed by the Ice Lion King. It was because of the Ice Lion King's attack that he lost more than a dozen sacrifices at once. What a waste. What a conceit. You will be honest when you see the yellow spring fruit tree. Then I will imprison you and let you make delicious food for me for the rest of your life. The toxic frog king fantasized for a while, then quickly jumped to the east. Shenmo transformed into ice crystal wings and followed. Seeing this, the other natural disaster beasts also hurriedly followed. After traveling through the yellow spring forest for about an hour, they still did not reach their destination. During this time, the algae poison crocodile prince contacted Shenmo through telepathy. Ice Lion King, have you found anything wrong? What's wrong? There are too few powerful creatures here. After flying for such a long time, I haven't seen even a creature in the disaster realm, the algae poison crocodile prince said. This is unreasonable, logically speaking, with a concentration of spiritual energy in the Yellow Spring Forest and the disaster-level treasures everywhere, there should be many creatures in the disaster realm. But along the way, the strongest existence they encountered was only the King realm. Yet, Chenmo nodded. In fact, he discovered this strange thing when he was searching for treasures before. Chenmo had a rough guess in his mind. There might be a powerful predator here that feeds on creatures in the disaster realm. But he didn't take it to heart. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. Dozens of disaster beasts flew for about another hour. Finally, they arrived in front of a mountain several thousand meters high. The bright blood-red water fell vertically from the top of the mountain, forming a huge blood-red waterfall, making a thunderous rumbling sound. Gwa, we are here, the Huanquan fruit tree is behind this waterfall, the poisonous frog king pointed at the waterfall and said. It seemed to know that the other natural disaster beasts were worried. It gathered strength in its legs, jumped hard, and jumped directly into the waterfall. As before, Chenmo activated the crisis premonition, and then his heart shuddered. Behind this waterfall, there is something that can threaten him. But in the end, Chenmo still waved his ice crystal wings and entered the waterfall. This sense of crisis is not a life and death crisis. As long as you pay a little attention, it should not be a big problem. There is indeed a different world inside the waterfall. What comes into view is a blood-red lake of not too big or small, and the color of the lake water is very similar to the previous Blood Sea Lake. And in the center of this lake, there is a huge towering ancient tree. This ancient tree is more than a kilometer tall, looks weird, and looks a bit like a banyan tree. Both the branches and leaves are obviously red. Its branches twisted and twisted like a dragon. And each branch had countless densely packed small branches extending from it. From a distance, each branch looked like a millipede, which was a bit weird. It was full of crimson fruits, which exuded an attractive luster, but also had a weird aura. It was the biggest goal of the group of beasts, the Huanquan fruit tree. Chenmo immediately began to observe the towering Huanquan fruit tree in front of him. He did not immediately get the panel information of the Huanquan fruit tree. The weird thing was that Chenmo did not get the relevant panel information immediately. This was a bit strange. Only when it came to creatures stronger than oneself, would it take a long time of observation to get information. Even if it was a legendary treasure, Chenmo could get its general information in an instant. After observing for about a minute, Chenmo finally got the attribute panel of the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree. Yellow Spring Fruit Tree, asexual, level, low legend constitution. 5.12 W agility. 9,423 strength. 4.95 W soul. 5.14 W abilities, poison root transformation, poison leaf storm, scorpion transformation, death coil comprehensive combat power. 521 W 544 W. Before he immediately found out the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree panel, Chenmo had a general premonition in his heart, but when he really saw the attribute panel, Chenmo was still a little surprised. The Yellow Spring Fruit Tree in front of him was not a dead thing. It was a self-aware existence. What was even more terrifying was that its extraordinary level had reached a legendary realm. Although from the perspective of comprehensive combat power, it should be a creature that had just been promoted to the legendary realm. But after all, it was the legendary realm, and there was a qualitative difference between it and the ordinary peak creatures of the natural disaster realm. As for the red blood dragon, Chenmo found that it was just a clone created by the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree with a branch. Chenmo glanced at the poisonous frog king and the flat-mouthed giant-toothed bat not far away. With their strength, it is impossible to escape from the hands of this Huanquan fruit tree. Then it is very likely that they, or the three-eyed poisonous scorpion behind them, have reached some kind of deal with the Huanquan fruit tree in front of them. These natural disaster beasts, the poisonous frog king deliberately brought them here, and it is very likely that he wants to sacrifice them all to the Huanquan fruit tree in front of him. This is also the reason why Chenmo felt malice in the poisonous frog king before. Chenmo, who roughly guessed a cause and effect, was not panicked at all. The comprehensive combat power of this Huanquan fruit tree is not much higher than his own, and it may not be his opponent. Moreover, the biggest shortcoming of this Huanquan fruit tree is that its body cannot move long distances, or even cannot move at all. In this case, there is a lot of room for operation. After thinking about it, Chenmo began to mobilize the spiritual power in his body without making a sound. and began to arrange some spells that can be cast instantly and produce great power in advance. Quack, these blood-red fruits are the fruits of the yellow spring tree, the toxic frog king said, then leaped up, and after jumping several times on the lake, he rushed straight to one of the yellow spring tree fruits. He wanted to pick it. But the next second, a huge noise suddenly came from the blood lake. Then a ferocious red giant dragon with red scales and spikes like dry branches broke out of the water. Its eyes were blazing, and a deep red breath came out of its mouth, sweeping towards the toxic frog king. The toxic frog king dodged quickly, and at the critical moment, he narrowly avoided the highly corrosive dragon breath. After a few jumps, it returned to the shore. The red blood dragon hovered in the air, looking at the giant beasts on the shore with indifference, but did not continue to attack. Quack, as you can see, there is a guardian beast near this huinquan fruit tree. It is a beast at the peak of the natural disaster realm and is extremely ferocious. However, as long as it leaves a certain range of the huinquan fruit tree, it will not take the initiative to attack. Quack, it is extremely fast and its attacks are extremely fierce. If you want to get the huinquan fruit, you must defeat it first. How about we join forces? Hiss. Yes, the flat-mouthed giant toothbat camp was the first to agree. Hiss, we didn't get a huinquan fruit last time because we were not strong enough. This time, if we all work together, we will definitely be able to kill this red blood dragon. And this red blood dragon itself is also a good treasure. Chapter 187 Battle Legend. Hearing this, more than a dozen natural disaster beasts attacked together. The poisonous algae crocodile prince hesitated a little, but did not hesitate for too long and rushed towards the huinquan fruit. Although he vaguely felt the existence of a conspiracy, the huinquan fruit was real. Although the red blood dragon in front of him was powerful, it could not threaten him. There seemed to be no threat to his existence here. While the poisonous frog king was holding the red blood dragon, it could pick the fruits on the huinquan fruit tree. Whoosh! Almost all the natural disaster beasts took action. If they were slow, it would be bad if these huinquan fruits were picked up by other natural disaster beasts. Many natural disaster beasts held the same idea as the poisonous algae crocodile prince and did not attack the red blood dragon. They aimed directly at the huinquan fruit. Boom! Boom! However, when they were still 100 meters away from the huinquan fruit, they all felt a sense of dizziness. The sky was spinning, and the whole world seemed to be shaking violently. I'm poisoned. The poisonous algae crocodile prince reacted immediately and immediately activated his spiritual power. The purple poisonous algae on the surface of his body emitted a faint fluorescence. The poisonous algae covering his body not only contained a deadly poison, but also had the effect of purifying and detoxifying. However, what frightened the poisonous algae crocodile prince was that the detoxification did not have much effect. He still felt dizzy, and his body began to be paralyzed. The body and the spiritual power in his body were imprisoned by some strange power. How is it possible? The poisonous algae crocodile prince was extremely stunned. Ordinary toxins can't have any effect on him at all. Unless this silent and odorless poison is a legendary poison or above. The poisonous algae crocodile prince looked around, and all the natural disaster beasts near the huinquan fruit tree showed similar symptoms to him. Some of them even lost consciousness and fell into the blood lake. Including all the poisonous algae crocodile clans sent by his father to protect him this time. There were only two beasts that were exceptions. The poisonous frog king and the flat-mouthed giant fangbat. Before he could think more, the next second, Prince Poisonous Algae Crocodile suddenly had a strong sense of crisis. He saw countless thick branches of the yellow spring fruit tree not far away began to twist and turn, like centipedes crawling in the air. This yellow spring fruit tree is alive. And one of the branches is swimming towards him. The real danger is not the red blood dragon, but the yellow spring fruit tree itself. At the moment of attack, the yellow spring fruit tree no longer hides its breath, and the powerful breath of the legendary existence spreads around. This is actually a legendary creature. Looking at the oncoming branches, Prince Poisonous Algae Crocodile wanted to dodge, but he felt numb all over and had no strength at all. He could only watch the branches get closer and closer. The branches bent like vines, and the small branches on them, like branches, directly pierced Prince Poisonous Algae Crocodile's hard scales and pierced into his body. Intense pain broke out all over his body. Then, the body of the poisonous algae crocodile began to shrivel up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more terrifying was that blood-red silky branches and leaves grew out of its scales, and the flocculent material like seal covered its entire body, trying to wrap it into a cocoon. At first glance, it was somewhat similar to the huge fruit hanging on the yellow spring fruit tree. Could it be that all the fruits on this yellow spring fruit tree came from this? Seeing this scene, Chenmo couldn't help but feel frightened. No wonder the natural disaster creatures in the outside world are almost extinct, and it is very likely that they have all been swallowed by the yellow spring fruit tree in front of them. The prince of the poisonous algae crocodile is already one of the most powerful beings among the natural disaster beasts. Even he was captured by the yellow spring fruit tree without any resistance, and the other natural disaster beasts were naturally even more unbearable. Just a face-to-face encounter. All the natural disaster creatures close to the yellow spring fruit tree were bound by branches, and these branches retracted with their fangs and claws, like a group of demons dancing wildly. At the same time, the breath exuded by the yellow spring fruit tree began to rise rapidly. Roar, poisonous frog king, how dare you? The poisonous algae crocodile prince who began to cocoon did not die immediately, and it roared angrily. At this moment, it also realized that the poisonous frog king deliberately led them here in order to feed them all to the Huinquan fruit tree. Quack, I didn't lie to you, I just forgot to tell you that Master Huinquan is not a dead thing, but a powerful existence in the legendary realm. Facing the curse of the poisonous algae crocodile prince, the poisonous frog king was not angry, but showed an extremely brilliant smile. After enduring for so long, finally waited for the moment of the winning MVP settlement. Quack, as long as you sacrifice, Master Huinquan's strength will break through to the middle level of the legendary realm. In addition, Master Huinquan promised Master Three Eyes that as long as enough high-level poison creatures of natural disasters are sacrificed, he will give Master Three Eyes the essence of the Mother Goddess after the promotion. Quack, at that time, Master Three Eyes can also use this as an opportunity to break through to the middle level of the legendary realm. A hint of cold smile appeared on the face of the poisonous frog king. Quack, your father is only a mid-level legendary being. Do you think it can handle the attacks of two mid-level legendary beings at the same time? Roar, the poisonous algae crocodile prince roared angrily, but his heart was quite calm. He had a backup plan. Once his body died, the clone and part of his soul left in the Crocodile King's territory could be successfully resurrected. Moreover, the two have a common consciousness and can immediately know the situation here. At that time, he can ask his father to take action directly. Kill the three-eyed poisonous scorpion and the strange Huinquan fruit tree. By the way, since you are about to die, I might as well tell you. The resurrection plan you prepared is likely to fail, the poisonous frog king said with a smile. Hearing this, the poisonous algae crocodile prince instantly lost his composure. He didn't expect that the poisonous frog king actually knew his resurrection plan and even made a targeted plan. There is a traitor in his clan. Lord Wang Quan is a thought of the poisonous mother goddess, and possesses power that you cannot imagine. Once the soul is devoured by it, it can completely devour all the residual souls of the target along the void. To be precise, it is transformed into part of Lord Wang Quan's body. At this moment, Prince Poisonous Algae Crocodile was extremely desperate. Now he was completely bound, and his backup plan was predicted in advance. The gap between the legendary realm and the natural disaster realm was like a natural moat. This was the gap in the level of life. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the greater the gap between each small realm. They simply could not escape from the hands of this Huangquan ancient tree. So now the only hope is the Ice Lion. If this Ice Lion can successfully escape and tell his father about the situation here, then he may still have a chance to survive. Even if the chance of survival is slim, his father can avenge him after all. Prince Poisonous Algae Crocodile used up his last bit of strength and looked towards the exit, but found that the Ice Lion, which had not approached before, was now stunned in place as if it was scared silly. Run. Run. Tell my father the news here, the toxic algae crocodile prince said to Chenmo through telepathy. At this time, the toxic frog king also looked at Chenmo. Quack. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Seeing the Swanee not far away, the toxic frog king quacked, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. It now hates Chenmo to the bone. Quack, don't think that Lord Huinquan can't do anything to you if you don't get close. Lord Huinquan's power is beyond your imagination, the toxic frog king shouted. Chenmo didn't even bother to pay attention to this. Just a jumping clown. At this moment, the several spells he had stored in advance were about to be completed. Quack, Lord Huangquan, there are 3 more offerings over there, the toxic frog king said respectfully to the Huangquan fruit tree. Quack, But one of the offerings is very powerful, and Lord Wangquan needs to take action personally. The Wangquan fruit tree had actually discovered Shenmo's existence a long time ago, but this ice lion was not a poisonous creature, so it was not very helpful to it, so it did not take action immediately. However, the Emerald King snake next to the ice lion was very delicious. Then I'll eat all these snacks. The Wangquan fruit tree thought to itself. Whoosh! A dozen branches stretched out, like dead vines, and like giant snakes, quickly attacking Shenmo and the Emerald King snake. It's just in time. At this moment, the several spells that Shenmo had arranged in advance had all been completed and were released in an instant. First, a giant undead dragon burning with silver flames suddenly appeared in the air, and after a roar, it flew towards the branches that stretched out from the Wangquan fruit tree. Fire of the Undead Dragon, a natural disaster level spell of the undead system, an ability that Shenmo mastered after he was promoted to the natural disaster realm. Because although the yellow spring fruit tree is a poisonous creature, its body is still a tree after all, and it is afraid of fire. Shenmo tried to burn it with the fire of the undead. The fire of the undead dragon is to condense the fire of the undead into the appearance of a giant undead dragon, which contains fierce flame power. Boom! The moment the giant undead dragon collided with a giant branch, a violent explosion occurred. Like the most gorgeous silver fireworks. The branches of the yellow spring fruit tree were wrapped in a layer of silver flames, and then quickly became dry. The branches of the yellow spring fruit tree are actually very tough, but the fire of the undead is burning and squeezing its life. Then, the silver raging fire spread rapidly along the branches. Before the yellow spring fruit tree could react, it had already spread to the body. Just as the yellow spring fruit tree was about to take precautions, Shenmo's other spells followed. Thousands of giant ice pillars, hundreds of meters long, gathered in the air and then fell towards the yellow spring fruit tree like a meteor. Ice falling from the sky. Each ice pillar was like an iceberg, carrying huge energy, and directly broke countless branches of the yellow spring fruit tree. This included branches that had previously entangled other natural disaster creatures. Creatures with strong vitality, such as the poisonous algae crocodile prince, took the opportunity to escape. The poisonous algae crocodile prince was somewhat unbelievable. He knew that this ice lion was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Directly hardened the legendary yellow spring fruit tree. A true leapfrog battle. Even the descendants of myths couldn't do it. And just the courage to face the legend, the poisonous algae crocodile prince felt a little inferior. After escaping, the poisonous algae crocodile prince was ready to commit suicide directly, so that the clone he prepared could be resurrected immediately. He could directly shake his father over. But after thinking about it, the poisonous algae crocodile prince decided to wait and see. After the ice lion was completely defeated, he would commit suicide. Now the yellow spring fruit tree should be focusing all its attention on the ice lion. If it wants to commit suicide, it will definitely have time. Bang! Bang! With the sound of ice explosions, the ice-type spiritual power contained in the icicles burst out, instantly freezing the yellow spring fruit tree. It condensed into an ice crystal tree. On the other side, the fire of the dead was still burning fiercely. Because it was not a conventional flame, it was not affected by ice crystals or water flow at all. The huge yellow spring fruit tree was on fire and frozen at the same time. It was really a world of ice and fire. The yellow spring fruit tree was completely angry. Originally, after digesting these natural disaster beasts and obtaining their poisonous essence, it would be able to advance to the middle level of the legendary realm. As a result, all this was disrupted by the troublesome ice lion in front of it. The yellow spring fruit tree mobilized the poisonous spiritual power in its body and wanted to release blood rain to destroy the flames. As the spiritual energy flowed, the yellow spring fruit tree felt a strange stagnation. Suppress evil. Stop the war. Shenmo's two domains were fully opened. Because he had outlined the spiritual runes in advance, all of them were instant. Because the yellow spring fruit tree was a true evil creature, although it was one level higher than Shenmo, it was still suppressed by evil suppression. The effect of evil suppression was excellent. When the entire tree was destroyed, the yellow spring fruit tree finally released a red poisonous rain. The blood rain drifted, and the torrential rain like a flood fell from the sky, finally extinguishing the flames and frost. The whole valley turned into a red ocean. However, the entire trunk of the yellow spring fruit tree had been destroyed, and the yellow spring fruit fell to the ground. The shells of these fruits were extremely hard, and Shenmo deliberately split the yellow spring fruit when attacking, so these fruits remained intact. When the poisonous algae crocodile prince who was watching the battle was extremely shocked. The natural disaster realm fought against the legendary realm, and it was directly defeated in seconds? Although the ice lion had made many arrangements in advance, it was still too exaggerated. The poisonous frog king was also completely dumbfounded, and turned around without hesitation to run away. However, the next second, the trunk of the huanquan fruit tree, which had been completely destroyed, suddenly gushed out countless blood-colored branches like tentacles. These blood-colored branches grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the huanquan fruit tree had recovered as before. It was as if it had been resurrected with full blood. As a creature in the legendary realm, and the original body of the huanquan fruit tree is still a tree form known for its vigorous vitality, the huanquan fruit tree will naturally not die so easily. Of course, the huanquan fruit tree also paid a certain price. It consumed a lot of life source and poison source energy. It can't be resurrected like this many times. Shenmo was not surprised by this. How could a creature in the legendary realm be so easy to kill? At the same time as the huanquan fruit tree was resurrected, he had already unfolded his Dharma image. Compared with spells, close combat after opening the Dharma image is his advantage. Now, the second round begins. Chapter 188 Resurrection. Dragon Poison Centipede. The huge Swanee Dharma image, as huge as a mountain, appeared out of thin air. Its hair was snow-white and dust-free, without a trace of color, and its golden lion eyes were slightly shining. On its head was a sharp horn engraved with complicated inscriptions, emitting a jade-like brilliance. Sacred, majestic, noble, and powerful. The legendary auspicious beast Swanee. At this moment, the Dharma image released by Shenmo was almost the same as the ancient Swanee he had seen through blood tracing before. After the Swanee Dharma image appeared, other creatures felt a shocking sense of oppression, which was a sense of oppression that only creatures with a much higher level of life than themselves could feel. The poisonous frog king even felt a little difficult to breathe. An invisible gravity seriously affected its movements. Is this ice lion so strong? The poisonous frog king was extremely confused. Obviously, everyone's extraordinary level is at the peak of the natural disaster realm. Why is there such a significant gap? Seeing the Swanee Dharma image, the yellow spring fruit tree also realized that the ice lion in front of it was not a toy that it could trample on at will. The branches and vines were flying, and powerful poisonous energy was surging in its trunk. It was getting serious. Damn lion. I will condense your flesh and blood into the most delicious fruit, and I will imprison your soul in the sea of blood, so that you will suffer pain forever. The yellow spring fruit tree made a hoarse voice, dry and weird, just like its body. At this moment, the yellow spring fruit tree was extremely angry. It began to release its domain without reservation, and pieces of strange red mist gushed out from the branches of the yellow spring fruit tree, spreading around at an astonishing speed. At the same time, an unprecedented pressure spread around. This is the legendary domain unique to the creatures in the legendary realm, the blood mist domain. Of course, it is actually an upgraded version of the domain. This red mist is actually some kind of extremely violent toxin. All creatures in the domain will be eroded by the blood mist and melted into a pool of blood. This poison can easily corrode any creature below the legendary realm. Theoretically, as long as the yellow spring fruit tree releases its domain, it can kill thousands of peak creatures in the natural disaster realm without any injury. And, even if you are a descendant of mythology, die, the hoarse voice with anger rang out again. The blood mist domain swept all around. The blood mist domain first spread to the front of the Swanee Dharma elephant, but the strange thing was that the red mist strangely retreated within a few hundred meters of the Swanee Dharma elephant. With a blessing of suppressing evil and stop war. The domain released by Shenmo can not only compete with the legendary domain released by the yellow spring fruit tree, but even has a tendency to gain the upper hand. However, the blood mist spread very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it has bypassed the Swanee Dharma elephant and headed straight for Shenmo's body. Like all other creatures that had fought with Shenmo, the yellow spring fruit tree felt that after the ice lion opened the Dharma image state, its weakness was its body. However, the blood mist surrounding the ice lion had no effect. Shenmo was now equipped with a deadly poison lion, which was immune to any toxins of the legendary level and below. This blood mist was actually a highly toxic substance, so naturally it had no effect on Shenmo. Shenmo's original body mobilized his mental power, controlled the 9 highly toxic flying swords, and turned into streams of light to fly towards the yellow spring fruit tree. The blood mist was everywhere. Seeing this, the natural disaster beasts that had been rescued by Chenmo before burst out at the fastest speed, trying to escape from the valley or get close to the Swani Dharma image. But they were still half a beat slower. On the one hand, the speed at which the blood mist spread was too fast, and on the other hand, they had been drained of a lot of vitality and origin by the yellow spring fruit tree before, and were now in an extremely weak state. Once caught up by the blood mist, these natural disaster beasts, without exception, melted quickly like heated candies and turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the poisonous algae crocodile prince also chose to commit suicide without hesitation. Before committing suicide, he looked at the Swani Dharma elephant fighting with a yellow spring fruit tree not far away with a complicated expression. Then the poisonous source energy in his body exploded, producing a huge poison explosion. While completing the suicide, in the depths of a distant lake, a giant crocodile with hard scales and a body length of more than 100 meters opened its dark green eyes. It was the clone that the poisonous algae crocodile prince prepared for himself. The strength of this clone was only at the natural disaster realm, but at least it survived. At first, the poisonous algae crocodile prince's eyes were still a little confused, but after digesting the memory transmitted by the original soul, it showed an extremely surprised expression. This trip to the secret realm turned out to be a huge trap. The yellow spring fruit tree is actually a living thing, and it also has the strength of the legendary realm. What the poisonous algae crocodile didn't expect was that there was an ice lion in the group that could fight against the legendary tree demon in the natural disaster realm. It was outrageous. I don't know what the situation is now. I need to tell my father this news quickly. The prince of the poisonous algae crocodile released the spell of downstream, quickly traveled through the depths of the lake, and headed straight for the crocodile palace. It had to let its father take action as soon as possible. I don't know if the ice lion can be saved. This ice lion is its life-saving beast. If it hadn't been for the ice lion, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to revive. With the strength of the ice lion, if it escaped it the first time, it would have a great chance of escaping while the Huanquan fruit tree didn't attack with all its strength. But the ice lion finally chose to fight. The prince of the poisonous algae crocodile was still very grateful to the ice lion. If possible, it hoped that the ice lion could survive, and it would be even better if it could join the crocodile king. And after the bloody waterfall, the blood mist had completely spread to the entire valley. Even the poisonous frog king did not escape, and was shrouded in blood mist in the blink of an eye. Before, the toxic frog king was halfway through his escape, and after discovering that Lord Huanquan had resurrected, he ran back excitedly, wanting to witness the entire scene of the Huanquan fruit tree slaughtering the ice lion. Just like in novels and anime, bosses often have multiple forms. Previously, the ice lion destroyed only Lord Huanquan's weakest form. Now, once Lord Huanquan is serious, it will only take a few minutes to defeat this ice lion. The toxic frog king himself is a creature at the peak of the calamity realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single move in the hands of the three-eyed poison scorpion. It knows that there is a huge gap between the legendary realm creatures and the calamity realm creatures. Unexpectedly, the melanading came to its head. When the blood mist spread, it didn't even run away until it suddenly had a premonition of death in its heart, and then it began to flee in a hurry, which was naturally too late. In less than 2 seconds, the giant frog more than 10 meters high turned into a pool of blood. The toxicity of the blood mist poison has far exceeded the upper limit that the calamity realm creatures could withstand. This natural disaster beast that led Chenmo and other natural disaster beasts to this place was the helper of the Huanquan mother tree. In the end, it did not die at the hands of the ice lion, but died at the hands of its own beast, which was obviously a bit ridiculous. For the Huanquan fruit tree, it naturally did not care whether the poisonous frog king died or not, and whether its attack would accidentally hurt friendly forces. The natural disaster level beast, if it died, it would die, just right to become its own nutrients. Now it has only one idea, that is, kill the ice lion in front of it. A mere natural disaster level creature dared to challenge itself. The blood mist spread very quickly. While melting all the surrounding natural disaster beasts into a pool of blood, the Swani Dharma elephant controlled by Chenmo with his mind had already erupted in a fierce battle with the main body of the Huanquan fruit tree. The size of the Swani Dharma elephant is even larger than the main body of the Huanquan fruit tree. Facing the attack of the Dharma elephant, The Huanquan fruit tree originally thought that it only needed to release its own blood mist field to turn the ice lion in front of it directly into blood. Unexpectedly, his blood mist field had no effect at all. His blood poison was useless. Taking advantage of this gap, the lion's claw had appeared in front of the Huanquan fruit tree, and the giant claws burning with the fire of the dead slapped the Huanquan fruit tree with lightning speed. The lion's claws directly blasted through the trunk of the Huanquan fruit tree, and the silver soul fire burned rapidly, burning the flowing red juice. While burning the vitality of the Huanquan fruit tree, it could also prevent the Huanquan fruit tree from recovering. The Huanquan fruit tree reacted and immediately waved its branches to fight back. Countless thick branches whipped the lion's elephant-like tentacles. The lion's elephant used the lion's fighting method, turning and moving around the Huanquan fruit tree in a relatively narrow valley, exerting its speed and flexibility to the extreme. It is hard to imagine that a huge lion with a body length of nearly 2,000 meters can burst out at a speed of dozens of times the speed of sound, and it is completely impossible to catch its figure. The branches of the Huanquan fruit tree kept waving, and every slap could cause a roar like an earthquake. However, none of them hit. Thousands of branch tentacles seemed to have lost their target and were always half a beat slower. While dodging, the Swani Dharma image continued to use its undead claws to attack the trunk of the Huanquan fruit tree. Or it casually bombarded the branches interspersed on the ground, and the undead fire once again spread along the branches to the body of the Huanquan fruit tree. After Chen Mo opened the Dharma image, his strength, physique and other aspects reached the level of legendary creatures. In terms of agility, he completely crushed the Huanquan fruit tree. At the same time, Chen Mo was doing two things at once, and his main body was manipulating 9 poisonous flying swords, constantly slashing at the Huanquan fruit tree. Because of the characteristics of sharpness, the tough branches were like paper in front of these flying swords, constantly cutting off branches or piercing the main part of the huge tree body. Unfortunately, the poison carried by the poisonous flying swords did not have much effect on the Huanquan fruit tree. After failing to hit the target repeatedly, the yellow spring fruit tree became more and more irritated. The ice lion in front of it was like a mosquito that could not be hit no matter how hard you tried, and this mosquito was constantly eating away at its life source. It kept roaring in anger, but it seemed to be incompetent and furious. What was worse was that the yellow spring fruit tree found that it was completely suppressed 5 minutes later. Under the continuous attacks of the undead claws and the poisonous flying sword, the yellow spring fruit tree had become very sluggish. The whole body was bare, and all the branches seemed to have been repaired, even looking a bit ridiculous. The main part of the trunk was even more riddled with holes and covered with countless scars. During this period, the yellow spring fruit tree used various spells and abilities, including a simplified version of the totem level spell, which came from the incomplete memory of the Xianlong poison centipede. But all of them were useless. The most powerful ability of the yellow spring fruit tree is poisoning. Various toxins will even cause serious consequences to legendary creatures. But this outrageous ice lion in front of it was completely immune. It's not a problem of high poison resistance, but it's completely immune. The ability that he was proud of did not produce any effect, and the Huanquan fruit tree was extremely crazy. And the Huanquan fruit tree knew that if it continued like this, it would sooner or later be exhausted by the ice lion in front of it. Finally, it sighed, as if it had made some kind of decision. The Huanquan fruit tree roared at Chen Mo, "You are courting death?" As soon as the voice fell, Chen Mo suddenly felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Premonition of crisis. It indicates that some kind of great terror is coming. The next second, a red translucent flame suddenly burned on the body of the Huanquan fruit tree. Then, the huge tree suddenly split from the middle, split into two, and out of the crack, a huge beast emerged. The appearance of this huge beast is similar to a huge centipede. Its body is composed of countless carapaces, each of which exudes a dark glow, and there are pairs of flesh wings next to the carapace, exuding an ominous breath. It is almost the same as the statue of the poisonous mother goddess, served by the previous poisonous fang terror leader. However, the giant beast in front of him is even larger and more bizarre. It's the residual soul of the Xianlong poison centipede. The little ice spider couldn't help but exclaimed, "Swani, run. You are definitely not this guy's opponent." The yellow spring fruit tree knew that if it dragged on, it would be killed by Chen Mo sooner or later, so it could only awaken the sleeping residual soul of the Xianlong poison centipede in advance. After completely awakening the residual soul hidden in the body, its consciousness will be completely replaced by it, which is why it has not chosen to awaken the residual soul of the Xianlong poison centipede before. I didn't expect that this yellow spring fruit tree would be the container for the Xianlong poison centipede to descend. Now that you have forcibly revived it, it can be regarded as a lucky coincidence. The little ice spider's tone was excited, and there was also a hint of excitement. The yellow spring fruit tree is not only a remnant soul of the Xianlong poison centipede, but it is also the container prepared by the Xianlong poison centipede for its own resurrection. However, the dragon poison centipede is now revived in advance, and its condition is very poor, and it has lost its potential, so it is difficult to improve further. As long as Chenmo can escape from the secret realm this time, and then completely steal off this Huangquan secret realm, then the dragon poison centipede will most likely be trapped in the secret realm and grow very slowly. In this case, it will take a long time for it to recover its strength. By then, Chenmo may have grown into a very powerful existence, and it is likely that he has resurrected the ancient ice phoenix. Chapter 189 Internal Explosion. The most difficult battle. As Chenmo pulled away, he glanced at the newly appeared Xianlong poison centipede and found that its extraordinary level was only a low-level legendary, but the data of various attributes were ridiculously high, and the highest comprehensive combat power reached an astonishing 6 million. Xianlong poison centipede, asexual, level, low legend, constitution, 5.12W, agility, 5.82W, strength, 5.95W, soul, 5.24W, abilities, void hunting, poison realm advent, death bite, poison mist, blood poison corrosion, extreme speed poison, Xianlong bite, Xianlong soul stealing, comprehensive combat power, 583W 644W. What's even more terrifying is that the highest comprehensive combat power of the Xianlong poison centipede is still soaring at an astonishing speed. It seems that its power is gradually recovering. It soon reached 7 million. Chenmo didn't hesitate. He ran directly to the exit at the first time, rushed out of the bloody waterfall, and then ran to the entrance of the secret realm without looking back. This Xianlong poison centipede is simply abnormal, even more powerful than the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. As a former god, it may have mastered some powerful unknown abilities. Now he is definitely not an opponent. However, what he didn't expect was that the Xianlong poison centipede actually followed closely behind him, rushed out of the waterfall, and chased him straight. And its speed was even better than his. After waking up from the body of the yellow spring fruit tree, the Xianlong poison centipede has gotten rid of the geographical restrictions and can go to any area. It's too late. Chenmo's heart sank. He didn't expect such a change to happen. Now the Xianlong poison centipede has completed its resuscitation and has caught up with him at an astonishing speed. It's too late to escape. But if you fight to the death, there may still be a chance. Very good. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be a creature in the outside world that can surpass the legendary realm with a natural disaster body. At this time, an ancient and majestic voice sounded in Chenmo's mind. Obviously, this is the voice of the Xianlong poison centipede. As for you, you should be the former family of the ice phoenix, right? The dragon poison centipede said to the sky curtain ice spider's clone. I can smell the scent of the ice phoenix on you. I didn't expect that there were still fish that slipped through my world-destroying poison. If you were given some more time to develop, you might really grow into a mythical creature. Unfortunately, I'm awake now. The dragon poison centipede was not in a hurry to attack. On the one hand, it had absolute confidence in itself, and on the other hand, it had been sleeping for 10,000 years and couldn't help but say more. Chenmo mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and at the same time took out various spiritual plants and magic medicines from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. There are many natural disaster magic medicines among them, many of which were obtained in this yellow spring forest before. Some of them enhance basic attributes such as speed and strength, and some increase recovery power and spiritual power recovery speed. Take drugs before the battle and stack up the buffs first. Then let me see how long you can hold on. A scarlet light flashed in the compound eyes of the dragon poison centipede. And then a rumbling sound suddenly came from the Blood Sea Lake and the Poison Insect Valley in the distance. The water on the surface of the Blood Sea Lake boiled, and then the lake water flowed upstream, forming blood centipedes with a body length of more than 100 meters on the lake surface. These blood centipedes were lifelike, and they were not much different from the dragon poison centipede. After these blood centipedes took shape, they rushed towards Chenmo at a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound. The red fog of the poison insect valley also gathered together to form a huge head that covered the sky and the sun, and also bit towards Chenmo. The blood sea lake and the poison insect valley were once part of its body, and the dragon poison centipede could naturally control them. Thousands of blood centipedes of 100 meters long roared towards Chenmo from all directions, just like the real return of thousands of dragons, which was spectacular. Stop the war. At the critical moment, Chenmo released his domain. Zhijek, who always could annihilate all attacks, did not completely wipe out all the blood centipedes this time. The number of these blood centipedes was too large, and each of them was wrapped in extremely powerful energy, which had exceeded the upper limit of Zhijek. However, after being weakened by the Zhijek field, the figures of these blood centipedes became extremely illusory. Coupled with Chenmo's abnormal defense ability, he still blocked it safely. However, this was only the first wave of attacks from the Xianlong poison centipede. The second wave of attacks, that is, the giant centipede head condensed by red mist, has followed. The blood mist had opened its huge red chaotic mouth, trying to swallow Chenmo into nothingness. Zhenzi. Chenmo then released the Zhenzi field with all his strength. Under the superposition of the two fields, the blood mist had shattered into red mist at the moment of biting. And the price Chenmo paid was that the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. Although the two fields of Zhenzi and Zhijek are easy to use, they are very mana-consuming. And the higher the attack intensity, the more spiritual power is consumed. Is this evil god's casual attack so terrifying? Chenmo immediately lay on the ground and quickly recovered his spiritual power through the title of Lying Down Lion Plus. After the upgrade, the recovery speed of Lying Down Lion Plus was extremely amazing. This also gave Chenmo the capital to continue fighting. Interesting, it actually blocked it. Seeing that Swanee blocked its first wave of attacks, the dragon poison centipede's scarlet eyes revealed an unexpected expression, and the spiritual patterns on its wings shone. Then the next second, its figure disappeared. And Chenmo's heart came with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Chenmo subconsciously turned sideways, but it was still a little slow. The dragon poison centipede suddenly appeared from the void, and then bit its neck. Because Chenmo turned sideways, the bite landed on Chenmo's shoulder, and golden blood gushed out instantly. This move looks similar to the Emerald King Snake's Spirit Flash, but the principle is very different. The essence of the Emerald King Snake's Spirit Flash is to burst out at an unimaginable speed in an instant, so as to achieve the effect of flashing, with a certain distance limit. However, the dragon poison centipede truly crosses the space distance and directly attacks the enemy. Void Bite, as a mythical creature, it is rare for it to master only one power. And the dragon poison centipede also masters the power of space. A totem level spell, this spell is rarely used by the dragon poison centipede. In the War of Gods, its role is minimal, but now in this body, some overly powerful spells or taboo abilities cannot be released. But it has a very good effect on Chenmo. Chenmo immediately waved his claws to fight back, and the 9 poisonous flying swords around him made a clanging sound and instantly slashed at the dragon poison centipede. The flying sword chopped on the carapace of the dragon poison centipede, emitting a series of sparks, and finally successfully broke the armor and scratched a thin mark. Chenmo then released the Stop the War and forcibly dispelled the spiritual power protection layer on the carapace. Finally, the flying sword flew directly through. After all, the body of the Xianlong poison centipede is only a low-level legendary realm, not completely invincible. However, the next second, the chopped flesh and blood began to wriggle strangely, and then recovered visibly. Flesh and blood reorganization. This is a passive ability mastered by the Xianlong poison centipede. When its body is severely injured, the flesh and blood will be reorganized at an unimaginable speed. On the other side, Chenmo immediately distanced himself after launching the attack. At the same time, the wounds previously scratched by the Xianlong poison centipede began to recover rapidly. The effect of Lying Flat Lion Plus also gave Chenmo extraordinary recovery ability. Coupled with the various magical medicines that he had taken before to enhance recovery, Chenmo can now achieve the level of regeneration of broken limbs. A trace of confusion flashed in the scarlet eyes of the Xianlong poison centipede. It was not that he was surprised that the Suani in front of him actually hurt him, but that the Suani in front of him showed no signs of poisoning. You must know that the most deadly thing about its void bite is not the bite force, but the toxins carried in the fangs. Even if a legendary creature is bitten by it, it will melt into a pool of blood in a few seconds. But the Swanee in front of him is still alive and kicking. It is a bit outrageous that he can be immune to his own poison. But the Xianlong poison centipede is not angry but happy. The more extraordinary the potential of the Swanee in front of him is, the more excited it is. The red spiritual patterns on the 8 pairs of flesh wings behind him burst into charming scarlet light. Then the figure of the Xianlong poison centipede disappeared again. Boom! With the sound of metal and stone colliding, the claws of the Xianlong poison centipede scratched Chen Mo's body again, this time on the back. Golden blood gushed out again. The speed of the Xianlong poison centipede is too fast. It has mastered the power of the extreme speed poison. The ghost-faced fish in the Blood Sea Lake has taken the extreme speed blood of the Xianlong poison centipede, so it has an unimaginable speed. The speed of the original body of the Xianlong poison centipede is even faster. Combined with Void Bite, Chen Mo is almost unable to resist. Its attack trajectory cannot be captured, predicted, or resisted. Even if the Absolute Zero is released, it can only make the figure of the Xianlong poison centipede stagnate for less than 0.5 seconds, but it needs to consume a lot of spiritual power. Although Chen Mo is immune to the toxins carried by the Xianlong poison centipede. But there is a huge gap between the two sides in terms of speed and strength. Completely suppressed, in this high-intensity battle, Chen Mo's mind is highly concentrated and he falls into extreme calmness. He does not think about the consequences of defeat, nor does he think about anything other than fighting. Instead, he devotes himself to this battle. While dodging constantly, he is also looking for the weakness of the Xianlong poison centipede and exploring the habit of the Xianlong poison centipede's attack. The gap between the two sides is not to the point where it is completely impossible to fight. I still have a chance. 5 minutes later. Chen Mo's body is already covered with wounds. It has to be said that this is definitely the most difficult battle he has fought since his rebirth. All aspects are crushed. The giant mouth of the Xianlong poison centipede attacked again. After discovering that its poison had no effect on the Swanee, the Xianlong poison centipede decisively gave up its proud poisonous ability and continued to use the Void Bite, leaving scars on Chen Mo purely with the power of the flesh. Because the attack was too intensive and rapid, the speed of Swanee's recovery could not keep up with the speed of injury. As long as the battle continues, the Swanee in front of him will eventually be defeated by it. However, this time, when it appeared from the void, the blood in its body suddenly stagnated, as if it was solidified. Although it only lasted for less than a second, it affected its attack rhythm. At the cost of serious injuries, Chen Mo finally successfully predicted the position where the Xianlong poison centipede would appear after using the Void Bite, and then used the frost condensation released in advance to control it for half a second. And relying on this fleeting half a second, Chen Mo rushed directly into the giant mouth of the Xianlong poison centipede. Because of the deadly poison lion, Chen Mo was immune to the poison in the body of the dragon poison centipede. For any other creature, the body of the dragon poison centipede, which was extremely dangerous, was an excellent opportunity for him. Then, according to the tactics he had thought of more than a dozen times in his mind, Chen Mo released the dual fields of suppressing evil and stop war at the same time, and controlled the dragon poison centipede for 2 seconds again. Die! Chen Mo roared in his heart, and then desperately mobilized all the ice spiritual power in his body and released Ice Explosion. This was a legacy spell he mastered after he was promoted to the high level of natural disaster. A legendary spell. I saw that between the white hair of the Swanee, which was stained with the golden blood, spiritual patterns emitting a bright blue light appeared. The sharp horns on his head also burst out with dazzling blue light. The next second, a deafening roar sounded from the belly of the dragon poison centipede, and the extremely violent ice source energy was compressed to the extreme, and then exploded in an instant. Just like the loud sound of hundreds of nuclear bombs detonating at the same time, the flying snow and ice crystals produced by the ice explosion swept all around. In less than 5 seconds, all living and non-living things within a radius of tens of kilometers were frozen, and then the powerful impact force shattered everything into ice dust. This naturally included the Xianlong poison centipede. Because it was at the center of the ice explosion, it firmly bore all the damage of the ice explosion. The body of the Xianlong poison centipede was blown to pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Internal detonation. This was Chen Mo's plan. Compared with the hard outer shell, the internal flesh and organs may be the weaker part of the Xianlong poison centipede. Of course, the power of the ice explosion also caused great damage to Chen Mo at this moment. His whole body was a bloody mess, and the golden blood stained every hair, and it was almost impossible to see the lion's shape. Even on the eve of the ice explosion, he transformed himself into the form of the undead according to the plan, but he still suffered a huge impact. But the battle was not over yet. Chen Mo had no time to pay attention to his injuries. Instead, he used the energy that the lying lion had just recovered to drive his body with his will and chased after the completely shattered head of the dragon poison centipede. The dragon poison centipede was not dead. Although its breath became extremely weak, it was still alive. Then the flesh and blood that had been blown into ice dust began to strangely gather into a pool of broken meat, trying to reassemble again. Blood and flesh reorganization. However, the dragon poison centipede had not fully recovered yet, and Chen Mo's attack had already followed. The undead claws fell, and the undead fire spread among the broken meat, completely strangling the dragon poison centipede's attempt to reorganize and revive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Kill the Dragon Poison Centipede. A new round of hunting begins. Swanee, you defeated the dragon poison centipede. The little ice spider hiding in Chen Mo's stomach crawled out tremblingly. Seeing this scene, it was unbelievable. You are too powerful. Even a powerful creature like the sky curtain ice spider, who has lived for a long time, couldn't help but praise at this moment. Chen Mo was not careless. He mobilized his last strength to completely freeze these wriggling pieces of meat. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the information on the dragon poison centipede's panel disappeared completely. Did he win? He felt a sense of unreality and always felt that something was wrong. It seemed to be a little too smooth. Although he paid a great price, the dragon poison centipede was a mythical creature that was once unkillable by the ancient ice phoenix. Did it die so carelessly? While thinking, a shadow of the dragon poison centipede, only a dozen centimeters long, suddenly appeared in the flesh and blood of the dragon poison centipede, and rushed towards Chen Mo at lightning speed. Chen Mo quickly released the two major fields of suppressing evil and stopping war, but it didn't work very well. The shadow of the dragon poison centipede was not affected at all, and it drilled straight into Chen Mo's body. Chen Mo quickly reacted. The shadow just now was the soul of the dragon poison centipede. What the dragon poison centipede is doing now is to occupy his body. In the terminology of the immortal world, it is taking over the body. Chen Mo instantly thought of the ability that the dragon poison centipede is now releasing. When checking the panel information before, he found that the dragon poison centipede has an ability called Dragon Soul Taking. This is the decision made by the dragon poison centipede after discovering the extraordinary potential of the Swanee in the battle. Because of the early resuscitation, its current body is seriously underdeveloped and far from perfect. Not to mention returning to the mythical realm, even the promotion to the totem is a rather difficult thing. And the Swanee in front of him can kill the legendary creatures with the extraordinary level of the natural disaster realm. Obviously, it has extraordinary potential and is a very good object for taking over the body. Chen Mo quickly calmed down and entered his own ocean of consciousness. This is an endless glacier, which is also Chen Mo's spiritual world. The next second, his consciousness also manifested in the spiritual world. After learning that the last resort of the Xianlong poison centipede was to possess the body, he was completely relieved. If the Xianlong poison centipede wanted to complete the act of possessing the body, it had to devour Chen Mo's current soul. And the battle between souls, without the secret method of soul, is simply a competition of the strength of mental power. In the competition of mental power, Chen Mo is not at all weak. Under the blessing of Totem Lion, among all his basic attributes, mental power is the highest column. Coupled with the blessing of a large amount of faith power, it can even reach the strength of totem level at its peak. Soon, Chen Mo found the figure of the Xianlong poison centipede on a glacier. At this moment, this guy was showing off ice QQQ. These ice cubes are actually the embodiment of Chen Mo's mental power. You actually dare to show up, it's great, seeing Chen Mo's soul body. The Xianlong poison centipede's scarlet eyes showed joy. As long as he ate the soul body in front of him, He could directly and completely possess the body, without having to eat ice like now. I have to say, you are indeed the pride of this era. With only the extraordinary level of the natural disaster realm, you actually defeated me. As if confident, the shadow of the dragon poison centipede chatted with Shenmue. There was some admiration and emotion in its tone. As a former mythical creature, it had been to many worlds, and conquered many of them. Its own divine domain was extremely vast, and it had countless believers and clans. However, these creatures could not be compared with the ice lion in front of it. But now, everything you have is mine. As soon as the voice fell, the consciousness of the dragon poison centipede, or the soul, flew towards the Swanee. The dragon poison centipede was extremely confident in its own spiritual power. After all, it was once a mythical creature, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If it only competed in spiritual power, it would be enough to fight against the existence of the high-level legendary realm. Most legendary creatures, once their souls entered their bodies, would only be possessed. Not to mention the Swanee in front of him, who was only in the natural disaster realm. The next second, the consciousness of the Xianlong poison centipede has appeared in front of Shenmue. The confrontation between souls naturally cannot use various spells. It is the most primitive collision and devouring. The Xianlong poison centipede just opened its bloody mouth and prepared to bite, but found that countless golden light spots appeared out of thin air, merging into the body of the soul of the Swanee, like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Then the next second, the soul of this Swanee began to expand at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the soul of the Swanee expanded nearly 100 times, and the momentum also climbed. As the monarch of the Ice Lion Kingdom, the only true spirit believed in by the Swanee cult, Shenmue possesses an extremely huge power of faith. At this moment, these powers of faith are all blessed on Shenmue, turning into an extremely huge spiritual power. In terms of the strength of spiritual power alone, Shenmue can now even be compared with a totem-level existence. The power of faith? How is it possible? How can you master the power of faith? Xianlong poison centipede saw countless golden light spots gathered on the ice lion in front of him, and the soul body of Swanee began to expand at an astonishing speed, almost growing into Dharma-like existence. It was extremely shocked, and then panicked. Facing a soul body of this level, let alone swallowing it, it was a question whether he could escape. The ice lion in front of him was also the reincarnation of a god, and unlike himself, he had established a certain force and gained a huge amount of faith power. Without saying a word, the consciousness of the Xianlong poison centipede flew into the void above his head, trying to escape from the spiritual world of Swanee. After using the power of faith to improve himself, Shenmue raised his claws and grabbed the Xianlong poison centipede, who wanted to escape, in his palm. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. The consciousness of the Xianlong poison centipede seemed extremely small in Shenmue's eyes at this moment. "I caught you!" Shenmue roared in a low voice. The moment the Xianlong poison centipede was caught, it released a mental scream. "Roar, this is a soul spell that can cause great damage to the soul body." The sound waves vibrated, but the figure of the Swanee did not shake at all. With a blessing of the power of faith, Shenmue's soul body is extremely powerful, and the attack of the Xianlong poison centipede is no different from a mayfly shaking a tree. Shenmue clenched the lion's claws tightly. As the lion's claws closed more and more, the Xianlong poison centipede felt a sense of suffocation. The scarlet eyes of the Xianlong poison centipede trembled slightly, revealing endless fear. This is a real threat of death. Crack! It was like the sound of an egg being crushed. The next second, the soul body of the Xianlong poison centipede was completely shattered under the majestic power and turned into countless fragments. It was directly crushed. Facing the mythical creature of the past, Shenmue still did not dare to be careless. He swallowed the soul fragments of the Xianlong poison centipede directly, and then operated the majestic power of faith in his body to start refining. It was really crushing bones and ash, and even the soul fragments were not spared. During the refining process, a harsh hissing sound came from Shenmue's ears. The curse was very unpleasant. This was the will of the Xianlong poison centipede, and it was still not completely dead. Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief only after all the soul fragments were digested. Finally, it was killed. Of course, the Xianlong poison centipede was not completely dead in the true sense. As long as there is a statue of the evil god, as long as there is a believer who still believes in the Xianlong poison centipede, the will of the Xianlong poison centipede can slowly revive with the power of faith. For an existence of this level, It is extremely difficult to be killed. The ancient Ice Phoenix couldn't do it, and Shenmue now naturally can't do it. However, after completely annihilating this remnant soul, it will take at least hundreds of years for the Xianlong Poison Centipede to revive. Shenmue believed that he would have already become a mythical creature by then, or even a more powerful existence. Open your eyes. Shenmue's consciousness returned to the real world. The sun was setting in the distance, and the golden afterglow was scattered on every inch of land in the Yellow Spring Forest. The surroundings were in a mess. Because of the previous battle, countless trees fell, and gullies like canyons appeared on the ground. The battle between Shenmue and the Xianlong Poison Centipede can be completely called a battle between legendary creatures. At this moment, the forest was extremely quiet, without a single noise. Although the white hair of the Swanee was covered with blood, it felt that it was in good condition. After devouring the soul of the Xianlong Poison Centipede, Shenmue felt that his spirit seemed to have been sublimated. Looking at the attribute panel, he found that his soul attribute had soared by 12,000. Now it has reached an astonishing 49,000. Great tonic. Swanee, you are so amazing, I was right about you, even in our era. Swanee, you are an absolute genius. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider was extremely excited, chirping on Shenmue's head, constantly praising Shenmue's bravery. Now that the residual soul of the Xianlong Poison Centipede has been killed, it feels extremely relieved, and the huge stone pressing on its heart has fallen to the ground at once. Hearing the once cold senior Xianmu Ice Spider praising himself in a somewhat admiring tone, Shenmue still felt it. After killing the Xianlong Poison Centipede, Shenmue once again entered a bloody waterfall. The Huanquan tree fruit is still there. This was one of the few gains from this battle. The previous battle was too brutal, and the body of the Sky Dragon Poison Centipede was turned into dust by the ice explosion, losing its value. In addition, Shenmue wanted to see if there were any survivors. Especially the Emerald King Snake. It would be a pity if the loyal family members who were at the peak of the natural disaster realm, had mythical blood, and died. However, in the previous battle, Shenmue could not protect himself, and just put a layer of ice crystal barrier on the Emerald King Snake. There was still a high probability of survival. The valley behind the bloody waterfall was also a mess. There was blood and broken arms everywhere, which was extremely tragic. As soon as Shenmue entered the valley, he found the Emerald King Snake lying on the ground dying at the edge. The Emerald King Snake was covered in blood and flesh. Because of Shenmue's ice crystal barrier, and because it came to the edge of the valley as soon as possible, it struggled to resist the first wave of attacks from the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree. Fortunately, it was still alive. All other creatures, including the seven-colored butterfly, had already lost their breath of life. Seeing that it was Shenmue who came in, the Emerald King Snake was excited. Hiss, Your Majesty, it's me. Shenmue casually released an ice healing spell, and no longer cared about the Emerald King Snake, but came to the place where the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree was before. A huge deep pit appeared on the small island in the center of the Blood Lake. In the deep pit, there were 24 blood-red fruits emitting a strange light. They were the Yellow Spring Fruit. About half of the Yellow Spring Fruit were destroyed in the previous battle, but some were left. Shenmue took a look and got their information. Yellow Spring Fruit, quality, legendary. The fruit condensed by the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree contains the power of the origin of poison, which can help poisonous creatures of the legendary realm and below to improve their extraordinary level and potential. The effect of the Yellow Spring Fruit is similar to what the three-eyed poison scorpion said, but the quality is not totem level, but legendary level. If you want to help the three-eyed poison scorpion break through the middle level of the legendary realm, one is definitely not enough. Of course, Shenmue naturally couldn't give these Yellow Spring Fruit to the three-eyed poison scorpion. Instead, he prepared to use it himself. After defeating the Yellow Spring Fruit Tree and the residual soul of the Dragon Poison Centipede, Shenmue now feels that he is terribly strong. The little three-eyed poisonous scorpion should not be his opponent. Not to mention that he now has a huge hatred for the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. If he is not strong enough, he will really die in the Yellow Spring Secret Realm this time. Without hesitation, Shenmue swallowed a Yellow Spring Fruit directly into his mouth. Although it is a legendary magic medicine, he can still digest it with Tod Lion Plus. Shenmue is ready to restore his state to the peak and then start a new round of hunting, the poisonous leader. The three-eyed poisonous scorpion is lying comfortably in the poisonous scorpion palace in the swamp. This palace is located next to the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. The architectural style is very strange and full of corruption and poisonous elements. The three eyes of the three-eyed poisonous scorpion are always staring at the entrance of the secret realm that is like a muddy vortex. Judging from the time, the poisonous frog king and the flat-mouthed giant fang bat should have brought the second batch of sacrifices to the yellow spring fruit tree. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be able to advance to the middle level of the legendary realm and live another life. Unfortunately, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. The three-eyed poisonous scorpion suddenly turned its head and looked towards the swamp in the distance. A strong, threatening breath fluctuation is approaching here quickly. It is a powerful existence of the middle level of the legendary realm. Soon, a huge monster appeared in front of it. This is a giant crocodile with a body length of more than a kilometer. Its skin is dark green, like the bark of an ancient tree that has experienced vicissitudes of life, and its scales are covered with plants similar to seaweed. The golden vertical pupils flashed with a cold light. The poisonous algae crocodile king is also a legendary middle-level existence. After learning about everything that happened in the secret realm from the poisonous algae crocodile prince, the poisonous algae crocodile king rushed here as fast as possible. Chapter 191 Kill the Three-Eyed Poisonous Scorpion. The king of toxic algae crocodile's move was not entirely to save Chenmo, nor was it the responsibility of all beasts to fight against evil gods. Instead, once the yellow spring fruit tree and the three-eyed poison scorpion complete their plot, it will seriously threaten the safety and interests of the crocodile king territory and itself. So the king of toxic algae crocodile appeared here at the first time. Hiss, king of toxic algae crocodile, what are you doing here? Seeing the king of toxic algae crocodile's menacing appearance, the three-eyed poison scorpion's heart sank. Could it be that the plan failed, and the king of toxic algae crocodile saw through their plan in advance? The three-eyed poison scorpion knew that the prince of toxic algae crocodile had a similar method of resurrection, and told the yellow spring fruit tree to eat up the prince of toxic algae crocodile's soul. This guy probably didn't take my words to heart at all, the three-eyed poison scorpion cursed in his heart. The yellow spring fruit tree has the strength of a legendary realm, and is the absolute master in the secret realm. Moreover, the yellow spring fruit tree contains the toxic mother goddess, that is, part of the soul of the dragon poison centipede, and has mastered many methods that only mythical creatures have. Although they are in a cooperative relationship, the yellow spring fruit tree has a much higher voice and status than the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. The king of toxic algae crocodile completely ignored the three-eyed poisonous scorpion's inquiry. The dark green spiritual patterns on the giant crocodile's scales shone, and then a poisonous breath that seemed to corrode everything gushed out of its mouth. Toxic breath. The poisonous breath was like dark green molten lava, rapidly attacking the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. Seeing this, the three-eyed poisonous scorpion also spewed out a purple poisonous breath from its mouth. The two poisonous breaths collided in mid-air, causing a violent explosion. The three-eyed poisonous scorpion's poisonous breath was obviously weaker, and was obviously suppressed by the dark green poisonous breath. However, on the eve of the poisonous breath of the king of toxic algae crocodile about to bombard it, its figure suddenly disappeared and it still dodged it. Although the three-eyed poisonous scorpion's extraordinary level is only the lower legendary level, it is one level lower than the king of toxic algae crocodile. But this is the poisonous territory, and the energy of the earth veins has greatly increased the combat power of the three-eyed scorpion. After the bombardment of the poisonous breath, the poisonous algae crocodile king has closed the distance and started to fight with the three-eyed scorpion. With its extremely hard scales and strong recovery ability, close combat is its strong point. Once it gets close to its prey, it will be greeted with endless attacks. Seeing that the poisonous algae crocodile king looked like a fight to the death, the three-eyed scorpion had to passively fight. The three scarlet eyes of the three-eyed scorpion simultaneously emitted a strange red light, microscopic vision, a legendary spell, which can greatly enhance its own nerve reaction speed after being released. The opponent's movement, actions, attack trajectory, etc. will be slowed down hundreds of times in the eyes of the three-eyed scorpion. However, as a legendary mid-level creature, the poisonous algae crocodile king also has mythical blood in his body. Whether it is the extraordinary level, or the strength, speed, and spell level, it completely crushes the three-eyed scorpion. It is not something that a spell can make up for. The mud churned, the sand flew, and a large area near the secret realm was swept by the terrifying force. The creatures living in it ran away in panic 10 minutes later. The three-eyed scorpion was covered with scars, and its tail was half broken. The inky scales were full of cracks. More importantly, the red vertical pupil on its forehead was now bloody and fleshy, and it was obviously blinded by the poisonous algae crocodile king. Under the gap in the extraordinary level, the three-eyed scorpion is not the opponent of the poisonous algae crocodile king after all. If this goes on, I will die. Poisonous algae crocodile king, do you really have to kill me? The three-eyed scorpion roared angrily. In response, the poisonous algae crocodile king attacked more and more fiercely. In this case, I won't be polite. The three-eyed scorpion spit out a statue of the Xianlong poison centipede from its mouth. This statue is larger and more realistic than the one of the corrupt dragon mother. The three-eyed scorpion can grow to its current level and get in touch with the yellow spring fruit tree, naturally through the statue of the Xianlong poison centipede. Great poisonous mother goddess, please grant me strength. I am willing to dedicate all my wealth to you. The three-eyed scorpion prayed to the dragon poison centipede, and at the same time, it spat out several disaster-level treasures and a legendary divine medicine from its mouth. However, the next second, the three-eyed scorpion found that the statue of the poisonous mother goddess did not respond to it, as if it had not heard its prayer at all. Mother goddess, I pray for your help. I am willing to offer you everything I have, including my wealth, my flesh and blood, my soul, and my will. The three-eyed scorpion thought that the sacrifice it had offered was not enough, so it increased the chips of the sacrifice. At the critical moment of life and death, the three-eyed scorpion could no longer care so much. If it sacrificed, it might not die. But if it did not sacrifice, it would die soon. However, the statue of the poisonous mother goddess still did not move at all. At this time, the attack of the poisonous algae crocodile king had come again. It also knew something about the statue of the poisonous mother goddess. It would be bad if the three-eyed scorpion successfully sacrificed it and mastered the powerful power. We must fight quickly and decisively. The huge tail of the poisonous algae crocodile king slapped the top of the three-eyed scorpion's head, and the powerful force directly knocked it thousands of meters away. Under the impact of the huge tail, the three-eyed scorpion found that the statue of the poisonous mother goddess in front of him was broken. A huge crack appeared on the top of the Xianlong poison centipede statue, and then quickly spread to the surroundings, and it was completely broken in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? You must know that the statue of the poisonous mother goddess contains a part of the divine power of the poisonous mother goddess, which is extremely hard. Not to mention the collision of this degree just now, even the full force of the legendary peak creature cannot destroy it. There is only one reason for this situation. That is, the poisonous mother goddess is dead, or her will is completely asleep, and she has fallen into an extremely weak state, and she can't even respond to believers and maintain the power of the statue. This scene made the three-eyed scorpion feel endless fear in his heart. The sire of the poisonous mother goddess actually fell? The three-eyed scorpion knew that the yellow spring fruit tree contained the residual soul of the poisonous mother goddess, so in the yellow spring secret realm, the yellow spring fruit tree was invincible. But now that the statue was broken, it meant that the yellow spring fruit tree must have died completely. What happened in the yellow spring secret realm? Not only did the poisonous algae crocodile king come directly to the door, but even the poisonous mother goddess fell. The moment the three-eyed scorpion was stunned, the poisonous algae crocodile king seized the opportunity and directly hit the other two eyes of the three-eyed scorpion with a mouthful of poisonous breath. The poisonous origin spiritual power burst out, and in an instant, the remaining two eyes of the three-eyed scorpion were also blinded by the poison. The three eyes can be said to be the main means of attack of the three-eyed scorpion. Now that they are all disabled, it is obvious that it has lost the qualification to continue fighting with the poisonous algae crocodile king. The poisonous algae crocodile king began to mobilize the poisonous origin spiritual power in his body, accumulating strength, and preparing to give a fatal blow. At this time, a wave of fluctuations suddenly came from the entrance of the secret realm not far away. It seems that there are creatures about to walk out of the muddy vortex. Seeing this, the three-eyed scorpion, which had already fallen into despair, was delighted and saw hope of survival. The tree that came out should be the yellow spring fruit tree. It should have digested the second batch of sacrifices and successfully advanced to the middle level of the legendary realm. It should have come out now to promise to help itself complete the promotion. The king of toxic algae crocodile felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Facing the mythical creature, the dragon poison centipede, which had lived for endless years, it also felt a huge pressure. Now even if it killed the three-eyed scorpion and fought the dragon poison centipede alone, it would not have much chance of winning. Then kill the three-eyed scorpion quickly and retreat immediately. Countless spiritual patterns on the scales of the king of toxic algae crocodile shone, and it was obviously preparing to release a powerful spell. Mother Goddess, save me. Feeling the sense of crisis that almost suffocated it, the three-eyed scorpion shouted loudly. However, the next second, the three-eyed scorpion and the king of toxic algae crocodile were stunned. Because it was not the yellow spring fruit tree that came out of the secret realm. Instead, it was a huge ice lion with snow-white hair, perfect body shape, and golden eyes. The three-eyed scorpion had some impression of this ice lion. It seems to be the family of the Emerald King Snake, the master of the misty forest under his command. But why did this ice lion come out of the secret realm alive now? What about the poisonous frog king and the yellow spring fruit tree? The three-eyed scorpion was full of confusion. And then an extremely dazzling dark green light came towards him. This was the charged attack of the poisonous algae crocodile king. The original spiritual power of the poison system was compressed to the extreme, and the powerful poisonous breath even distorted the surrounding void. This attack has reached the level of a full-strength attack of an ordinary legendary high-level god, which is not something the three-eyed scorpion can contend with. Boom! The emerald green light column slowly extinguished, and there was only a huge deep pit left at the original location of the three-eyed scorpion, and the fully cooked three-eyed scorpion corpse. The real horror of this poisonous breath is not the destructive power, but the toxins that burn the soul. After the impact, the soul of the three-eyed scorpion was directly burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, Chenmo, who had just walked out of the secret realm, was a little confused. After taking 2 more huiquan fruit, Chenmo found that the spiritual power in his body had reached its limit and could not continue to grow. In addition, after digesting the nutrition of huiquan fruit, the effect of Tod Lion Plus has also reached its limit. Through Observation Lion, Chenmo can see that his highest comprehensive combat power has reached an astonishing 6.03 million. This value is already higher than the three-eyed scorpion, almost reaching the limit of the natural disaster realm. With the addition of Death Poison Lion, Chenmo is full of confidence and walks out of the secret realm as soon as possible, ready to hunt the three-eyed scorpion. As a result, as soon as he came out of the secret realm, he saw the three-eyed scorpion being beaten by the poisonous algae crocodile king. Then the poisonous algae crocodile king exhaled a highly toxic breath and killed the three-eyed scorpion in seconds? Seeing this scene, Chenmo's heart sank slightly. It's not that he can't kill the three-eyed scorpion himself, but now there is a big variable with the poisonous algae crocodile king. Compared with the legendary low-level and seriously aging three-eyed scorpion, the legendary middle-level and middle-aged poisonous algae crocodile king is obviously much stronger. Roar, father, it is the ice lion I was talking about, a genius in the natural disaster realm who can compete with the legendary realm huiquan fruit. The prince of poisonous algae crocodile was delighted when he saw the figure of the ice lion. It and the ice lion that was happy to save his life did not die. Seeing that the situation was not right, the prince of poisonous algae crocodile quickly told his father the identity of Chenmo. It would be bad if his father and the ice lion fought. The prince of poisonous algae crocodile was still very clear about gratitude and resentment. Hearing this, the king of poisonous algae crocodile looked at Chenmo with great vigilance. Because Chenmo did not restrain his breath now, the king of poisonous algae crocodile felt a strong threat from Chenmo. This threat was even stronger than that of the dead three-eyed poisonous scorpion. The ice lion in front of him was very likely not the original ice lion. The soul inside was very likely to be the huiquan fruit tree or even the poisonous mother goddess. Otherwise, how could a creature in the natural disaster realm give it such a strong sense of oppression? Roar, who are you? Where is the huiquan fruit tree? The king of poisonous algae crocodile tried. Swanee, I have killed the yellow spring fruit tree, Chenmo replied calmly. He could feel the vigilance and hostility of the poisonous algae crocodile king. However, this hostility seemed to be directed at the yellow spring fruit tree, not the tree itself. Hearing this, the poisonous algae crocodile king suddenly thought of the broken statue of the toxic mother goddess. The broken statue meant that the toxic mother goddess had really fallen. And all this was done by the ice lion in front of him? I need the earth vein core of the toxic territory. In exchange, I can exchange it with the yellow spring fruit. Chenmo got straight to the point. His biggest goal of this trip was naturally to obtain the earth vein core of the toxic territory and then advance to the legend. Now that the three-eyed poisonous scorpion had been killed by the poisonous algae crocodile king in advance, Shenmue could feel a strong earth vein energy on its corpse. But in theory, this was the spoils of the poisonous algae crocodile king. If possible, Shenmue naturally did not want to have a conflict with a powerful existence in front of him. After the poisonous algae crocodile king confirmed the identity of the ice lion, he no longer showed hostility. It did not immediately refuse or agree to the exchange proposed by Shenmue. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. It has already mastered the core of the earth veins of the crocodile king territory, and the core of the earth veins of the toxic territory is actually not of much value to it. On the contrary, the Yellow Springs fruit, as a legendary divine medicine, can take its extraordinary level to the next level. More importantly, since the ice lion in front of it can kill the toxic mother goddess, its origin is very mysterious, and it is not sure of winning. After hesitating for a moment, the toxic algae crocodile king finally looked at the toxic algae crocodile prince. This time, the toxic algae crocodile prince came to find the Yellow Springs fruit in person, in fact, to complete the promotion. Father, I think we can trade. If it weren't for the ice lion this time, I would probably have died completely, the toxic algae crocodile prince said. It is still full of gratitude to Shenmue willing to give up this earth vein core. Roar, yes. Seeing this, the toxic algae crocodile king nodded slightly to Shenmue and agreed to this transaction. Hearing this, Shenmue also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he threw 5 Yellow Springs fruits directly to the toxic algae crocodile king. After the toxic algae crocodile king confirmed that there was no problem with the divine medicine, he prepared to leave with the toxic algae crocodile prince. Swanee, if you have the chance, you can come and visit the crocodile king's territory. The toxic algae crocodile prince wagged his tail at Shenmue, showing his goodwill. Chapter 192 Advancement to Legendary Realm. Okay, Shenmue nodded slightly. The actions of the poisonous algae crocodile prince just now made Shenmue's favorability towards him increase a lot. When I become stronger in the future, I can take him as my own family and help him advance to the legendary realm or even higher. If the poisonous algae crocodile prince knew what Shenmue was thinking at this moment, he would be very crazy. I treat you as a friend, and you want to take me as a younger brother? After watching the poisonous algae crocodile father and son leave and confirming that there was no danger around, Shenmue went directly to the body of the three-eyed poisonous scorpion. Most of the bodies of the three-eyed poisonous scorpion had been taken away by the poisonous algae crocodile king as trophies. Only a broken tail and a dark green light ball were left in the original place. This tail is a legendary refining material. It is not of much value to the poisonous algae crocodile king, but Shenmue can integrate it into the poisonous flying sword to enhance the hardness and toxicity of the poisonous flying sword. The dark green light ball is naturally the core of the ground vein of the poisonous territory. Its diameter is about 1 meter and it emits a gentle light. Shenmue glanced at the time. It is already past 5 o'clock in the evening. One of the self-discipline challenges of Time Travel Lion is to comprehend the power of space for no less than 8 hours a day for 90 days. If you start self-discipline now, it's just in time. But after thinking about it, Shenmue decided to refine the earth vein core of the poison territory first and raise his extraordinary level to the legendary realm. Delay will lead to changes. Only when the earth vein core is completely refined can Shenmue feel at ease. As for the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion, it's not urgent to complete it slowly. Emerald, I'm going to go to the secret realm for retreat. You are responsible for vigilance here, Shenmue told the Emerald King Snake. After the ice healing technique released by Shenmue before, the injuries on the Emerald King Snake have recovered. Okay, Your Majesty, the tone of the Emerald King Snake is quite respectful, and there is also a hidden admiration. The ice lion in front of him actually killed the yellow spring fruit tree and even the toxic mother goddess of the legendary realm in the natural disaster realm. Now he has to absorb the earth vein core of the toxic territory and advance to the legendary realm. The ice lion in the calamity realm was already so strong. After advancing to the legendary realm, the ice lion's strength was simply unimaginable. Following the ice lion, the future is bright. After Shenmue entered the secret realm, he casually condensed a small ice island in the Blood Sea Lake, and then began to refine the core earth vein of the poisonous territory. This core earth vein is not much different from the earth vein spirit that Chen Mo had refined in the snow mountain before. It's just that the energy contained in this core earth vein is obviously much larger. During the refining process, Chen Mo felt as if his soul had left his body, looking down at everything in the poisonous territory from a satellite perspective. And every inch of the poisonous territory was emitting strands of milky white energy, pouring into his body. Chen Mo was not unfamiliar with this energy, which was the earth vein energy that could be transformed into any basic spiritual power. As the earth vein energy continued to pour in, Chen Mo felt that the original spiritual power in his body began to change. And Chen Mo's consciousness once again returned to the ancient wilderness, and saw that majestic figure among the countless towering mountains. The first Swanee in ancient times. Chen Mo's ancestor. Stimulated by the energy of the earth veins, Chen Mo once again started to trace his bloodline. Because he already had pure Swanee blood at this moment, he did not see other lions this time, but saw Swanee directly. Very good, the ancient Swanee showed Chen Mo a gentle smile, and seemed very happy to see that in the future, his bloodline did not weaken, and there was a Swanee with such pure bloodline. Look, this method is called Huanayan, which is the promotion method of the 9 changes of the true spirit. The ancient Swanee's ancient and majestic voice rumbled in Chen Mo's mind. Then, Chen Mo saw mysterious golden spiritual patterns appear on the sharp corners of the ancient Swanee's head like jade. The next second, the figure of the ancient Swanee suddenly turned into Yinglong, and soared into the sky with its wings waving. Then, after passing through a layer of clouds, Yinglong turned into a fire phoenix again. Qilin, Taowu, White Tiger. The appearance of the ancient Swanee kept changing. Of course, this spell called Huanayan is not just as simple as changing into other ancient mythical beasts, but also mastering the abilities and magical powers of these ancient mythical beasts. The killing technique of the White Tiger, the Kirin's Fuso of all things. While the appearance of the ancient Swanee was constantly changing, the spiritual talismans on Chen Mo's body were shining, and his appearance was also changing. Chen Mo calmed down and memorized the trajectory of these spiritual patterns. The picture in front of him seemed to be Chen Mo returning to ancient times, and the ancient Swanee was teaching him magic. In fact, this is a blood inheritance. This spell comes from the depths of Chen Mo's blood. When Chen Mo meets certain conditions, it will be activated. Like many Western dragons, many abilities, knowledge, and spells are all hidden in the blood. If someone is near Chen Mo, you can see that Chen Mo is constantly changing his form. The one who really released the spell was Chen Mo himself. When the ancient Swanee demonstrated illusion and invisibility, Chen Mo had completely mastered this spell, as if he had practiced it thousands of times, and it had become his own talent and instinct. Transforming into various creatures and gaining their abilities is just the illusion in the illusion and invisibility spell. Illusion and invisibility also has an effect called hide. Completely hide your breath, achieve an absolutely invisible form, and let all creatures who see you automatically forget the memory of seeing you. Compared with keeping spells in various carriers or teaching them directly, the learning efficiency is many times higher. This is the strength of blood inheritance. This method is called the pupil of Swanee, and it is a real killing technique. After demonstrating illusion and invisibility, the ancient Swanee did not stop transmitting the law. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of golden light suddenly burst out from the golden pupil of the ancient Swanee. Then a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a white light. Thousands of kilometers in radius are within the attack range of this huge beam of light. In the blink of an eye, countless barren mountains thousands of feet high were razed to the ground, and the terrifying power swept around. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel astonished. The power of this spell, if released on Blue Star, seems to be able to directly wipe out a country, or even an entire continent. This is a truly taboo power. Of course, Chen Mo didn't know that when the ancient Swanee released the pupil of Swanee, its body also opened its eyes involuntarily. It also released the pupil of Swanee. The golden beam of light swept across the entire Blood Sea Lake, directly evaporating most of the Blood Sea Lake. As for the ghost-faced fish inside, they were purely suffering from an unprovoked disaster, and almost most of them were killed instantly. After teaching the spell of pupil of Swanee, the figure of the ancient Swanee slowly faded. Finally, after showing Chen Mo a smile of approval, it disappeared completely. The bloodline tracing is over. In the process of bloodline tracing, Chen Mo was also subconsciously refining the core of the earth vein of the toxic territory. Unknowingly, The refining progress has reached 50%. Another 12 hours later. The white Swanee suddenly opened his eyes, and the powerful pressure like a mountain torrent quickly spread around the Blood Sea Lake. Just Chen Mo's inadvertent pressure set off gusts of wind and rolled up huge waves on the Blood Sea Lake. Chen Mo showed a happy smile, and his heart was extremely happy. The refining process went very smoothly. He has now completely refined the core of the earth vein of the toxic territory. Successfully promoted to the legendary realm. Chen Mo could clearly feel that the original spiritual power in his body had once again completed the sublimation, and the majestic spiritual power flowed in his body like a torrent. Then, these spiritual powers began to wash his limbs and bones, and began to strengthen his body. In the process of strengthening, Chen Mo naturally discovered the miserable scene around him. After realizing that it was his unconscious behavior during the promotion process, he couldn't help but be a little speechless. Chen Mo was originally planning to turn the Blood Sea Lake into a fish farming base. Who knows if there are any surviving ghost fish? After the strengthening was completely completed, Chen Mo's body had grown to 30 meters long, but the proportions were perfect. Of course, for Chen Mo who mastered illusion and invisibility, body size didn't mean much. Now, as long as he wanted, he could even transform into a behemoth with a body length of more than a kilometer. And it's not a body condensed by spiritual power like the Dharma elephant, but a real body of flesh and blood that is a kilometer long. This is the abnormality of illusion and invisibility. Perfectly transform into the form of other creatures. Chen Mo glanced at his attribute panel: Swanee, male, level, low legend, constitution. 6.25W, agility. 6.82W, strength. 6.65W, soul. 8.52W, abilities: Phantom, Swanee's Eye, Law of Heaven and Earth, Absolute Zero, Swanee's Battle Method, True Spirit 9 Transformations, Demon Suppression, Stopping War, Comprehensive Combat Power. 892W 1002W, his highest comprehensive combat power has exceeded 10 million. You should know that the highest comprehensive combat power of Xianlong Poison was only 6 million before. The highest comprehensive combat power of the poisonous algae Crocodile King was only more than 7 million. This means that Chen Mo can now fight against high-level legendary beings. For a creature who has just stepped into the threshold of legend, this is simply incredible. Then, Chen Mo took another look at the self-discipline panel. After advancing to the legendary realm, many messages popped up on the self-discipline panel. Self-discipline shared objects plus 50. Self-discipline shared objects acceptable challenges plus 20. Secondary self-discipline shared objects plus 1000. Self-discipline quality improvement card, orange. Super self-discipline card, orange, X3. All self-discipline titles below blue quality have been automatically upgraded to blue quality. The difficulty of purple and purple quality self-discipline challenge is reduced to 1/4 of the original. It is not much different from the previous promotion. The only difference is that the difficulty of completing the self-discipline challenge has been reduced. Chen Mo looked at the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion. He found that the content of its 3 challenges has been reduced. First of all, the time to comprehend the power of space has been reduced from no less than 8 hours per day to 4 hours. The duration of self-discipline has been shortened from the original 90 days to 22.5 days. It's just 3 weeks. For the other 2 challenges, the number of times to cross the wormhole every day has been reduced from no less than 2 times to no less than 1 time. Crossing 8 different worlds has also become crossing 2 worlds. The difficulty has been greatly reduced. The difficulty of Master Chef Lion has also been reduced a lot. But after advancing to the legendary realm, the corresponding self-discipline title should be of orange quality. These purple self-discipline titles will also be retired, Chen Mo thought. He has begun to look forward to the orange title that will be refreshed after completing Master Chef Lion. The purple title is already so powerful, wouldn't the effect of the orange title be even more terrifying? There's even a chance that it can help him master the power of the law in advance. That is the power that only creatures in the totem realm have. After experiencing his own power, Chen Mo walked out of the secret realm. The Emerald King Snake guarded the entrance of the secret realm diligently. Seeing Chen Mo walk out and his breath becoming deeper and deeper, it couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Your Majesty, have you advanced to the legendary realm?" "Yes," Chen Mo nodded slightly, and then responded to the Emerald King Snake through telepathy. "The original Misty Forest will be in your charge next. The 3-eyed venomous scorpion has died." After refining the core of the earth veins of the toxic territory, Chenmo is naturally the veritable master of the toxic territory. The territory of the toxic territory is very vast, almost the same as the total land area of Blue Star. Chenmo could already feel the feedback from the Lord Lion. Unfortunately, each level of the legendary realm requires a huge amount of original spiritual power. After occupying the toxic territory, the energy of the earth veins fed back by Lord Lion Plus is only 1/10 of the energy of the legendary realm. Emerald. Go and summon the lords from all over the toxic territory and ask them to come here for a meeting within 1 day, Chenmo said again. Next, he naturally prepared to gather the resources and strength of the entire toxic territory to vigorously develop agriculture, especially the development of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. After becoming the lord of the toxic territory, the Yellow Spring Secret Realm naturally became Chenmo's back garden. Not only does the Yellow Spring Secret Realm grow a large number of magical medicines, but the poisonous spiritual power is extremely abundant, which is very suitable for planting various magical medicines and spiritual plants. When it comes to the planting of magical medicines, a large amount of labor is naturally required. Unfortunately, at least half of the natural disaster creatures in the toxic territory died in the Yellow Spring Secret Realm, especially the high-level beings in the natural disaster realm, who are almost completely extinct. Yes, Your Majesty, the eyes of the Emerald King Snake were full of excitement. After Chenmo became the lord of the toxic territory, his status also rose. It can be said that he is below one beast and above all beasts. And he believes that as long as he follows His Majesty unswervingly, he will definitely have a brighter future. The Emerald King Snake naturally did not run errands in person to notify the creatures of other territories one by one, but ordered other natural disaster creatures in the Misty Forest to complete this task. Naturally, the Emerald King Snake also announced this news to other natural disaster creatures in the Misty Forest. The Ice Lion not only successfully advanced to the legendary realm, but also killed the three-eyed poison scorpion with his own hands and became the new generation of the Lord of the Toxic Territory. Hearing this, the natural disaster beasts who were obsessed with farming felt incredible and had a feeling that it was not real. Did Their Majesty just occupy the Misty Forest last month? As a result, in less than a month, he actually killed the Lord of the Toxic Territory, the three-eyed poison scorpion, and became the new Lord of the Toxic Territory? Chapter 193, Chef Lion, completed. However, for these natural disaster beasts, Chenmo's promotion to the legendary realm and becoming the master of the poisonous territory is naturally a good thing. As natural disaster beasts that followed Chenmo earlier, they have a great advantage. They have already mastered the Great Spirit Rain technique. In less than half a day, the remaining natural disaster creatures in the poisonous territory rushed to the vicinity of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. After learning that the three-eyed venomous scorpion had fallen and a new king had appeared in the poisonous territory, they set off immediately to meet the new king, not daring to neglect it at all. Although the three-eyed venomous scorpion was actually killed by the poisonous algae crocodile king, many natural disaster beasts received news that the new master of the poisonous territory killed the three-eyed venomous scorpion in seconds and then became the new king. Moreover, the news spread more and more outrageous. Now in the minds of these natural disaster creatures, the new king has become a much more powerful existence than the three-eyed venomous scorpion. When these natural disaster beasts arrived in the jungle near the poisonous territory one after another, Chenmo was still feeling the power of space near the Yellow Spring Secret Realm and completing the self-discipline challenge of Time and Space Travel Lion. The entrance to the Secret Realm is actually a wormhole. Near the entrance to the Secret Realm, the space energy is relatively active. While waiting, many natural disaster beasts in the jungle could not help but start to communicate. Emerald King, what is the personality of His Majesty the Lion King? Is he much gentler than the three-eyed poisonous scorpion? One of the natural disaster low-level pythons with colorful patterns asked the Emerald King Snake with some trepidation. Hearing this, the eyes of other natural disaster beasts could not help but look at the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake's huge snake body stretched across the group of beasts, and its emerald eyes looked around at the natural disaster beasts. Wherever its eyes went, the natural disaster beasts all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at it. His Majesty the Lion King is much stronger than the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, the Emerald King Snake said in a proud tone. In addition, you can rest assured that His Majesty is very friendly to his family and never kills innocent people. As long as you respect and are loyal to His Majesty His Majesty will give you unimaginable treasures. For example, the natural disaster level divine medicine. Hearing this, the natural disaster beasts exploded directly, and they were all a little excited. But they couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts. Is there really such a good lord? I can prove that what the Emerald King said is true. This is the natural disaster divine medicine given to me by His Majesty. At this time, the poisonous chimera in the beast group spoke. The one who spoke was the head in the center. Because Chenmo required all the natural disaster creatures in the poisonous territory to arrive, the natural disaster beasts in the misty forest naturally came over. As he spoke, the poisonous chimera spit out a soul-breaking grass that exuded a strong poison-level spiritual power. I was young and ignorant, and I had a conflict with His Majesty. His Majesty not only forgave me, but also gave me this natural disaster magic medicine, the soul-breaking grass, the toxic chimera said in an excited and enthusiastic voice. Once, it was the head that was most unhappy with Chenmo among the three heads. But when Chenmo taught them the Great Spirit Rain technique and gave them natural disaster seeds, this head's attitude towards Chenmo changed 180 degrees. Especially last month, the toxic chimera was awarded the title of planting model and the natural disaster level magic medicine because it cultivated the most magic medicines and spiritual plants, winning other natural disaster beasts in the misty forest. The toxic chimera became more and more enthusiastic about the Swami. It also has the farming gene flowing in its blood. After feeling the wonders of the Great Spirit Rain technique, the toxic chimera suddenly felt that fighting and killing was meaningless. Isn't it nice to grow crops every day and become stronger? If Chenmo checked the belief value now, he would find that the belief value of the toxic chimera has also reached an astonishing 92, becoming a fanatical believer. More importantly, every month in the future, we will have the opportunity to obtain the natural disaster medicine or even more precious treasures, as long as we work hard enough, the toxic chimera said. The other natural disaster beasts in the misty forest also nodded. This kind of life where they can get something by planting the magic medicine is simply unstoppable for them, so there were very few natural disaster beasts willing to go to the secret realm with Chenmo to adventure. Only the colorful butterfly was alone. The news that the colorful butterfly fell in the secret realm made them more determined to think that everything is inferior, only farming is high. Really? That's great, Your Majesty. The Lion King is so kind. Toxic chimera, how hard do we have to work to get the reward from His Majesty? After receiving confirmation from other natural disaster beasts in the misty forest, the natural disaster beasts from other areas of the toxic territory seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, and began to look forward to the appearance of the new king. You will know what kind of efforts are needed in a moment. His Majesty will teach you a special spell, the Emerald King Snake said. Finally, after waiting for another half an hour, an energy wave appeared near the entrance of the Yellow Spring secret realm, and then an ice lion with a body length of more than 30 meters, snow-white hair, and a sacred and majestic appearance slowly walked out of the entrance of the secret realm. After seeing the ice lion appear, all the natural disaster beasts dared not look at it anymore, and bowed their heads to worship it to show their submission. But at a glance, these natural disaster beasts all had similar thoughts in their hearts. This ice lion is too handsome, right? Just from the aspect of appearance, it is much stronger than the three-eyed venomous scorpion that was like a crooked melon and a jujube before. More importantly, the breath emanating from this ice lion is as deep as the sea, and it is more powerful than the three-eyed venomous scorpion. The Emerald King Snake did not exaggerate. This ice lion is a legendary creature. It is a legendary creature that is more powerful than the three-eyed venomous scorpion. Seeing the herd of less than 50 beasts in front of him, and most of them were still at the low level of the disaster realm, Chenmo sighed inwardly. There are not many disaster creatures in the poison territory. Most of the disaster beasts have now become nutrients for the Yellow Spring fruit tree, and they were consumed too much in the previous trip to the secret realm. But it is not a big problem. As long as the disaster divine medicine is cultivated continuously, there will always be new disaster beasts, and the extraordinary level of these disaster beasts will gradually increase. I believe you all have a general idea of the purpose of gathering you here today, Chenmo said. The three-eyed scorpion is dead, and now I am the master of the poison territory. From now on, you are all part of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Next, I will divide the regions of the poison territory: Emerald King Snake, Lord of the Misty Forest; Toxic Chimera, Lord of the Toxic Forest; Poison-Winged Salamander, Lord of the Poison Mist Valley. Chenmo took a look at the faith values of these natural disaster beasts, and combined with a share of the magical medicine they planted last month, he redivided more than a dozen areas of the poison territory. Hearing Chen Mo's allocation of territories, the natural disaster beasts who became lords were naturally very happy. In the previous war, many lords of the poison territory fell in the Yellow Spring secret realm, and there were many vacancies all of a sudden. In addition, Chen Mo also divided several deputy lords. The natural disaster beasts that did not get the allocation were naturally a little disappointed. Among them, 2 high-level natural disasters were not even rated as deputy lords. They were a little confused in their hearts, but they did not dare to complain about the allocation of the Lion King. The above arrangements are tentative and not set in stone. Performance assessments will be conducted every quarter in the future, and lords who fail to meet the assessment standards will be replaced. As for the performance score, it will be determined by multiple factors. Chen Mo said again, in the future, if you want to become a lord in the poison territory, you don't just need to improve your extraordinary level and have a strong combat power. What's more important is the performance and contribution to the Ice Lion Kingdom. For Chen Mo, the extraordinary levels of these natural disaster beasts are not of much significance. Anyway, none of them are as powerful as him, and there is not even a natural disaster beast that could withstand his attack. Roar hiss, under the absolute strength suppression, all the natural disaster beasts agreed. Although they don't know what performance is, they understand that it is very important. As for the acquisition of performance, it mainly depends on the number of magical medicines cultivated and the number and level of extraordinary livestock raised. Next, I will teach you a spell called the Great Spirit Rain Technique. Pay attention. Learn carefully. Hearing this, all the natural disaster beasts held their breath and looked at Chen Mo intently. Emerald King Snake, the magical spell from the mouth of the poisonous chimera. It's finally here. Then, Chen Mo replicated the process of teaching the natural disaster beasts in the misty forest before, and taught the Great Spirit Rain Technique to them. After seeing the magic of the Great Spirit Rain Technique, the eyes of these natural disaster beasts became fanatical and excited, and they wanted to immediately devote themselves to the cause of cultivating divine medicine. Next, each beast will go to the Emerald King Snake to collect the corresponding divine medicine seeds, Chen Mo said. Previously in the Yellow Spring Forest, Chen Mo obtained a large number of natural disaster divine medicines, and naturally he still had a lot of seeds of natural disaster divine medicines. After receiving the seeds, you can leave. All the lords stay. Chen Mo kept all the lords. Next, I will allocate the area of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm to you. In addition to planting divine medicines in your own area, you are also responsible for cultivating divine medicines in the Secret Realm, Chen Mo said to the lords who stayed behind through telepathy. After explaining some details of planting and cultivation, Chen Mo let these natural disaster beasts go back. Time flies. 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 weeks, the toxic territory has undergone earth-shaking changes. The conflicts and frictions between the various territories have almost disappeared. Under the leadership of the natural disaster beasts, creatures of different races have begun to grow magical medicines crazily, focusing on cultivating magical medicine plants, and have no intention of making trouble. Whether it is performance appraisal or the mechanism of more work, more pay, these natural disaster beasts have rolled up. Chen Mo didn't pay too much attention to the development of the toxic territory, but returned to the Ice Phoenix Temple to practice. After all, one's own strength is the foundation, and the clan, territory, and power should all serve one's own strength. Clan, territory, are actually accessories of strength. Without sufficient strength, one cannot have the corresponding status, power, and territory. After advancing to the legendary realm, Chen Mo found that the spiritual power he needed for the next promotion would be an extremely astonishing number. Even if he took the natural disaster level magical medicine every day, it would take a long time to complete the promotion. In this regard, Chen Mo took a two-pronged approach to improve the extraordinary level from 2 different aspects. On the one hand, it is natural to cultivate divine medicine on a large scale. Although the natural disaster level divine medicine is not very effective for Chen Mo now, the quantitative change is enough to produce qualitative change. Only with enough natural disaster level divine medicine, plus the powerful digestive ability given by Tod Lion Plus, it can still accumulate little by little and achieve stable growth. And after completing Chef Lion, there is a high probability that you can make extraordinary dishes with special effects, and there is a high probability that you can make some extraordinary dishes that can enhance spiritual power. On the other hand, Chen Mo is naturally preparing to use the effect of Lord Lion Plus. One of the effects of Lord Lion Plus is that for every 10,000 square kilometers of land occupied, you can obtain one source of Earth Vein energy. And it takes 1 million Earth Vein energies to advance from the low level of Legendary Realm to the middle level of Legendary Realm, which means that Chen Mo needs to occupy 10 billion square kilometers of land. You know, the surface area of the entire blue star is only 510 million square kilometers. After occupying planets about the size of 20 blue stars, Chen Mo can be promoted to the middle level of Natural Disaster Realm. To advance to the peak of the Calamity Realm, one must occupy 200 planets the size of a blue star. Currently, Chen Mo has become the Lord of the Poison Territory. As for the blue star, except for Duangsha, which Chen Mo did not occupy but chose to develop in cooperation, other areas have basically become the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. It is not an exaggeration to call Chen Mo the Lord of the Blue Star. The area of the snow region is much larger than that of the Blue Star. The area of the Poison Territory alone is equivalent to 1/3 of the surface area of the Blue Star. And territories like the Poison Territory are even more numerous in the snow region. In theory, as long as Chen Mo becomes the Lord of the snow region and occupies all territories, his extraordinary level can reach the peak of the Legendary Realm. Of course, this is only in theory. Not to mention that there are peak Legendary Realm or even Totem Realm in other areas. Even if Chen Mo forcibly occupies other low-level Legendary Realm territories, he will inevitably be hostile to the nearby lords. It is very likely that they will unite and directly wipe out Chen Mo. Chen Mo plans to complete the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion first. After being able to travel between different worlds, expanding the territory is a simple matter. Find some relatively barren planets or planets without strong people, and directly open up the wasteland. It will definitely be easier to collect magic medicine at that time. Master Chef Lion, Day 23. Chen Mo prepared 25 different delicacies early in the morning and completed the last day of the Master Chef Lion Self-Discipline Challenge at the fastest speed. You have completed the Self-Discipline Challenge, Master Chef Lion, Purple. Do you want to equip? The moment Chen Mo used his consciousness to choose to confirm, countless knowledge about food emerged from his mind. Recipes for extraordinary dishes, methods of making extraordinary dishes, and various extraordinary ingredients. I really learned a lot. Yes, now I am also a Chef Lion. Chen Mo was a little excited. Chapter 194 Golden Self-Discipline Challenge, Xian Lion. Chef Lion has 3 effects in total. The first effect is that the food made by Chen Mo will randomly obtain one or more of the 3 effects of spiritual power, energetic, and physical power. The effect of spiritual power is that the eater will directly obtain a certain amount of original spiritual power and improve the extraordinary level. The effect of energetic is to greatly restore spiritual power. The effect of physical power is to restore injuries. The effects of these 3 terms are improved with the improvement of the quality of the ingredients. If it is a legendary extraordinary dish, it can instantly restore all spiritual power and injuries after taking it, and it can also increase a large amount of original spiritual power. The second effect of Chef Lion is to obtain the God of Cooking recipes, which is the extra knowledge in Chen Mo's mind. This makes Chen Mo truly a super chef, and he has become extremely handy in handling various super dishes. The last effect is to improve the effect of the ingredients. After being made into a dish, it can make the magic medicine, spiritual plants, and super flesh and blood play a stronger effect than itself. It's worthy of the purple self-discipline title. Very good. After Chen Mo roughly experienced the effect of Master Chef Lion, his eyes looked at the self-discipline panel again. This time, it is very likely that a higher quality self-discipline challenge will be refreshed than the purple challenge. A golden light appeared at the original position of Master Chef Lion, Immortal Lion, Gold, Self-Discipline Challenge. 1. Complete 100 key training techniques every day for 180 days. Basic key training techniques included. 2. Practice key training techniques to the 9th level. Title effect. 1. Convert the original spiritual power into immortal power. 2. The power of all immortal arts is increased by 100%. 3. The speed of immortal power cultivation is increased by 100%. Gold, Legendary, Level Self-Discipline Challenge. Seeing the new Self-Discipline Challenge, Chen Mo was a little excited. Cultivating immortals, transcending the mundane world, this is what he dreamed of in his previous life. After being reborn as an ice lion and mastering extraordinary power, he still yearns for cultivating immortals. Although Shenmue didn't know what kind of energy immortal power was, it was definitely an energy of a higher level than the original spiritual power. Generally speaking, only after the legendary creatures were promoted to the totem realm, the original spiritual power would transform into the power of law. This is also a necessary condition for the legendary totem. Shenmue felt that immortal power was likely to be the same level or even higher than the power of law. If he could complete the Immortal Lion self-discipline challenge, it meant that he was likely to master a higher level of energy in the legendary realm. This also meant that in the legendary realm, he might have the power to compete with the powerful existence of the totem realm. Continue to consolidate his combat power for leapfrogging. Without hesitation, Shenmue chose the Immortal Lion self-discipline challenge. The next second, a practice method of key training formula emerged in his mind. Mind like still water, all thoughts are empty. Take a deep breath, exhale 3 times, take a short breath, exhale long, repeat. And have nothing else in mind. The practice of key training formula requires the original spiritual power to circulate in the body according to a certain trajectory, and it needs to pass through different acupuncture points. Because Shenmue is a Swani, this Kigenju is also a practice method based on the body of Swani. Try it first. Shenmue couldn't wait and started to try it immediately. He didn't know how difficult it was to practice this Kigenju. The self-discipline challenge of Xianxi required him to complete 100 Kigenju every day. Shenmue closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to follow the practice track of Kigenju, mobilizing the original spiritual power in his body and running it in his body. With the blessing of Teaching Lion plus Martial Arts Sect Lion, Shenmue had a good understanding and soon successfully completed a Kigenju. He found that after completing a Kigenju, the original spiritual power in his body became more condensed. This change was very subtle, but Shenmue's current observation ability was meticulous, so he naturally noticed it. Practicing Kigenju can increase the power of each original spiritual power. Then Shenmue looked at the time again and found that half an hour had passed. It takes me half an hour to practice the Kigen technique once. It is almost impossible to complete it 100 times in one day. It can only be completed after becoming proficient or improving the Kigen technique. He is not yet able to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Xian Lion. Shenmue is not in a hurry. As long as he practices more and becomes more proficient, the self-discipline challenge of the Xian Lion can be completed. After completing the Kigen technique again, Shenmue found that it was 1 minute faster than the first time. As long as the time to complete the Kigen technique is shortened to about 10 minutes, the self-discipline challenge of the Xian Lion can be officially started. Sure enough, my comprehension is still good. But I have to start the King of Rolls mode next, Shenmue sighed. The self-discipline challenge of the Time Travel Lion has not been completed yet, and it is necessary to comprehend the power of space for no less than 8 hours every day. So after practicing the Kigen technique twice, Shenmue began to comprehend the power of space again. It was not until the evening that he finished the day's practice. After Shenmue is ready to complete the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion, he will indulge himself for a while before taking on the self-discipline challenge of Fairy Lion. Anyway, he has no imminent crisis now. The extraordinary level of the legendary realm is a real strong man even in the entire snow region. It shouldn't be a big problem to lie down for a while. Day 21 of Time Travel Lion. Just when Shenmue was concentrating on practicing. Gichuan, Blue Star. Dongsha Academy of Sciences Astronomical Observatory. The moon is high in the sky. It is already late at night. Most of the staff at the observatory have already left work, and only 2 scholars on duty are still working. Old Xia, I heard that the leaders arranged for us to go to the headquarters of the Ice Lion Kingdom to communicate with each other next month. Is the news reliable? One of the thin young men in casual clothes asked a white-haired old professor next to him in a low voice. I've heard about it, too. 9 out of 10 people will go. The old professor said calmly, the most likely reason is to help the Ice Lion Kingdom build an astronomical observatory. Great. I heard that there are many extraordinary creatures in the Ice Lion Kingdom, and humans and extraordinary creatures live together in harmony. I don't know if it's true or not, the young man asked curiously, with a look of curiosity and yearning for the so-called Ice Lion Kingdom. He was very curious about this country that had suddenly risen since the revival of spiritual energy. According to legend, the founder of the Ice Lion Kingdom The mysterious Ice Lion King was a natural disaster. It's true. I've been there once before. The old professor touched a few hairs on his head and said with a smile, whether it's humans or animals, they all worship Swanee, that is, the Ice Lion King. Our current magic medicine breeding technology was taught by Shuogang, the Minister of Agriculture of the Ice Lion Kingdom. In exchange, we gave some technology and ancient books to the Ice Lion Kingdom. I really hope to go to the Ice Lion Kingdom right away. It would be even better if I could see the mysterious Ice Lion King, the young man said with some longing. There will be a chance. Wait, Lao Xia, come and see. What is this? As soon as the old professor finished speaking, he heard the young man's exclamation. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the young man. That was the observation screen of the Cheyenne telescope, which could observe the scene around the orbit of the blue planet. At this moment, tiny black dots appeared in the space area around the blue planet. These black dots were originally the size of sesame seeds on the screen, but as time went on, these black dots were rapidly growing. They were approaching the blue planet at an astonishing speed. Quickly zoom in and see what this is. Okay, as the image on the screen was enlarged, the appearance of these little black dots was revealed to the two. Each little black dot was a strange-looking starship-like existence. Its appearance was similar to a giant black gem covered with tentacles, with dense structures similar to blood vessels and nests on it, just like a mother nest. The surface of the mother nest was covered with thick carapaces, as hard as rock. At this moment, the mother nest being observed was expanding and contracting at a fixed frequency, as if it was breathing. Then, the two saw countless black creatures like insects wriggling on the surface of the mother nest. These are insects, the young man felt his scalp tingling. I'll contact the headquarters. How long will it take for these mother nests to reach the blue planet? The old professor had experienced many storms and was not frightened by the scene in front of him. He said calmly. At the current speed, less than half an hour, similar scenes occurred in various astronomical observatories. The Dongsha Operations Command also received news of these mother nests as soon as possible. Attack with missiles immediately, predict the landing locations of these nests and evacuate the people in the corresponding areas. Each combat team is on standby. Be ready to fight at any time. Synchronize this message to the Ice Lion Kingdom immediately. Orders were issued one after another in an orderly manner. The troops, awakened teams, and staff of various units. Every department and every person became busy. After experiencing the resurrection of spiritual energy, the advent of the secret realm, and the rise of extraordinary creatures, Dongsha has already had very complete measures to deal with supernatural disasters. Ice Lion Kingdom. The Great Snow Mountain Secret Realm. The six-tailed fox standing on the top of the vast snow-capped mountains, its hair all over its body was pure white, as if it could reflect every ray of light on the snow. The next second, the six-tailed fox suddenly looked up at the dark night sky above its head. As if it had noticed something, a nice blue light flashed in its eyes. Ice eyes. This ability allows it to observe existence at a very long distance. Minister, there is urgent news from Dongsha just now. Many mother nests similar to meteorites suddenly appeared outside the blue planet. These mother nests are attacking the surface at an alarming speed. At this time, a human girl in a white cotton coat suddenly ran over and said to the six-tailed fox. She is the secretary of the six-tailed fox, mainly responsible for handling daily affairs and communicating with the senior management of Dongsha. Well, I know, the six-tailed fox replied calmly through telepathy. The six huge furry tails shook slightly unconsciously on the snow. When these mother nests descended into the outer space of the earth, the six-tailed fox naturally noticed it. Although the observatory and other facilities of the Ice Lion Kingdom are still under construction and cannot observe the scene in space, the six-tailed fox still sensed the existence of the mother nest with a premonition of crisis. With a blessing of the natural disaster level magic medicine and the Taodi Lion, the six-tailed fox has successfully advanced to the natural disaster realm last week, becoming the sixth natural disaster realm existence in the Great Snow Mountain Secret Realm. I think everyone has sensed the existence of the mother nest. Let's go to the meeting hall first, the six-tailed fox thought to himself, and then ran to the meeting hall of Lion King Mountain as soon as possible. After the construction of many extraordinary creatures, the magnificent meeting hall has been completed and has become the landmark building of the Ice Lion Kingdom. When the six-tailed fox arrived at a meeting hall, he found that several high-ranking officials of the Ice Lion Kingdom were already in the meeting hall. Ice Lion Princess Aisha, Frost Lion General Zionba, Ice Ghost Leader, Frost Crane Leader obviously, They also sensed the existence of the Sky Mother nest outside the blue star. Everyone has sensed the existence of aliens, right? Ice Lion Princess Aisha said to the group of beasts through telepathy. Xiongba, Frost Sheep Leader and other beasts nodded one after another. These aliens are not kind. Their body structure is very similar to the black abyss creatures that ravaged the Indian Ocean before. It is very likely that they are similar things, Aisha continued. It seems that there are a lot of insect-like creatures inside each mother nest. They came to Blue Star most likely because they have set their sights on this world that has just revived its spiritual energy and want to take it for themselves. Aisha has naturally advanced to the natural disaster realm, and because she has the blood of the Swanee, from Chenmo, she has the blood of a myth. The upgraded, Ice Eyes, ability can see scenes thousands of kilometers away. After noticing the existence of the mother nest, it immediately observed it. Do you need to tell your majesty about this news? Asked Xiongba, a white-haired giant lion with a body length of more than 100 meters. It also successfully advanced to the natural disaster realm not long ago, taking the route of physical cultivation, with very strong strength and speed. Xiongba never thought that he would be able to advance to the natural disaster realm one day. Before, he thought that the king realm was out of reach, but in the blink of an eye, he was in the natural disaster realm. It knew that all this came from the Ice Lion King, so its faith in the Ice Lion King was extremely pious. Your Majesty is still in seclusion, Aisha replied. And I don't have a strong sense of crisis, which means we can handle these monsters. I don't think we need to bother your Majesty with these little things. We can tell your Majesty about this after your training is over, Aisha said to the beasts. It felt that the Ice Lion Kingdom could handle this small crisis on its own, and it couldn't ask its brother to take action when it encountered a little crisis. Roar, good, me, okay, me. Chapter 195 Visitors from Outer Space. Aisha's proposal was approved by all the extraordinary creatures present. As the elder sister of the Ice Lion King Swanee, its status in the Ice Lion Kingdom is naturally very high. And the wisdom and strength shown by Aisha were also recognized by the beasts. Then let's get ready. Little Demon Vine, you will intercept in the air first, Aisha said to a huge demon vine beside her that seemed to reach the sky. This is a clone of the blue demon vine. After the uninterrupted irrigation of Chenmo's Great Spirit Rain technique, coupled with Tod Lion Plus, and his own awakened ability, Absorb, the blue demon vine grows very fast. Now the extraordinary level has reached the middle level of the natural disaster realm, and it is the strongest existence in the Ice Lion Kingdom. Because of the characteristics of giant, the height of the blue demon vine has reached 10,000 meters. This is already the stratosphere of the Earth, and it is also the area where most flights fly. The previous little demon vine has now really become a towering demon vine. More importantly, the little demon vine's dividing vine ability has been upgraded many times. Now, as long as there is enough nutrition, the little magic vine can divide into vines infinitely. Now, in the center of every second-tier city in the Ice Lion Kingdom, there is a blue magic vine clone standing tall. This is not only a landmark building of the Ice Lion Kingdom, but also the patron saint of these cities. When encountering an enemy, these blue magic vine clones can burst out with powerful combat power, just like now. Okay, the blue magic vine replied softly. Unlike its huge size, the blue magic vine has a very soft and cute personality, and is loved by almost all creatures in the Ice Lion Kingdom. Just last month, the 5 yuan Ice Lion coin of the Ice Lion Kingdom was printed with a pattern of the blue magic vine. After receiving the affirmative response from the blue magic vine, Elsa responded to the many giant beasts around her through telepathy, and said at the same time, the remaining mother nests that fell on the ground will be wiped out by us as soon as possible. Roar, G. Then, Elsa looked at the huge borderless screen on the side. Across the screen was a giant snake monster with 6 huge heads. It was the Hydra Serpent. The satellite had been repaired and was now able to support long-distance video calls. As for the demon nest that fell on the sea, I'll have to trouble the Hydra and the Siren to deal with it. Roar, sure. Leave it to us. The Hydra Serpent's eyes were blazing, and its golden pupils were flickering like flowing fireworks. It nodded slightly. The Hydra Serpent had not fought for a long time, and these sudden enemies made it feel excited for a long time. In addition, in order to prevent these demon nests from hiding and secretly developing, the demon nests in Dongsha must also be completely wiped out. Chief Frost Crane, you lead the flying troops to Dongsha for support. I will coordinate with Dongsha, Chief Frost Crane was very fast and could reach Dongsha in a very short time, making him the best target for support. Chirp! Elsa quickly formulated a general response plan, and methodically mobilized the forces of various departments and regions of the Ice Lion Kingdom to resist these alien visitors who were about to arrive. 5 minutes later. Boom! 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 Black meteors appeared in the sky over all regions of the world. These black meteors streaked across the night sky, falling to the ground at an astonishing speed, while making a dull roar. Countless humans and extraordinary creatures were awakened from their sleep. Then they saw countless black meteors with long flame tails swooping down on the surface of the blue planet. All creatures could not help but feel a sense of annihilation. Similar scenes occurred in various regions of the blue planet, Frost Crane City, Ice Lion Kingdom. Black meteors streaked across the night sky, and almost all the creatures in the city were awakened. Just as the black meteors were about to fall to the ground, they suddenly saw a vine wall made entirely of huge vines that stretched for dozens of kilometers in the sky. This vine wall almost spanned most of the sky, and the green wall formed successfully netted all the falling black meteors nearby. This vine wall was naturally woven by a clone of the blue magic vine. Hiss! The moment these 7 or 8 mother nests were caught by the huge vine net, cracks appeared on their surface, and then a group of black monsters that looked like beetles emerged from the cracks. These monsters were all above the Lord level, and some were even kings or even natural disasters. Inside the largest mothership, a beetle-like beast with a huge mouthparts and a body length of more than 20 meters appeared. Its whole body was like a magnetic flux, emitting a strange breath. Hiss! How could such a powerful creature appear in this world? This black abyss beetle beast made a low-frequency sound, with shock and confusion in the sound. It was a soldier under the Ghost Eye Department of the Black Abyss Zerg. When the original Mother Nest discovered a planet that was reviving its spiritual energy, it sent the Ghost Eye Department to plunder the planet. But the mothership of the Ghost Eye Department was discovered by the will of the planet when it jumped through the wormhole, and directly drove the mothership to a desolate planet. After the mothership suffered heavy damage, it took a long time to re-anchor the position of the planet and restore the ability to build small shuttles. The so-called small shuttle is the Black Mother Nest they are riding now. After the Ghost Eye Department mothership judged the degree of spiritual recovery of this planet, they sent their vanguard troops to occupy and invade first. According to the calculation of the Mother Nest, this planet can only have creatures of the King Realm at most. As a result, the small shuttle they are riding has not landed yet, and it has been intercepted by the extremely huge magic vine in front of them. Creatures of this size are at least creatures of the natural disaster realm. Hiss! Let's leave here first, the leader of the Black Abyss Beetle Beast thought in his heart. With the leader of the Black Abyss Beetle Beast as the center, a series of black storms mixed with a trace of purple light swept towards the surrounding vines. Whoosh! The black storm was wrapped in some kind of destructive energy, as if to destroy everything. Annihilation storm. Driven by the energy of the Black Abyss, it can devour all living and non-living things it encounters. However, the next second, bursts of light green light appeared between the intertwined vines. The vines connected to each other, forming a jade-like barrier around the mothership. The moment the black storm touched the jade barrier, it suddenly extinguished, as if using an invisible force to eliminate the destructive power contained in the storm. Although it is very strong, it is completely not enough in front of the current blue magic vine. The combat power of the small magic vine is now even comparable to some high-level existences in the natural disaster realm. Immediately, the vines of the blue magic vine shrank little by little, and finally completely entangled these motherships. Then, spikes suddenly appeared in these magic vines, directly piercing through the Black Mother Nest, along with the Black Abyss Beetle Beast that walked out of the Mother Nest. Then, these vine spikes began to absorb the Mother Nest and the Black Abyss Beetle Beast. In the blink of an eye, the Black Abyss Beetle Beast and the Mother Nest shrank visibly. Whether it was the flesh and blood in the Black Abyss Beetle Beast, or the spiritual power, or even the shell of the mothership, all turned into nutrients for the Blue Demon Vine. Absorb, Tod Lion Plus, gave the Blue Demon Vine the ability to devour everything, even the Black Abyss creatures. Feeling that the vitality in its body was fading at an alarming speed, the Black Abyss Beetle Beast was extremely desperate and terrified. It didn't understand that the Mother Nest clearly said that this planet would only have creatures of the King Realm, at most. But even the shuttle hadn't landed yet, and it was swallowed by some terrible existence. At this moment, it didn't understand whether they were the Black Abyss Zerg that devoured everything, or whether this vine was the Black Abyss Zerg that devoured everything. A total of 7 shuttles fell around Frost Crane City. In just less than 5 minutes, they were all devoured by the Blue Demon Vine. After devouring these motherships and the Black Abyss Zerg, the clone of the Blue Demon Vine couldn't help but burp. Although these outsiders taste terrible, they are very nutritious. Similar scenes occur in every place in the Ice Lion Kingdom. In every second-tier city in the Ice Lion Kingdom, there is a branch of the Blue Demon Vine. Each branch can exert the strength of the lower level of the natural disaster realm, or even stronger, and capture about 80% of the black meteors that fall into the Ice Lion Kingdom. However, although the Blue Demon Vine caught most of the black meteors in the air, the number of black meteors is too large. Some still fell to the ground. The area where these black meteors landed almost covers half of the blue planet. Even the South Pole and the North Pole, where few people have been, have their mother nests fall. Ice Phoenix Grassland. A black meteor with a long flame tail fell on the grassland. Boom. The huge explosion and shockwave resounded through the world. Cracks appeared on the surface of the inky black shuttle, and then the hard shell began to soften. One after another, the Black Abyss Zerg, which was completely black and exuded an evil aura, drilled out of these shuttles. Hiss. These Black Abyss worms and beasts made excited and hungry calls at the same time. They will soon be able to enjoy the delicious planet and the creatures on the planet. However, as soon as these Black Abyss Zerg walked out of the shuttle, they found the black tide of beasts in front of them. What came into view was a dense crowd of extraordinary creatures. At this moment, these extraordinary creatures were looking at them with an excited look, as if they were delicious food. The Black Abyss Zerg were very familiar with this look, because it was exactly the same as their eyes a second ago. There are many ways for the Ice Lion Kingdom to obtain contribution points, but the fastest way is naturally foreign war. So after learning that the enemy fell from the sky, the awakened and extraordinary creatures in the Ice Lion Kingdom troop seemed quite excited. Finally, there is a chance to make achievements. Hiss, what's going on? Why are there such powerful creatures on this planet? Hiss, hiss, run, hiss, the intelligence is wrong, this is a trap. This is a trap. These Black Abyss insects communicate quickly through low-frequency sound waves. After sensing the breath of extraordinary creatures around them, these Black Abyss insects wanted to crawl back to the shuttle as soon as possible. Although the shuttle cannot be started again in a short period of time, its shell is extremely hard. Facing a powerful enemy, only the shuttle can give them a little sense of security now. But it's too late, the overwhelming spells turned into a torrent and swept towards them. Boom. A roar that was even more deafening than the explosion of the shuttle hitting the ground before sounded. In the explosion like fireworks, the skin and flesh of the Black Abyss beetles were torn apart. Some were scorched by the flames, or condensed into ice sculptures by the frost. Some weak Black Abyss insect beasts were even turned into ashes by the torrent of spells. After a wave of spell bombardment, only a Black Abyss beetle at the peak of the King Realm survived in the group of Black Abyss insect beasts. Its mouth parts kept devouring the soil under its feet, trying to escape from underground. Chi, at this time, a loud phoenix cry came from the sky, and then an ice crystal feather fell from the dark sky, accurately hitting the Black Abyss beetle. The powerful Frost Origin spiritual power burst out, instantly turning the Black Abyss beetle into a lifelike ice sculpture. In the night, a bird with ice blue feathers and a phoenix-like appearance flew across the sky. Its wings were like the most gorgeous sapphires, flashing with crystal light, quite dazzling in the dark night sky. After the little ice bird used a feather to kill the Black Abyss beetle at the peak of the King Realm, it did not stop, but turned into a blue meteor and continued to fly forward. As a chosen working bird, it would naturally not miss this opportunity to earn contribution points. After destroying this Black Abyss insect nest, it flapped its wings and flew high, heading non-stop to the next area where the Black Abyss demon nest landed. This time, it wanted to kill more Black Abyss insect beasts to exchange for more magic medicine and resources. Hate of the Ice Lion Kingdom. On the endless sea, a large number of black meteors also fell. With a huge roar, the seawater rolled back and the tsunami surged. However, the elites of the Sea Clan greeted these Black Abyss insect beasts. Even the Siren Queen of the Natural Disaster Realm and the mythical creature Chimera Giant Snake. The Pyramid's Secret Realm area. The undead core of the Ice Lion Kingdom also participated in this action against the Black Abyss demon nest. In front of the fearless undead core, the Black Abyss insect beasts were also killed in seconds as soon as they showed their heads. In just over an hour, all the Black Abyss demon nests that landed in the Ice Lion Kingdom were wiped out. These black abyss insect beasts often suffered fatal blows just after they walked out of the shuttle ship. Before they died, they were extremely confused and puzzled. With the current concentration of spiritual energy on this planet, how could there be so many King Realm or even natural disaster realm creatures? Chapter 196 Black Abyss Beast. If there were no Chenmo, Blue Star would not have cultivated various levels of divine medicines and spiritual plants on a large scale, and naturally there would not be so many powerful creatures. The King Realm is the limit that Blue Star creatures can reach. Compared with a full-blown battle situation in the Ice Lion Kingdom, the situation in Dongsha is not optimistic. Magic City. One of the most prosperous cities in Dongsha. Even the resurgence of spiritual energy and the riots of extraordinary creatures have not destroyed this city. The bright moon is hanging high. In the silent night sky, black meteors with long flame tails suddenly appeared, swooping down to the ground at a rapid speed. The people in the Magic City were awakened, and looked at the meteors that were coming at a rapid speed with some panic. Fortunately, these black meteors did not fall in densely populated areas, but all fell in the suburbs of the Magic City, and did not cause too many casualties. With a huge explosion, the black shell on the surface of the shuttle softened, and cracks appeared, forming the shape of a door. Behind the door, a group of strange-looking black abyss insect beasts walked out of the shuttle. In the area hundreds of meters away from the shuttle, a team of extraordinary people composed entirely of awakened people has been on standby at all times. Captain Deng, the target has appeared. Should we launch an attack? One of the young women with long wine red hair asked softly in the headset. This red-haired woman is an awakened person in the King Realm, and the other members of the team are also awakened people in the King Realm. The extraordinary creatures beside them are also King Realm beings. The extraordinary level of the team leader Kang Lan has even reached the high level of the King Realm. This team of extraordinary people is called Kang Yan Team, which can be said to be the elite among the elite. The moment these black abyss insect beasts fell, the team had surrounded them and was ready to attack at any time. Let's move. On the other end of the headset, Deng Rui quickly issued tactical arrangements. According to the original plan, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, you are responsible for dealing with the monsters that ran out of the mothership on the far left. Lao Meng, Xiaochu, you are responsible for the monsters on the mothership on the right. As for the mothership in the middle, Lao Lin and I will deal with it. In the mothership in the middle, Deng Rui felt a strong breath. This is most likely the existence of the peak of the King Realm. Only he can barely deal with it at the scene. Whoosh! As soon as Deng Rui issued the tactical arrangement, these awakened people launched an attack on the Black Abyss Zerg. The next second, a burst of blue-purple flames ignited on the red-haired woman. The flames condensed and compressed in the air, and soon formed a giant fireball emitting amazing heat. The fireball flew past and landed accurately on a Black Abyss beetle beast that had just run away from the shuttle. Boom! The moment it hit the Black Abyss beetle beast, the fireball exploded, and the scorching flames quickly spread around, engulfing the nearby Black Abyss beetle beasts. Some relatively weak Black Abyss beetles were directly burned to ashes, but as long as the Black Abyss beetles with a supernatural level higher than the king level survived the flames, although their shells were burned red by the flames, they did not suffer any substantial damage. They directly tore through the raging flames and rushed towards the Kang Yan team. Next to the red-haired woman was a blazing cat with orange-red flames burning between its claws and at the end of its tail. This was the red-haired woman's fighting partner. Since the revival of spiritual energy, many creatures have mutated and mastered supernatural powers. Some of the docile supernatural creatures that have feelings for humans will choose to become human beast companions. These awakened people with beast companions are called beast masters. At the same time as the red-haired woman launched the attack, her beast companion, the blazing cat, also launched the attack. The blazing cat took a deep breath, and then spewed out hot high-temperature flames from its mouth, like a flamethrower. The fan-shaped flames formed instantly engulfed the two flying dragon insect beasts that looked like lizards in the air. In addition, the other awakened members of the team also launched a fierce attack on the Black Abyss Zerg. They quickly killed many Black Abyss Zerg. Hiss! With so many King Realm creatures, it seems that we are likely to encounter the strongest creatures on this planet. Hiss, how unlucky. I didn't expect that only we encountered these powerful creatures. I guess the other insects have already started to enjoy the feast. Hiss, there is no other way. We have to kill all these creatures first. Hiss, no, we are the luckiest ones. If we can devour the flesh and blood of these creatures, we can further complete our evolution. The Black Abyss Zerg that survived the first wave of attacks were all King Realm beings. While fighting with the Awakened team, they communicated through low-frequency sound waves. These Black Abyss Zerg are mainly divided into 4 different types. The largest number of them are Black Abyss Beetle Beasts, which have hard shells and sharp mouth parts. The main means of attack is close combat, just like a bulldozer. The second type of Black Abyss Zerg looks like a black python covered with mucus. The mucus on their bodies and the black liquid they spray out are extremely corrosive and can easily corrode steel. The third type of Black Abyss Zerg is spherical and is called explosive insects. They look like flying black balls, and their ability is to explode, releasing Black Abyss poisonous fog all around at the moment of the explosion. And after completing an explosion, they will not die. The mucus scattered in all directions will recondense and become explosive insects again. The last type of Black Abyss Zerg has a black wing membrane. The body length is more than 20 meters. It looks like a lizard, but it is much uglier and more ferocious. It is temporarily named Black Abyss Flying Dragon. The strongest Black Abyss monster that fell in this area is a Black Abyss Flying Dragon, with the strength of the peak of the King Realm. At this moment, it is erupting with fierce fighting power with Deng Rui, the captain of the Kangyan team. Whoosh! The Black Abyss Flying Dragon swooped down from the air, and the Black Abyss breath in its mouth poured down wantonly. Deng Rui turned into a flame giant more than 10 meters high, and conjured up a flame longbow. One by one, the flame arrows turned into streams of light and shot quickly into the sky. He was also an awakened person of the fire attribute. His ability was to completely energize his body and turn it into flame form. In the night, the light it emitted was like the blazing sun, extremely eye-catching and dazzling. Whoosh! A flame arrow hit the Black Abyss Flying Dragon insect beast, and even penetrated it directly. The flame energy exploded in midair, like a ball of fireworks. But the next second, this Black Abyss Flying Dragon insect beast rushed out of the flame. As a Black Abyss insect beast at the peak of the King Realm, this Black Abyss Flying Dragon possessed extremely powerful physical strength. Deng Rui's extraordinary level was 1 level lower than it, and it was difficult for the attack to cause substantial damage to it even if it hit. Boom! Like a roaring fighter. In the blink of an eye, the Black Abyss Flying Dragon had appeared behind the Flame Giant. The Black Abyss breath hit the Flame Giant straight. The Black Abyss energy and the Flame energy collided with each other. The powerful Black Abyss energy even began to devour the flames, showing its suppressive power. Captain Deng, seeing this scene, the other members of the extraordinary team could not help but feel anxious. Deng Rui was the strongest fighter on their side. Once Deng Rui was defeated, no one would be able to contain and stop this Black Abyss Flying Dragon at the peak of the King Realm. They wanted to help Deng Rui, but they were powerless. Not only because their attacks could not hurt the Black Abyss Flying Dragon, but more importantly, each of them had to deal with more than 2 Black Abyss insect beasts at the King Realm at the same time. Although most of the Black Abyss insect beasts at the Lord Realm were killed in the first wave of impact, the remaining Black Abyss insect beasts at the King Realm were amazingly powerful. These Black Abyss insect beasts at the King Realm were extremely difficult to kill and had extremely strong recovery abilities. With the consumption of spiritual power, the Kangyan team fell into a clear disadvantage. "I'm fine, focus on your own battle," Deng Rui responded to everyone through telepathy, and then took out a tube of light blue potion from his backpack and swallowed it directly. This is the Demon Elimination Potion, from the Ice Lion Kingdom, which is made from the king-level purifying seaweed and has a very significant effect on dispersing the Black Abyss energy. Fortunately, when I went to the Ice Lion Kingdom before, I purchased some special potions. This time it saved my life, Deng Rui thought to himself. In fact, the main reason why they can have their current strength is also due to the help of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Not only are the magic medicines and potions purchased directly from the Ice Lion Kingdom, but more importantly, the Ice Lion Kingdom also directly taught the method of cultivating magic medicine plants to Dongsha Kingdom, allowing Dongsha to now have the ability to be self-sufficient. Deng Rui was full of gratitude for the Ice Lion King whom he had never met. After taking the Demon Elimination Potion, the Black Abyss energy seemed to be suppressed by some mysterious power, and in the blink of an eye it was engulfed by the flames that ignited Deng Rui's body. Another half an hour later, with a battlefield as the center, the land within a radius of dozens of kilometers has become a ruin, and countless buildings have collapsed, which is extremely tragic. This is still the case when the Kangyan team deliberately controls the battlefield. Only half of the original 12 members of the Blue Flame team are left now. The other 6 people have stepped aside and started treatment because of their serious injuries. They all took some kind of light green potion. Duangsha had imported a batch of potions with significant healing effects from the Ice Lion Kingdom, which can restore spiritual power and injuries in a very short time. But the pressure on the remaining 6 people suddenly increased a lot. In the previous half an hour, they persisted by constantly rotating. Although these insects suffered heavy damage, they seemed to have endless vitality and were extremely difficult to kill. Unless they were killed in one blow and wiped out with super strong attacks, they would stand up again and again with their amazing recovery ability. Boom! In the awakened team, a man in black with a lot of playing cards in his hand kept throwing the playing cards in his hand at the Black Abyss insect beast. He was Lin Ran, the deputy captain of the Blue Flame team. Every playing card thrown out burst into blazing flames in the air and then hit the Black Abyss insect beast accurately. These cards are made of special metals, which are extremely hard and can carry spiritual power. They are a special kind of spiritual weapon. When Lin Ran wields them, these cards have super fast speeds, and can even pierce the shell of the Black Abyss beetle, enter its body, and then cause an explosion. It is even more effective against the explosive insect. With these cards, Lin Ran has killed 3 Black Abyss insect beasts in the King Realm. However, the vitality of these Black Abyss insect beasts is too amazing. There are not many cards left in his hand. More importantly, the spiritual power in his body has been exhausted. Because he took the potion to restore spiritual power many times in a short period of time, it also had a certain impact on his own body. Damn it! You all die? Feeling that the spiritual power in his body has been completely exhausted, a trace of cruelty flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. The mission of their extraordinary team this time is to delay these Black Abyss insect beasts and prevent them from entering the city. The longer the better. Until the support of the Ice Lion Kingdom arrives. As long as they hold on until the support of the Ice Lion Kingdom arrives, they can retreat. But Lin Ran felt that he could not hold on until then. The Ice Lion Kingdom is far away in Africa, thousands of miles away from the Magic City. Even if it comes at the speed of sound, it will take 8 hours. Now only 1 hour has passed. So Lin Ran is ready to rush in front of the Black Abyss insect beast and self-destruct. He has an ability called Co-Burning, which can detonate itself and burst out a powerful attack. Its power is enough to kill high-level creatures in the King Realm. Since his spiritual power has been exhausted, Lin Ran is ready to sacrifice himself and kill a few more King Realm Black Abyss insect beasts to help his teammates relieve the pressure. Thinking of this, he resolutely rushed towards the only high-level King Realm explosion insect. Let you taste the power of self-destruction, Captain Lin. Don't do stupid things. Hold on a little longer. The boss said that the support troops of the Ice Lion Kingdom will be here soon. Seeing Lin Ran rushing with the exploding insect, the red-haired woman naturally guessed his idea and hurriedly tried to stop him through telepathy. On the other side, Deng Rui was also struggling to hold on. At this moment, the flames on his body had become dim, and the original spiritual power in his body had been completely drained. The same was true for the other team members, who had all reached the point of exhaustion. They had not expected that this battle would be so difficult. But for the sake of the lights of the thousands of families behind them, no one chose to retreat. In the face of disaster, there will always be people who choose to go against the tide. The red-haired woman did not persuade Lin Ran. Chew! Just before Lin Ran was about to detonate himself, a loud crane cry suddenly came from the sky. Then, giant icicles nearly 100 meters long suddenly fell from the sky and accurately pierced the explosive insect in front of him. The powerful frost original spiritual power burst out, instantly freezing the explosive insect forever. The other Black Abyss insects around also suffered the same fate. They were pierced by different icicles and then condensed into an ice sculpture. Heavenly ice falling, support has arrived. Lin Ran was excited and a little unbelievable. The Ice Lion Kingdom is thousands of miles away from here. To appear here so quickly, it must be traveling at a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Planetary Will. Moreover, with just one move, They froze all the Black Abyss Zerg that they had been fighting for more than half an hour but could not kill. This is a method that only creatures in the Calamity Realm have. So it is said that the legendary Ice Lion King has come? Lin Ran is still full of curiosity and admiration for the Ice Lion King. Chew, I still caught up, after the Frost Crane leader released the Heavenly Ice Drop to freeze all the Black Abyss creatures in an area, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a creature in the Calamity Realm, it is relatively easy to deal with these King Realm Black Abyss insect beasts. In fact, it has already arrived in Dongsha, and this is the location of the third demon nest it has dealt with. These 3 demon nests all have Black Abyss insect beasts at the peak of the King Realm, and it is difficult for the awakened or extraordinary creatures in Dongsha to deal with them. The other few demon nests were left to other beasts to deal with. In addition to it, the Calamity Realm creatures who came to support this time also included the Black Panther Luna. It is more than enough to deal with these King Realm Black Abyss insect beasts. Chew, after dealing with this demon nest, the leader of the Frost Crane slowly landed, preparing to take back several of the frozen insect beast corpses. The corpses of these Black Abyss insect beasts are very good research materials. The leader of the Frost Crane landed gracefully in front of the Kanyan team from the air. There was no sound when he landed, and his appearance was like the legendary crane. Feeling the powerful aura it exuded, the people of the Kanyan team instantly realized that this was an extraordinary creature in the natural disaster realm. Thank you, Senior Frost Crane, for your help, Deng Rui, the captain of the Kanyan team, said gratefully. He naturally recognized the identity of the Frost Crane. What he didn't expect was that the leader of the Frost Crane had actually been promoted to the natural disaster realm. As far as he knew, the combat power of the leader of the Frost Crane was not even in the top 10 in the Ice Lion Kingdom, but now he had been promoted to the natural disaster realm. Doesn't that mean that there are more than 10 natural disaster realm creatures in the Ice Lion Kingdom? What realm has the legendary Ice Lion King reached? Thanks to the senior for helping us this time, otherwise we would have died here, Deng Rui said with a smile. Chu Frost Crane waved its wings, meaning you're welcome. After all, its main goal in coming to Dongsha to help was to eliminate hidden dangers. Is His Majesty the Lion King here this time? Deng Rui asked again. No, the Frost Crane leader shook his head. We can take care of these little bastards, and His Majesty doesn't need to show up. Don't worry. We can help you wipe out these Black Abyss insect beasts, the Frost Crane leader replied through telepathy, with a very confident tone. After saying that, it directly grabbed the body of the Black Abyss flying dragon insect beast that had been completely frozen with its claws, and then gently flapped its wings, soaring straight up, and soon disappeared in front of everyone. Looking at the Frost Crane leader who came and went in a hurry, everyone couldn't help but show a trace of envy in their eyes. For most of them, the promotion to the king has reached the limit. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to make another breakthrough, the next day. Whether it is the creatures of the Ice Lion Kingdom or the humans in various cities of Dongsha, they are all discussing the sudden black meteor shower that appeared in the sky yesterday. After all, the whole Blue Star area has seen the scene of falling meteor showers. The huge noise of these black meteors falling made countless creatures feel the doomsday. Especially the people of Dongsha. They woke up from their sleep, and many people witnessed a battle between the awakened and the Black Abyss insect beasts. Many people also died as a result. However, when the sun rose again, the living people breathed a sigh of relief. Dongsha was shocked by the amazing combat power displayed by the Ice Lion Kingdom in this disaster, and some people had a little fear in their hearts. Dongsha command. Although the Ice Lion Kingdom helped us solve this crisis this time, it also revealed a huge problem, that is, the Ice Lion Kingdom is too strong. If the Ice Lion Kingdom invades Dongsha, we have no power to fight back. This time, even the Ice Lion King did not show up, and only sent a few senior officials to easily defeat the Black Abyss insect beasts that we could not defeat, a slightly fat general said excitedly. You don't have to worry about this issue. The Ice Lion King told me before that it still has some feelings for Dongsha, Elder Tang said slowly. He had a conversation with Chen Mo on behalf of Dongsha before. Although I don't know why this Ice Lion from Africa has feelings for Dongsha, it is obviously a fact. Now almost all the oceans and lands of the entire Blue Star have become the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Except for Dongsha. And the Ice Lion Kingdom has sincerely established a mutually cooperative relationship with Dongsha. Whether it is the Great Spirit Rain technique, taught or the magical medicine seeds given, Dongsha has gained great benefits. Hearing this, others can't deny it. Indeed, if the Ice Lion King really wanted to conquer Dongsha, he would have done it long ago. With its extraordinary strength, no one in Dongsha can stop its will. Instead of considering the threat of the Ice Lion Kingdom, it is better to consider how to improve your own strength, Elder Tang, who is wearing a Shuangshan suit, said slowly. This Black Abyss Zerg crisis is the best warning. If you are not strong enough, you can't even decide your own fate in the face of disaster. The appearance of the Black Abyss Zerg beast has created a strong sense of crisis in many high-level officials in Dongsha. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Blue Star has become more and more dangerous. If they can't seize the opportunity, then they, and even the entire Dongsha civilization, are in danger of extinction. This black meteor crisis did not cause much waves in the Ice Lion Kingdom. In just less than 6 hours, all the Black Abyss Zerg that landed on the surface of Blue Star were wiped out. Including 5 Black Abyss Zerg beasts in the natural disaster realm, all were killed or captured, without exception. Most of the crashed shuttles were taken back to the research base of the Ice Lion Kingdom. The Ice Lion Kingdom still knows very little about this group of aliens. And these aliens are likely to have accomplices. Be prepared for a rainy day and make preparations early. Ice Lion Kingdom. Frozen snowfield. On this snowy plain, there stands a prison made entirely of ice crystals. The prisoners in this prison are all criminals who have committed serious crimes or are powerful and extremely dangerous. Every piece of ice here contains the power of the original ice spirit, which is extremely hard. And every room is engraved with a spell of frost magic. This spell can freeze the spirit in the body of a living being, playing a role similar to a spirit lock. Just yesterday, the prison had a huge visitor. It was more than 30 meters long, as black as ink, exuding an evil aura, and looked like a huge black beetle. It was the Black Abyss Beetle. It was also the only captured Black Abyss Calamity Beast. At this moment, it was imprisoned in an iceberg, and countless ice crystal chains firmly imprisoned it. This Black Abyss Beetle Beast closed its eyes, trying to use sleep to fight the endless cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, this Black Abyss Calamity Beast suddenly opened its scarlet eyes and looked forward. In front of it, a 6-tailed fox with snow-white hair and 6 huge furry tails appeared. The 6-tailed fox was slowly walking towards it. Hiss! The Black Abyss Beetle stared at the 6-tailed fox fiercely and cursed it madly through telepathy. The words were full of endless resentment. The 6-tailed fox ignored the curse of the Black Abyss Beetle Beast and just asked through telepathy, "Tell me about the Black Abyss Zerg." Hiss! Don't even think about getting any information about my race from me. The Black Abyss Beetle has good intelligence. It had roughly guessed the purpose of the 6-tailed fox in front of it before, and it probably wanted to get information about the Black Abyss Zerg from it. The Black Abyss Beetle was fearless. Most of the Black Abyss Zerg cannot feel pain, and they are not particularly afraid of death. "This is an order, not a request," the 6-tailed fox said calmly. Then a blue light flashed in its eyes, and a powerful mental force swept towards the Black Abyss Beetle. Under the impact of the mental force, the Black Abyss Beetle, which was still cursing, suddenly felt dizzy and unconsciously in a state of half-sleep and half-wake. The 6-tailed fox used the ice illusion. After advancing to the Calamity Realm, the original innate ice illusion was naturally upgraded several times, and now it can still affect the existence of the Calamity Realm, and even achieve the effect of mental control. The physical fitness of the Black Abyss Beetle is among the best in the same level, but its mental power is its weak point, so it was charmed by the 6-tailed fox in an instant. Soon, the 6-tailed fox got a lot of information about the Black Abyss Zerg from the captured Calamity Realm Black Abyss Bug Beast. These Black Abyss Zergs come from a powerful civilization that can travel through various worlds in the universe. Its original mother nest is even a supreme existence that surpasses the divine realm. It is located in the central area of the universe's starry sea, tens of thousands of light years away from the blue star. This group of Black Abyss Zerg named Ghost Eye Department came here through the wormhole and across the universe under the command of the mother nest. As a result, the will of Blue Star immediately noticed the arrival of this Black Abyss Zerg army and directly expelled them to a desolate planet. And these Black Abyss Zerg are like interstellar pirates or scavengers in the universe. They will go to some planets with abundant spiritual power, then occupy them, then corrode them little by little, and finally devour them completely. And this batch of them is the 5th wave of advanced team sent by the mother nest of Ghost Eye Department after restoring the shuttle ability. In the conception of the mother nest of Ghost Eye Department, as long as this advanced team can successfully land, it will naturally occupy this planet at a very fast speed, and then gradually devour the self-will of this planet. But no one expected the Shenmue would be a variable. The large-scale cultivation of magic medicine makes the creatures of Blue Star ridiculously strong. What is the level of the strongest being in your Ghost Eye division? Asked the snow-walking six-tailed fox, with a faint blue light in its eyes. The strongest is the Ghost Eye Mother Nest, who is at the totem level, but the Mother Nest's main ability is to train Zerg warriors and explore some planets with revived spiritual energy, and its own combat power is not strong. In addition to the Ghost Eye Mother Nest, the Ghost Eye division also has 4 legendary Black Abyss Zerg. They are the leaders of the Black Abyss Beetle Clan, the Exploding Bug Clan, the Flying Dragon Clan, and the Ghost Snake Clan. Under the effect of the ice illusion, this Black Abyss Beetle felt confused and unknowingly became a Zerg traitor, revealing all the information about the Black Abyss Zerg and the Ghost Eye division. Hearing that the overall strength of the Black Abyss Zerg is so strong, the snow-walking six-tailed fox's heart skipped a beat. If the Black Abyss Zerg that came this time were legendary, they would not be opponents at all. So the snow-treading six-tailed fox immediately asked the Black Abyss Beetle in front of him, "Since there are so many strong people in your Black Abyss Zerg clan, why don't these strong people come over?" "It's not that they don't want to come over, but that they can't come over." The Black Abyss Beetle's abdomen opened and closed, and it set in a daze. After the Ghost Eye Mother Nest regained the ability to create directional wormholes, it let the leader of the Flying Dragon Clan lead the Flying Dragon Beast Clan on the shuttle to your planet, but they were directly exiled to an unknown place by the will of your planet. After that, the Ghost Eye Mother Nest also tried to send several troops. But as long as the extraordinary level exceeded the middle level of the natural disaster realm, they would be detected by the will of your planet and exiled to an unknown place. The Black Abyss Beetles were the first batch to successfully land on the blue planet. Originally, they were thought to start a massacre and occupy this planet. After all, according to the speculation of the basic Mother Nest, with the current concentration of spiritual energy on the blue planet, at most only the King Realm creatures would appear. If they come, won't they just kill indiscriminately? As a result, the 2 levels were reversed, and they became the ones who were killed indiscriminately. After hearing that creatures above the middle level of the Calamity Realm could not enter the Blue Star, the snow-walking fox felt relieved. In addition, it had a feeling in its heart, that is, these Black Abyss Zergs that successfully landed on the Blue Star seemed to be deliberately released by the Blue Star planet. On the one hand, it was to let the creatures on the Blue Star know the existence of the enemy, and on the other hand, it was to help cultivate the extraordinary creatures on the Blue Star. After all, the crystal cores in these Black Abyss insect beasts contain rich original spiritual power, which can be used after purification. The snow-walking six-tailed fox had a wonderful feeling in his heart. I didn't expect that the planet under my feet actually had its own consciousness, and it was likely to have a good wisdom. Soon, the Black Abyss Beetle woke up from a half-awake state, and it didn't realize that it had revealed almost all the information about the Black Abyss Zerg. Everything just now seemed to be forgotten. The six-tailed fox, who got the information, naturally did not stay for long, and soon left the ice prison. Whether it is the will of the planet or the existence of the Black Abyss insect beast, they are extremely important information and need to be reported to His Majesty as soon as possible, the snow-walking six-tailed fox said in his heart. Chapter 198 Legendary Challenge, Fire Lion. Time flies, and 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Time Travel Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 23. Ice Phoenix Temple. In the endless blizzard, an ice lion with snow-white hair stood on the snowfield, and the wind and snow around it obediently surged around it, forming a huge cyclone. Suddenly, the ice lion opened its eyes. "I'm a little hungry, let's get something to eat first." Shenmue's practice has lasted for several days. These days he has been comprehending the power of space. This time he woke up simply because he was hungry. Although with his current strength, even if he simply absorbs the free spiritual power of various systems in the air, he will never starve to death. But since there are conditions, he naturally has to eat something good to satisfy his appetite. You can't eat without suffering. Moreover, after completing Chef Lion, every extraordinary dish made by Shenmue tastes extremely delicious. Shenmue took out a piece of natural disaster creature meat from the ice storage next to him, and then ignited the soul fire. Then while grilling, he spread a special seasoning on the barbecue. He made a supernatural dish called Poisonous Barbecue. During these days of retreat, Chen Mo ate this dish the most. This is a disaster-level supernatural dish. The main thing is that barbecue food is relatively easy to make. You just need to roast the meat and then sprinkle it with special seasoning. Soon, with the last wave of soul juice pouring, this poisonous barbecue was freshly baked. Poisonous barbecue, quality, disaster level. The disaster level dish made with the flesh and blood of the disaster level giant beast, the poisonous deer king, and the disaster level magic medicine, the magic mushroom powder, can improve the supernatural level, restore spiritual power, and recover from injuries after taking it. After eating this piece of barbecue, Chen Mo felt warm in his body, and a spiritual power flowed into his body from the barbecue, swimming through his limbs. Under the effect of the self-disciplined title of Chef Lion, this barbecue not only tastes extremely delicious, but also has the three effects of energetic, physical, and spiritual. It can quickly restore the spiritual power of the consumer and increase the total amount of spiritual power. Chen Mo glanced at the self-discipline panel and found that today was the last day of the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion. And he had been self-disciplined for 2 hours. There are still 2 hours to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Time Travel Lion. Chen Mo was a little excited. Not only is the effect of Time Travel Lion powerful, which can allow him to initially gain the ability to shuttle through the heavens, but more importantly, after completing Time Travel Lion, the self-discipline panel will most likely refresh a gold quality self-discipline challenge. Without thinking too much, Chen Mo closed his eyes and continued to practice the space perception meditation. In his eyes, many silver light particles appeared above the teleportation array through the snowy area. These are the original spiritual power of space. Especially the runes on the array, each of which condenses powerful original energy of space. After nearly a month of practice, Chen Mo can not only sense the existence of space energy, but also can initially control space energy. He can even use space spiritual power to shuttle short distances. Of course, this short distance refers to 800 meters to 2000 meters. For humans, this may be a relatively long distance. Even if you try your best, it will take several minutes to reach it. But for Chen Mo, this is not even as far as a step. It can be reached in an instant. Therefore, using space spiritual power to shuttle short distances is not as fast as running by yourself, and it is almost useless. There is no time in practice. Once you enter the focused practice, time will pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. Chen Mo glanced at the self-discipline panel and found that the self-discipline challenge progress bar of Time Travel Lion finally reached 100%. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, Time Travel Lion, purple. Do you want to equip it? A line of blue light words appeared on the self-discipline panel. After selecting and confirming with the mind, the silver light spot in front of Chen Mo suddenly enlarged rapidly in front of him. These space spiritual powers kept changing and surging in his eyes. The mystery of space was fully revealed in front of him. At the moment of equipping Time Travel Lion, his perception and understanding of the power of space instantly improved by many levels. Time Travel Lion has a total of 3 effects. The most critical one is the initial mastery of the power of space. Chen Mo's mind moved, and the silver-white space origin spiritual power around him actually rushed towards him. These silver-white space energies gathered together to form a huge vortex-shaped portal. Chen Mo looked behind the huge portal. Behind this space portal was a vast ocean composed of countless bubble membranes. This golden ocean was boundless, and each bubble membrane contained a world of varying sizes. Blue Star was also in one of the bubble membranes. The Boundary Sea. The worlds inside the bubble membranes were planets and other star regions of the universe, and the nearest planet was tens of thousands of light years away from Blue Star. However, after mastering the power of space, one can travel in the Boundary Sea. As long as one passes through these bubble membranes, one can reach the corresponding planet in an instant. So that's it. Chen Mo suddenly thought of the portal that the Black Abyss Demon Dragon opened before leaving Blue Star, which was almost identical to the portal in front of him. There were also many secret realms that appeared on Blue Star, and it was likely that they appeared on Blue Star through the Boundary Sea after anchoring the coordinates of Blue Star. Chen Mo's consciousness entered the portal, and then he looked at the dozen or so bubble membranes nearby. These are the dozen or so worlds near the Blue Star, and they are also the few worlds that Chen Mo can travel into at present. When Chen Mo's consciousness passes through the bubble membrane, he can overlook the general appearance of this world like a satellite hanging in the sky. This is also the ability given to him by the time and space travel lion. Whenever he enters other worlds, his breath can perfectly blend into this world and will not be rejected by the will of that world. If other creatures who have initially mastered the power of space dare to do the same as Chenmo, they would have been discovered and expelled by the will of the world. Most of the worlds behind these dozen bubble membranes are very desolate planets with very poor spiritual energy. Although there are creatures, there are no extraordinary creatures. Of course, there are exceptions. Among them is a red planet covered with magma and primitive volcanoes. Chenmo originally thought that this was an early world, just like the ancient times of the Blue Star, which was also full of various primitive volcanoes. But after a careful observation, he found many powerful fire-type extraordinary creatures on this planet. There are fire giants covered with magma, as big as volcanoes, giant deer with a crown of the sun on their heads, and fire dragons soaked in lava. There are even legendary creatures among them. It is estimated that the concentration of spiritual energy on this fire planet should not be low. Then, Chenmo saw a black giant beast as big as a mountain in another world. It looks like a hideous beetle, with all kinds of soft tissues like pustules on its body, exuding an extremely evil breath. This seems to be a black abyss creature. The moment he saw this huge insect beast, Chenmo felt a familiar feeling in his heart. The black abyss energy seemed to be surging in the body of this huge insect beast. Unfortunately, Chenmo's current perspective is an extremely special bird's-eye view, and he cannot observe it, nor can he obtain relevant information about this black giant insect. But in terms of size alone, Chenmo feels that this guy is at least a legendary creature, or even stronger. And around this huge insect beast, there are also various black abyss insect beasts. After observing for a while, Chenmo ended this journey to the boundary sea. He did not enter any world behind the bubble membrane. He had not yet fully mastered the power of space, and what he saw was an unstable portal. It could only exist for a short time. Moreover, accidents were likely to occur during the crossing, and there might be fatal dangers hidden in other worlds. There was no need to take risks. Besides, after completing the time travel lion, he had not had time to see the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge. Chenmo ended this state of consciousness wandering in the sea of boundaries. Not long after, this space portal merged into the void and slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chenmo immediately looked at the self-discipline panel. On the self-discipline panel, the grid of the original time travel lion self-discipline challenge appeared with bursts of golden light. Wow! Golden legend! As he expected, it was another legendary self-discipline challenge, Fire God Lion, self-discipline challenge. 1. Devour 1 legendary spiritual fire or above 2. Soak the whole body in molten magma above 10,000 degrees for no less than 8 hours every day. 3. Defeat a legendary middle-level fire creature. Title effect. 1. Preliminary mastery of the law of fire. 2. Transformed into a flame monarch, immune to any fire damage at or below the totem level. 3. The power of fire spells is increased by 200%. The moment Chenmo saw the effect of the Fire God Lion title, he was slightly excited. It was indeed a gold-quality self-discipline challenge, and the effect was amazing. Just the first point alone, the initial mastery of the law of fire was already extremely powerful. You have to know that the power of the law is a power that can only be mastered by creatures in the totem realm. It is a higher energy form than the original spiritual power. There is almost no comparison between the two. If I can complete the self-discipline challenge of Fire God Lion, I will most likely have the strength to challenge ordinary low-level totem creatures, Chenmo thought to himself. But it seems that the self-discipline challenge of Fire God Lion will be completed on that planet full of magma and flames. The temperature of the magma on the blue planet is about 1000 degrees Celsius. The snowy area is currently a world dominated by ice and poison, so naturally there is no possibility of 10,000 degrees of magma. Not to mention defeating a creature of the middle level of the legendary realm. However, Chenmo was not in a hurry to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion. These days, he has consumed a lot of energy in order to complete the time travel lion. He plans to take a break for a while. Anyway, his current strength is completely sufficient. Thinking of this, Chenmo left the teleportation array and prepared to go back to the Ice Lion Kingdom to take a look. I don't know how the Lion sisters are doing recently, however, as soon as Chenmo walked out of the snowy field where he was in seclusion, he saw the figure of the leader of the six-tailed fox walking on the snow. There was a thick layer of snow on its body, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The six-tailed fox walking on the snow was originally closing its eyes to absorb the ice-type spiritual power around it. It seemed to have noticed the appearance of Chenmo and opened its eyes. After seeing Chenmo, the six-tailed fox bowed slightly and said in a respectful tone, "Your Majesty, while you were in seclusion, an important thing happened in the outside world. A race called the Black Abyss Zerg took a shuttle ship and landed on Blue Star, and attempted to land on Blue Star. Fortunately, their strength is not very strong, and we have eliminated or captured them all, and we got information about the Black Abyss Zerg from one of the Black Abyss beetles in the Disaster Realm." Then, the six-tailed fox on the snow reported to Chenmo the intelligence it got from the Black Abyss beetle in the Disaster Realm, including the will of the planet and the strength of the Ghost Eye department of the Black Abyss Zerg. During this period, the six-tailed fox on the snow also used ice illusion to restore the scene of the Black Abyss Zerg landing and its interrogation of the Black Abyss beetle. The moment he saw these Black Abyss Zerg, Chenmo thought of the giant insect beast he saw in one of the worlds when he was conscious of the Sea of Worlds not long ago. The creatures next to this insect beast are almost exactly the same as these Black Abyss Zerg that landed on Earth. It seems that the world is where these Black Abyss Zergs were exiled by the will of Blue Star, Chenmo thought. He originally wanted to lie down for a while, but now it seems that it is not possible. Although these Black Abyss Zergs cannot land on Blue Star in a short time, they have been eyeing them in the dark. If they find a way to land on Blue Star directly, then the Ice Lion Kingdom and all the creatures on Blue Star will be in danger. Although Chenmo has initially mastered the space energy and can enter the boundary sea and travel through other worlds, even if he can't beat them, he can run to other worlds for refuge. But Blue Star is his homeland after all, and he has a certain affection for this planet, not to mention the existence of the Ice Lion Kingdom and the Ice Lion clan. These are things that Chenmo can't give up. So before he has the power to defeat these Black Abyss Zergs, he always feels a little uneasy. Although the Ghost Eye Nest is the strength of the Totem Realm, its combat power is very weak. Its only ability is to reproduce and cultivate other Black Abyss Zergs and play a role similar to the brain. As long as I complete the self-discipline challenge of Fire God Lion and Fairy Lion, I will almost have the ability to compete with it, and even if the Ghost Eye Nest can really land on Blue Star, its combat power will be seriously weakened, Chenmo thought to himself. He decided to go to that world full of fire as soon as possible. I know, after listening to the report of the snow-walking six-tailed spirit fox, Chenmo nodded. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Then his perspective began to quickly extend to the surroundings. This is the ability from Lord Lion Plus. In his own territory, his consciousness can reach anywhere. Soon, Chenmo's consciousness came to the ice prison in the Ice Lion Snowfield. Chapter 199, Fire Dragon King. Chenmo had a clear view of the entire ice prison, and then descended on one of the Frost Hounds. This Frost Hound was the prison guard who guarded the ice prison, and was also a Peak King. Your Majesty, after sensing Chenmo's consciousness, the Frost Hound seemed extremely excited. In the Ice Lion Kingdom, although Chenmo rarely showed up, he had become the spiritual belief of many creatures, or a totem. Take me to the prison where the Black Abyss Beetle is imprisoned, Chenmo said. He still wanted to learn more accurate information about the Black Abyss Zerg from the mouth of this Black Abyss Beetle. Yes, Your Majesty. The Frost Hound ran wildly and soon arrived in front of the prison where the Black Abyss Beetle was imprisoned. Hiss! Looking at the figure of the Frost Hound, the Black Abyss Beetle roared. However, the Black Abyss energy in its body had been completely imprisoned, but it was just a coward. Chenmo didn't waste any words and directly released the ice illusion. Compared with the ice illusion released by the six-tailed fox, the ice illusion released by Chenmo's hand is more domineering, and can directly read the memory of this natural disaster realm Black Abyss Beetle. The Black Abyss Beetle has not even reacted yet, and its consciousness has been invaded by Chenmo. The memory of this Black Abyss Beetle is quite chaotic, and most of its time is spent in dark and humid places. Through the memory of this Black Abyss Beetle, Chenmo quickly confirmed that the so-called Ghost-Eyed Department Insect Mother is the Black Abyss Insect Beast he found in the Boundary Sea before. It seems that the planet is the world where Blue Star exiled them. This world is very close to Blue Star, and this insect mother may come back at any time. From the memory of the Black Abyss Beetle, Chenmo learned that the insect mother has made more than a dozen attempts to invade Blue Star and turn this planet into one of the worlds occupied by the Black Abyss insect race. After the black abyss insect beasts that descended this time were annihilated, the insect mother will definitely think of other ways. This is a potential bomb, and I don't know when it will explode. The only way to deal with it is to continue to improve my strength, Shenmue said in his heart. It seems that I still need to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion, as soon as possible, Ice Phoenix Temple. After getting the information he wanted, Shenmue ended his descent and his consciousness returned to his body. Then he mobilized the special spiritual power around him, and countless silver lights gathered to form a vortex-shaped spatial portal. Shenmue opened the spatial portal again. He was going to the fire world full of flames and magma to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion. Because the spatial portal that Shenmue currently opened was not stable, he could not determine the precise landing point after the teleportation. He could only roughly observe the various areas of this flaming planet through his thoughts, so that he could roughly distinguish his location after his descent, so as not to get lost. It took about half a day for Shenmue to roughly remember every area of this flaming planet. And he roughly divided them according to the extraordinary creatures living in these areas. For example, the territory of the Flame Giant, the Fire Dragon Mountains, the Flame Butterfly Mountains, the Lava Ghost Volcano Group, etc. Most of the extraordinary creatures on this flame planet seem to live in tribes, and it is rare to see multiple extraordinary creatures living together. At this moment, Shenmue had already roughly formed a map of this flame planet in his mind. After confirming that he would not get lost, Shenmue opened the space portal again. After using the danger prediction detection to confirm that there would be no major accidents when he entered the space portal, he walked straight into the chaos of the space portal. The next second, a dazzling golden color came into view. This is the Boundary Sea, a special area that can directly reach other worlds. Shenmue felt that his body was light and his speed seemed to become extremely fast in the Boundary Sea, but all kinds of spiritual power in his body were temporarily sealed by the power of some rules. In the Boundary Sea, it seemed that any spells were forbidden to be released. Without thinking too much, Shenmue ran towards the bubble membrane where the flame planet was. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above the flame planet. Then he went straight through the bubble membrane. Whoosh! After passing through this membrane-like structure, Shenmue felt his body falling rapidly in the next second, and there was a striking red color below. He actually appeared above the 10,000-meter altitude of this flaming planet. Even at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Shenmue could clearly feel the burning breath coming from this planet, a breath mixed with sulfur filling his entire nasal cavity. The scorching heat wave hit him in the face. Shenmue mobilized the ice spiritual power in his body and formed an ice barrier around him. Then in midair, Shenmue transformed into ice wings, quickly stabilized his body, and then dived towards the volcano directly below him. This flaming planet is almost entirely volcanoes, so Shenmue didn't know where he had landed. He needed to see the extraordinary creatures living near this volcano to judge. Soon, Shenmue landed steadily in the crater. The ground was covered with charred land and boiling magma. And around him, 3 flame dragons of the King Realm appeared. This is a fire dragon that is not very large. Including the tail, the length of an ordinary king-level flame dragon is only about 10 meters. It is a petite existence among the dragons. The 3 flame dragons in front of them have big heads and thin bodies. The proportions of their bodies do not look very coordinated. They have red scales, and red flames suddenly rise between the scales from time to time, which looks very hot. The 3 flame dragons saw Shenmue swooping down and came to the crater with the mentality of let me see what's going on. It turned out that what fell from the sky was a living thing, and it was an ice lion with snow-white hair. They could not feel the breath of this ice lion, but they inexplicably felt an incomparable terror in their hearts. The ice lion in front of them brought them an unprecedented sense of oppression. This sense of oppression, they had only felt it on the Fire Dragon King before. Without hesitation, the 3 flame dragons looked at each other and ran quickly in 3 different directions. They just wanted to watch the fun, and didn't want to be killed by such a powerful existence for no reason. Because of the fear in their hearts, their flying posture was quite embarrassed. Shenmue didn't chase the 3 flame dragons. He himself was not a bloodthirsty and cruel character. The 3 flame dragons didn't offend him, so he naturally didn't have to chase them. And as an outsider, Shenmue was prepared to keep a low profile. There was no point in bullying these king-level creatures. This should be the Flame Dragon Mountain Range. There should be legendary individuals among these flame dragons. When Shenmue was looking down at the entire flame planet from a satellite, He saw a flame dragon with golden scales and a body length of more than 100 meters. Preliminary judgment is that it should be a legendary creature. It is also one of the few legendary existences on this planet. However, it is unknown whether it is a low-level or mid-level legendary. Fire God Lion. There are a total of 3 challenges. The first challenge requires Chenmo to soak in magma above 10,000 degrees for 8 hours every day for 90 days. This challenge is not difficult, and persistence is the key. This flaming planet is full of high-temperature magma. For example, the temperature of the magma gushing out from the crater where Chenmo is now, which emits a bright light, is close to 10,000 degrees. Even if you really can't find 10,000 degree magma, just catch a few disaster-level flames or other flame creatures, let them spray magma on you, and take a magma bath. There are 2 more challenges that are really difficult. One is to devour a legendary or higher spiritual fire. Spiritual fire is a strange fire between heaven and earth. Each one has the power to destroy the world. It can only appear in places where the fire spirit is extremely rich. The calamity-level spiritual fire is already very rare, let alone the legendary spiritual fire. This kind of spiritual fire even has the power that is no less than that of legendary creatures, and it is likely to have self-awareness. Although the concentration of fire spirit power on this flaming planet is extremely high, it is not necessarily possible to breed legendary spiritual fire. This can only depend on luck. The other one is to defeat a fire creature of the legendary level or above. Since Chenmo was promoted, he has not fought against extraordinary creatures above the legendary level. He roughly estimated that his current combat power should be about the same as that of a high-level creature in the legendary realm. Of course, as for the specifics, he would need to fight to know. Then let's go find that Fire Dragon King first. I hope I won't be disappointed, Chenmo thought to himself, then flapped his wings, soared into the sky, and flew quickly to the west. According to the map in his memory, the Fire Dragon King was located at the westernmost part of the Fire Dragon mountain range. On the other side, the 3 fire dragons that had just been scared away by Chenmo were also speeding westward. After they successfully escaped, they seemed to have thought of something terrifying, so they flew towards the place where the Fire Dragon King was sleeping. The fire dragons are most proud of their speed. When they fly in the sky, they are just like a high-speed moving sun. In just less than 10 minutes, they came to the bottom of an extremely tall volcano. The volcano spewed out golden magma, and the temperature of the magma has reached an astonishing tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Even these king-level fire dragons dare not easily get involved. The entire volcano was silent, except for the sound of lava flowing and bursting. There were almost no other flame dragons here. Although the entire tribe of flame dragons lived in one area, and when there was an invasion by foreign enemies, they would respond together. However, they were not social creatures, and there were often 2 flame dragons, one male and one female, in one area. The Flame Dragon King was sleeping in the super high temperature flame in his eyes, and he spent most of his time absorbing the flame energy in the magma. Only occasionally would he come out to patrol his territory or look for food. However, an evil creature suddenly appeared in the lava turtle territory next to the flame dragon territory. It also looked like a dragon, but its body was covered with black scales, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. In a very short time, it transformed many lava turtles into evil beings. It was called the Black Dragon by the Flame Dragon. Just a month ago, this Black Dragon even defeated and subdued a legendary lava giant turtle. This made the Flame Dragon King feel uneasy, and he summoned almost all the fire dragons to discuss countermeasures. After that, the Fire Dragon King went deep into the volcano and entered a closed door mode. The only few times he went out, the Fire Dragon King was extremely irritable, spewing out the hot flames in his body crazily. So if the situation was not particularly urgent, the fire dragons really didn't want to wake up their king. But this time, the white-haired ice lion they saw was very likely the same as the black dragon. After all, in this pure world of fire, everything except the flame creatures is an alien. So after the 3 fire dragons reacted, they decided to report the situation to the Fire Dragon King. Roar, One-Horned, the job of reporting to the Fire Dragon boss is up to you, one of the fat dragons with a big head and a bloated body said to the Fire Dragon next to him with only one horn on his head. This information is very important, maybe the Fire Dragon boss will give you a reward, Roar, then why don't you go? This reward is still for you, the one-horned Fire Dragon said with an unhappy look on his face. I don't need it. You should go, whoever you want to go to sleep, I won't go anyway. The three fire dragons had an argument at the foot of the volcano about who should report. After all, the fire dragon boss they were talking about had become quite irritable. Although their lives were not in danger, they did not want to face the fire dragon king, who was much higher than them in the extraordinary level and was in the uncle state, alone. In the end, the three fire dragons decided the dragon who would finally deliver the message to the fire dragon king in a way similar to black and white matching. The one who was chosen was the one-horned fire dragon. It was sullen and was about to go to the crater with a death mentality, but a majestic voice came from the bottom of its heart. Since you all don't want to go, how about I go and tell you? Roar. Okay, the one-horned fire dragon answered subconsciously, turned his head with joy, and what came into view was the figure they least wanted to see at the moment. It was the ice lion that exuded terrifying pressure before. Roar. The one-horned fire dragon was terrified. It never expected that this ice lion would appear here. Could it be that this ice lion had been following them before? Shenmue successfully got lost on his way to find the fire dragon. This world is full of volcanoes, and it is almost impossible to find the familiar reference objects in memory. Then Shenmue accidentally discovered that the three fire dragons that he had scared away before were flying westward at an alarming speed, looking very anxious. Shenmue guessed that they might want to pass on information about themselves to the fire dragon king. So he followed with a mentality of trying his luck, but he didn't expect that he was right. Chapter 200, Legendary Battle. The Fire Dragon King's Difficulties. Roar. The moment they saw the ice lion, the three-headed flame dragon flew to the crater without hesitation. Awakening the fire dragon, they would only lose a layer of skin at most. But if they continue to stay here, they are likely to die. Shenmue was not in a hurry, and still followed them slowly. After the three-headed flame dragon arrived at the crater, they jumped down and flew directly into the boiling magma. Shenmue mobilized the original spiritual power of the ice system and put an ice barrier around himself. It's not that his body can't withstand the high temperature of the magma, but he doesn't like this hot and sticky feeling. After entering the volcano from the magma of the crater, Shenmue found that the inside of the volcano was not entirely magma, and most of the area was in a vacuum state. But the amazing heat in the air alone is enough to instantly burn any king-level creature, except fire creatures, into ashes. In the rolling golden magma, Shenmue soon found the target of this trip, the Flame Dragon King. This fire dragon is even bigger than he imagined. Including the tail, its body size may exceed 200 meters, which is simply a giant among the flame dragons. The three king-level flame dragons in front of it are like toys, and they don't even have half the head of this big guy. The dragon scales of the Flame Dragon King are dazzling gold, and the edges of the dragon scales have a hint of crimson, which looks majestic and powerful. At this moment, most of the body of this giant dragon is immersed in the boiling magma, which exposes half of its back and tail to the air. And around the Flame Dragon King is a kind of golden flame, which makes Shenmue feel a little threatened. Soon, Shenmue got the panel information of the Fire Dragon King, male, level, medium legend, Constitution, 8.21W, Agility, 9.23W, Strength, 8.19W, Soul, 7.13W, Abilities, Blazing Charge, Flame Dragon Breath, Exploding Magma, Incineration, Sunfire, Comprehensive Combat Power, 682W 823W. The comprehensive combat power of this Fire Dragon King is very amazing, even stronger than the poisonous algae crocodile king encountered in the snowy area before. Its highest comprehensive combat power has reached a terrifying 8.23 million. Now Shenmue's highest comprehensive combat power is only over 9 million. You must know that this is the result of many self-discipline titles and the double blessing of the mythical creature Swanee bloodline. What's even more strange is that its lowest combat power and highest combat power differ by 1.5 million. This is very strange. It stands to reason that the power state of the legendary creatures themselves is very stable, and the difference of 500,000 is already an exaggerated number. Something is wrong with the state of this Fire Dragon King. But the good news is that this Fire Dragon King is a fire creature of the middle level of the legendary realm. It perfectly meets one of the requirements of the Fire God Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. Roar, roar. The other three fire dragons roared loudly, trying to wake up the Fire Dragon King. Now they have only a glimmer of hope if they wake up the Dragon King in front of them. The huge figure immersed in the magma slowly stretched its wings, and the lava around it burst and splashed. And then the behemoth suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of deep red vertical pupils, just like boiling magma. The Fire Dragon King was awakened. To be precise, it was not awakened by the roar of the three King Realm Fire Dragons, but by sensing the presence of Shenmo. Shenmo did not hide his breath, so the Fire Dragon King sensed his presence the moment he entered the crater. The legendary realm creatures are naturally more sensitive to crises. As a legendary being, the Fire Dragon King could naturally feel the threat from Shenmo roar. Boss Fire Dragon, this white-haired lion is also an alien. Like the Black Dragon before, it is likely to pose a huge threat to our territory, so we are here to report this news to you immediately. The one-horned Fire Dragon roared and began to report. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes. After all, it was they who led the enemy here. Roar, however, the Fire Dragon King seemed not to hear their voices and let out a deafening roar. The dragon's roar was full of irritability, impatience, and endless anger. Then, without any warning, the Fire Dragon suddenly flapped its wings and turned into a meteor burning with golden flames and attacked Shenmo Flame Charge. Just what I want. Seeing that the Fire Dragon King attacked him without saying a word, Shenmo also responded with a deafening roar. Start the war. Originally, he just wanted to challenge the Fire Dragon King to just enough challenge. If possible, Shenmo was even prepared to use the food tactics to try to bring the Fire Dragon King under his command. With the blessing of the Chef Lion, his cooking skills have been improved unprecedentedly, and the food he mixed now can conquer the taste buds of almost any extraordinary creature. You know, the once cold Sky Curtain Ice Spider couldn't resist the extraordinary food he made. What's more, this flame planet is obviously a food desert. As long as you make a few extraordinary flame dishes, you can probably tame the Fire Dragon King. At that time, you can have a fake match and complete the self-discipline challenge. Unexpectedly, the Fire Dragon King had no intention of communicating at all, and without any temptation, he launched the most violent attack. The Eye of the Swanee, Shenmo silently chanted in his heart, and golden light bloomed in his golden eyes. The next second, dazzling skylight fell from the sky and blasted towards the Fire Dragon King at the speed of light. Boom! The beam of light that was extremely white, carrying the energy of destroying everything, descended like a punishment from heaven, and seemed to wipe out the entire volcano. Facing this light-speed attack, no matter how fast the Fire Dragon King was, he could not dodge it. At the critical moment, the Fire Dragon King completely transformed his entire body into energy, and truly turned into burning golden flame. In the dazzling white light, the whole world fell into silence. The white light of heavenly punishment appeared quickly and dissipated quickly. The next second, the white light dissipated, and half of the towering volcano had disappeared. In the center, a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of several thousand meters appeared. The hard rocks, along with the magma, were cracked by this dazzling white light and turned into nothingness. The Fire Dragon King once again transformed from a ball of golden flame into the original Fire Dragon form. Many of its dragon scales were directly shattered, and what flowed out was not blood, but golden flames. Even though it turned into pure flame form, it was still hurt by the white light column. Although he was injured by the Swanee in front of him with just one blow, the red gold eyes of the Fire Dragon King did not show any fear, but were filled with high fighting spirit and an inexplicable excitement and joy. Roar! The Fire Dragon King let out a high-pitched dragon roar, rolled up the wind in flames, and roared towards Shenmo again. Then let's compete in close combat ability. Shenmo did not continue to use the pupil of the Swanee, but used phantom invisibility to transform his body into the same size as the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King was extremely fast, and in less than half a second, he had already appeared in front of Shenmo first. A mouthful of hot dragon breath spewed out, and then turned into golden flames again and pounced on Shenmo. Shenmo first dodged the dragon breath by turning sideways, then flapped his wings, and while dodging the charge of the Fire Dragon King again, he counterattacked with a black ice claws. What surprised Shenmo was that his attack was also dodged by the Fire Dragon King. The reaction and speed of this Fire Dragon King were also amazingly fast. Roar! The Fire Dragon King missed the target, and spit out a golden fireball from his mouth, flying towards Shenmo. Then there was another round of close combat. A lion and a dragon collided, tangled, and chased each other in midair. After a battle, Shenmo found that the Fire Dragon King was extremely biased. Its speed was quite amazing, even comparable to his, but its strength and spirit were far inferior to his. In addition, the The flames on the fire dragon made Shenmo feel quite tricky. The temperature of this golden flame was extremely high, and it was full of some kind of destructive power. Even with Shenmo's current physical strength, he couldn't directly resist this golden flame. The Fire Dragon King seemed to have discovered his own advantage and made good use of it. He wanted to stick with Shenmo desperately. Although its power was not as good as Shenmo's, it fought equally with Shenmo with the help of this golden flame. Of course, part of the reason was that Shenmo did not use his full strength. He did not use domain abilities like Stop War and Suppress Evil, and simply used his physical strength. It was rare to encounter an evenly matched opponent, so Shenmo wanted to practice his Swanee fighting method again. Could it be that the golden flame on this Fire Dragon King is a legendary spiritual fire? Thinking of this, Shenmo was faintly excited. If it is really a legendary spiritual fire, then he can complete the two most difficult challenges of Fire God Lion at once. The Fire Dragon King in front of him can be said to be a great help. Half an hour later, the area near the volcano became quite tragic because of the battle between the two beasts. However, the battle was still not over. The flames on the Fire Dragon King did not dim due to the continuous battle, but became more vigorous and fierce. There seemed to be flames burning in its golden vertical pupils. The amount of spiritual power reserves in this Fire Dragon King can be said to be extremely amazing. Then let me cool you down first. After a battle, Shenmo had already had enough of fighting and decided not to hold back. He decided to take down the Fire Dragon in front of him with the force of thunder. 9 upgraded poisonous flying swords flew out at the same time, turning into 9 green streams of light and flying towards the Fire Dragon King. In addition, Shenmo mobilized the ice spiritual power in his body and released Absolute Zero. Whoosh! Frost winds surged and snowflakes swept across the sky. Obviously, this area was a volcano, but when Absolute Zero was released, within a radius of 5 kilometers, all the boiling magma instantly cooled down, and the golden flames were instantly extinguished. Endless blizzards swept across the area. In just 1 second, the volcano turned into a snowy mountain. This is the power Shenmo has now, and he can easily create natural disasters. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Together with the Fire Dragon King flying in the air, a thick layer of white frost appeared on the surface of the Fire Dragon's body, and then it began to fall from the sky. However, what Shenmo did not expect was that in less than a second, golden flames appeared on the back, abdomen, head, and every scale of the Fire Dragon King. Then the frost on the Fire Dragon King's body dissipated, and accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the Fire Dragon King spread his wings and flew high again. In the field of Absolute Zero, although the speed of the Fire Dragon King was reduced, it was not affected too much. It can still move freely. At the same time, the magma in the entire volcano gushed upwards, and rushed towards the Fire Dragon King like an inverted red waterfall. It was not that this Fire Dragon broke through the control of Absolute Zero. It was that the heat radiated around it was too amazing, and it could never reach the temperature of Absolute Zero. What made Shenmo feel even more incredible was that after regaining the ability to move, the Fire Dragon King did not choose to leave the Absolute Zero area, but instead showed a happy expression, and kept spewing flames from his mouth. It seemed to have completely ignored Shenmo. What's the matter with this thing? Shenmo felt a little confused. He used the ability of the Observation Lion to take another look at the attribute panel of the Flame Dragon King, but found that its minimum comprehensive combat power was constantly improving. The Flame Dragon King has never been so comfortable. In order to deal with a black dragon that suddenly appeared and spread evil, the Flame Dragon King took the risk of swallowing the Fire Dragon heart deep in the volcano. This is a legendary treasure that is even close to the totem level. It is also the treasure of the Flame Dragon clan. It is condensed from the crystal cores and flames of countless flame dragons. The depths of the volcano where the Flame Dragon King is sleeping are actually the graveyard of the Flame Dragon. It is said that the ancestor of the Flame Dragon was born in the depths of this volcano. When many flame dragons feel that their lives are about to end, they will enter the depths of this volcano and the core area of the planet. Take it as their final destination. Their flames and power will be integrated into the heart of the Fire Dragon. With the accumulation of countless generations of fire dragons, the heart of the Fire Dragon has accumulated an extremely huge amount of flame energy. This energy is unbearable even for the Flame Dragon King of the middle level of the legendary realm. After swallowing the Fire Dragon heart, it was almost blown up by the violent flame energy inside. The flame energy in the fire dragon heart was too huge and too violent. It was the condensation of the essence left by tens of millions of fire dragons after their death. The fire dragon king almost exhausted all his strength and barely suppressed the energy in the fire dragon heart after a narrow escape. Then the fire dragon king slept in the volcano, trying to digest this energy bit by bit. But this flame energy was like a time bomb, which would explode every few days, making it feel a burning and painful feeling from the inside out. Chapter 201, Subdue the Flame Dragon King. The fire dragon king's skin, internal organs, and scales were severely burned by the violent flame energy. It had to endure the pain of being burned by the flames every moment. This was also the reason why the fire dragon king had such a hot temper these days. But after a battle with Shenmo just now, the flame energy in his body was released a little. Now in Shenmo's absolute zero field, the fire dragon king felt that the flame energy in his body was gushing out even more. The feeling of being burned all the time that had troubled it for a long time actually disappeared miraculously. Roar, so cool. Keep going. The fire dragon king couldn't help but let out an excited and passionate dragon roar. His originally irritable, crazy, and bloodthirsty eyes became clearer, and even had a bit of gratitude in them. Shenmo? The fire dragon king in front of him was very wrong. Soon, he realized that either the fire dragon king was a masochist who enjoyed the pleasure of being abused, or his absolute zero had some benefits for him, which could be seen from the improvement of his lowest comprehensive combat power. Thinking of this, Shenmo immediately stopped releasing absolute zero, then waved his ice wings and flew straight towards the fire dragon king. He burst out with the speed of his full form, and with the sound of whistling wind, he had already appeared in front of the fire dragon king. Then, Shenmo unfolded the dual fields of suppressing evil and stop war. The invisible gravity descended from the sky, directly slowing down the fire dragon king's movements. The fire dragon king was a little confused at the moment. At the moment when Shenmo stopped releasing absolute zero, the energy of the fire dragon heart that had not been completely digested in its body began to stir again, and the familiar burning pain began to appear again. It was about to say to Suani, "The medicine cannot be stopped," when it found that the figure of Suani not far away suddenly disappeared. When the fire dragon king caught his figure again, this Suani had already appeared in front of him. Then the lion claws swung down from top to bottom and slapped it on the head. In an instant, the fire dragon king felt his head buzzing, and at the same time, the powerful force quickly spread to his whole body through the lion claws, causing his body to fall madly and uncontrollably. Shenmo used the dual fields of suppressing evil and stop war to continuously suppress the fire dragon. When the fire dragon king was about to fall into the molten lava, he appeared in front of it again, punched it out, and blasted it horizontally for thousands of kilometers. The poor fire dragon king wanted to resist with all his strength, but found that his speed and strength were not the opponent of Suani. Before he could react, the next wave of attacks from Suani was already coming. He had no ability to fight back. After losing the threat of the golden flame, Shenmo completely regarded the fire dragon king in front of him as a sandbag. Roar. While being beaten continuously, the fire dragon king kept roaring. At first, the dragon roar was full of anger and indomitable spirit, but soon the dragon roar became weak. While being beaten, the fire dragon king felt mixed emotions. The good news is that the opposite Suani used some ability to suppress the violent flame energy in his body again. And with a continuous beating of Suani, the energy in the heart of the fire dragon was constantly consumed, and part of it was integrated into its body. My control over this flame energy is gradually improving. If this continues, I seem to have a chance to fully master the flame energy in my body. But the bad news is that the attack of the white-haired Suani in front of me is too fierce, and it seems that it can't stand it. Although this magical energy suppressed the violent flames in its body, the original spiritual power of the fire system in its body was also suppressed. Now it can't even cast a spell. It can't even wrap the golden flames all over its body, and it can't turn itself into a burning dragon car. And relying solely on his own strength and speed, he was completely beaten by the Suani. What shocked the fire dragon king even more was that the Suani didn't even use any spells, but just relied on the strength of his body to completely blow it up. He was no match at all. Damn it. Why are these aliens so strong? Obviously they are just low-level legendary beings. Why do they have such powerful strength? Not far away, the three-headed king-level flame dragon hiding in the lava also saw this scene. When Shenmo released the eye of the Suani before, He deliberately avoided them, which prevented them from dying in the aftermath. After all, these 3 fire dragons are his future free labor. Shenmo thought about it and avoided them. At this moment, seeing the scene of Shenmo beating up the Flame Dragon King, the 3 fire dragons were all scared out of their wits. They never dreamed that their fire dragon boss would have enemies they couldn't deal with, and was crushed unilaterally. You know, the Flame Dragon King is a legend in the Flame Dragon clan. His father is the previous Dragon King, and he has the blood of the mythical creature, the fiery sun dragon, flowing in his body. Since he was born, the Flame Dragon King has never lost in a battle of the same level. The beating lasted for 10 minutes before Shenmo stopped. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King already looked miserable, not only with a bruised face, but also with 1/3 of the dragon scales falling off. But it was still alive, and even roared excitedly at Shenmo because with Shenmo's attack, the Fire Dragon King found that he had more and more control over the violent flame energy in his body. More importantly, the Fire Dragon King found that this Swanee didn't seem to want to kill him now. If he wanted to kill him, he could just release a spell or attack his vitals. Since he couldn't refuse, he would enjoy it while in pain. Shenmo was not a bloodthirsty person, so he naturally wouldn't kill the Fire Dragon King. On the one hand, as a legendary existence in this world, the Fire Dragon King was likely to be the focus of the world's will. As an outsider, if he killed a native legendary creature, he would likely be rejected by the world's will. Although he had the legal body skills given by the self-disciplined title of Time and Space Travel Lion, he was still better off being careful. On the other hand, as a mid-level legendary being, the Fire Dragon King is quite powerful. If he could subdue it, he would have an extra general under his command. But when Shenmo noticed that the Fire Dragon King's expression changed from anger and unyielding to sour and joyful, he stopped attacking. Could this Fire Dragon King really be a masochist? Shenmo couldn't help but think in his heart. I didn't expect that there would be weirdos among the extraordinary creatures. Roar, submit, or die. Shenmo's golden eyes stared directly at the Fire Dragon King's vertical pupils, and at the same time released his spiritual power, trying to break down the Fire Dragon King's spiritual defenses. Roar. Faced with the cold and majestic eyes of Swanee, the Fire Dragon King hesitated for a moment, and finally lowered his proud head, bowed slightly, and his tail swayed uneasily, and he chose to surrender. From the chill in Swanee's eyes, the Fire Dragon King understood that if he refused, Swanee would kill him without hesitation. If he continued to fight, he would really die. Dignity is precious, but life is more valuable. More importantly, the Swanee in front of him helped him suppress the violent flames in his body. If he could get its help, his strength might be able to reach a higher level. It would not be bad to fight back then. On the contrary, he would take the Ice Lion in front of him as his own family. Perfect. The plan worked. It was worthy of him. The Fire Dragon King carried forward the spirit of Aku, and instantly felt less uncomfortable. Roar, Your Majesty, what is the ice ability you just used? Can you use it on me again? Or a spell that can suppress the spiritual power in my body will also work. After Shenmo took back the Stop War field, the Fire Dragon King felt a faint burning sensation in his body again. He has not yet fully mastered the flame energy in his body. Shenmo looked at the Fire Dragon in front of him with a strange look. This Fire Dragon is really sick. Feeling the strange look, the Fire Dragon King roughly guessed that the Swanee was probably misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, I swallowed a fire treasure close to the totem level before, and the flame energy in my body was too violent and exceeded the upper limit of my body's tolerance. Before this, I have been suffering from this flame energy, but Your Majesty, your power can perfectly suppress this flame energy. The Fire Dragon King was still a little difficult to say Your Majesty at first, but after calling it a few times, he became proficient. So I hope you can use the ice spell you released on me before on me again. The Firework Dragon King's eyes were full of pleading. Shenmo nodded. The moment the Firework Dragon King chose to surrender, he saw a thick line of faith appear on the Firework Dragon King's body. Although the color was very light, it was thick enough. He took a look at the faith value, which was 43 points. This loyalty is acceptable. Not high or low. It means that the Firework Dragon King in front of him is a little bit rebellious, but not much. As long as he is trained more, he should still be useful. Roar, then I'll satisfy you. Shenmo mobilized the ice source energy in his body again. The wind and snow surged, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. The Firework Dragon King instantly felt that he was frozen, and the flame energy in his body was also frozen. Roar, that's the feeling, the Firework Dragon King cheered in his heart. If he continues like this, he will be able to completely master this flame energy. And his extraordinary level will even break through, and it is not impossible for him to be promoted to the high level of the legendary realm in one fell swoop. By then, he will directly turn over and become the master. Seeing that this Ice Lion has contributed to his breakthrough, he will not make things difficult for it. The Firework Dragon King has begun to enjoy a bright future. Shenmue took a look at the faith value of the Firework Dragon King and found that the faith value fluctuated. Sometimes it increased by 4 to 5 points, and sometimes it dropped directly by 10 points. This fire dragon is really sick. Shenmue did not maintain absolute zero for too long. When the Firework Dragon King felt that he was still unsatisfied, he ended the release of absolute zero. Your Majesty, can you come for a while? The Firework Dragon King looked like he had not had enough fun. Shenmue was not polite either. He directly released, suppressing evil, and then slapped the Flame Dragon King on the head, which made the Flame Dragon King's head dazed. This Flame Dragon King needs to recognize his position. His current identity is his own family. The Flame Dragon King felt kind in his heart, and did not dare to say another word, crawling on the ground. I ask you to answer. What is this resource that is close to totem quality? Why do you take the risk to take it? Unlike the three-eyed poisonous scorpion, the Flame Dragon King in front of him is in his prime and has mythical blood. It stands to reason that he will not take risks to break through the realm and swallow treasures that exceed his upper limit. The heart of the Fire Dragon is the treasure of our Flame Dragon clan. It gathers the energy of thousands of flame dragons and cannot be used by other races. The Fire Dragon King replied. The Fire Dragon heart can only be used by the Fire Dragon clan, which is why it dared to tell Shenmue about this treasure without fear of being robbed. The Fire Dragon heart was originally the treasure I was going to use to break through the legendary realm, and I don't want to eat the Fire Dragon heart now, but a black dragon emitting an evil aura suddenly appeared in the area where the lava turtle is located. It has some power to infect other creatures. In just 1 month, it completely occupied the area where the lava turtle is located, and transformed the lava turtle into an evil creature. I'm worried that the next target of this black dragon will be our Flame Dragon mountain range, so I took the risk of taking the Fire Dragon heart. The Fire Dragon King kept growling and answered Shenmue's questions. Why do I feel that this black dragon is a bit like an old friend? No, an old beast. After listening to the description of the Flame Dragon King, Shenmue couldn't help but think of the Black Abyss Dragon. More importantly, the time when the Black Abyss Dragon left a blue star garden and appeared on this flame planet also matched. It can't be such a coincidence, right? If it is really the Black Abyss Dragon, it will be fun. Shenmue's golden eyes revealed a hint of interest. Unlike him, the Black Abyss Dragon came to this flame planet and would definitely be suppressed to a great extent by the will of the planet. Otherwise, the Black Abyss Dragon's strength at the peak of the totem realm can completely dominate this flame planet. It is estimated that after recovering to now, its strength is only at the same level as the Flame Dragon King in front of him. Even its strength is not as good as his. If you see it, just beat it up. Shenmue thought to himself. Of course, as a powerful creature at the peak of the totem realm, the Black Abyss Dragon has many trump cards. Not to mention that this Black Abyss Dragon also has the ability to shuttle through the heavens, and it is almost impossible to kill it. I know. Now that you have become my family, I will not sit idly by and watch this matter. If that black dragon dares to come, I will take action. Shenmue promised the Flame Dragon King. The moment the Flame Dragon King pledged allegiance to him, the entire Flame Dragon mountain range had actually become the territory of Suanli. Under the effect of Lord Lion Plus, Shenmue could already feel the spiritual energy in his body surging, and countless earth vein energies were pouring into his body, allowing his extraordinary level to be greatly improved in a very short time. Chapter 202, Legendary Fire, Red Dragon Golden Flame. The territory of the Fire Dragon mountain range is extremely vast, almost equivalent to the surface area of 2 blue stars. This provides Shenmue with a huge amount of earth vein energy, almost half of the energy required to advance from the lower level of the legendary realm to the middle level of the legendary realm. If he relies on his own practice, it will take at least several months. This is still the case with the uninterrupted supply of divine medicine and extraordinary cuisine. This is also one of the main purposes of Shenmue's return to this flame planet, to conquer the clans on this planet, obtain a large amount of territory, and then use Lord Lion Plus to quickly improve his extraordinary level. So, to protect the safety of the territory, he has no choice but to do so. Roar hearing this, the Flame Dragon King felt a little bit of real gratitude in his heart. If he could really expel or even kill the Black Dragon, it might not be impossible for him to surrender to the Swanee in front of him. As a legendary creature, the Flame Dragon King has his own pride in his heart after all. Show me the fire of the golden flame on you, the Flame Dragon King was thinking, and the unquestionable voice of Swanee came to his heart again. Fire is the original fire of spiritual fire above the natural disaster level. It can continuously absorb flame energy and keep itself in an everlasting state. At the same time, it is also the source of spiritual power. It can be said that by refining the fire, one can obtain the power of the spiritual fire. The golden flame on the Flame Dragon King is its innate spiritual fire, the red gold dragon flame, a spiritual fire with extremely high temperature and full of destructive power. It was this spiritual fire that even made Shenmo feel threatened before. Roar, after hesitating for a moment, the Flame Dragon King separated half of the fire in his body and released it. Facing the powerful Swanee in front of him, it had no choice. Even if Swanee wanted to snatch the fire in its body, the Flame Dragon King was powerless to resist. This is a golden flame in the shape of a dragon. The moment it appeared, Shenmo felt a scorching sensation coming towards him, and the surrounding space was faintly distorted. Shenmo glanced at the golden flame in front of him, and soon got the relevant information. Red gold dragon flame fire seed, quality, natural disaster realm, a fire seed that is infinitely close to the legendary level, with a maximum temperature of 200,000 degrees Celsius, and has a strong destructive power, which can burn most things. After absorbing a large amount of flame energy, its quality can be improved. Seeing the information, Shenmo's eyes showed a hint of joy. Although the golden flame in front of him is not a legendary spiritual fire, it is not much different. As long as he helps the Flame Dragon King in front of him digest the flame energy in his body, he can upgrade this red gold dragon flame fire seed to the legendary level. I didn't expect that the harvest of this trip would be so huge. Fire God Lion, the two most difficult challenges were all completed. One of them is to defeat a legendary mid-level creature or above, which was shown to be completed when defeating the Flame Dragon King before. The other one is to devour a legendary spiritual fire. It is not necessary to completely seize the red gold dragon flame of the Flame Dragon King. It only needs to divide this fire seed into two, and then slowly cultivate it. The most urgent task now is to help the Fire Dragon King completely digest the violent flame energy in his body. Shenmo thought about it and decided to use the diet therapy of extraordinary cuisine. Many of the extraordinary cuisines he made before had powerful frost energy, which could help suppress the flames in the Fire Dragon King's body. So the silver talisman in the horn on Shenmo's head flowed, and the space energy surged, and then several cups of ice blue super large cups of juice appeared in front of him and the Fire Dragon King. As early as last week, before completing the self-discipline challenge of Time Travel Lion, Shenmo had already mastered the power of space. And he engraved the space talisman on his horn and made a small dimensional space. This dimensional space is a small storage space of 10x10x10, and Shenmo put some of the magic medicine and extraordinary cuisine in it. Compared with before, this small treasure house that can be carried with you can be said to be much more convenient. And the 3 drinks in the super large beer cups in front of him are called Snow Mountain Special Drink. This is a natural disaster level extraordinary drink, which uses a lot of precious natural disaster level ice type divine medicines, and the main material is the juice of the holy snow fruit. It contains rich ice source energy, one of the effects of which is to remove burning, and greatly increase ice resistance and fire resistance in a short period of time. When the Flame Dragon King was still wondering how the 3 cups of drink several meters high appeared in front of him, a cold and unquestionable voice came from his heart again. Drink it. The Flame Dragon King raised his head and looked at the golden pupils of the Swanee. Roar looking at the cold food in front of him, the Flame Dragon King was naturally very resistant. The ice energy contained in it made it instinctively feel very uncomfortable. And it is not known whether it has poisonous or terrifying effects. After taking it, it is very likely that he will be completely controlled by the Swanee in front of him. Shenmo can see that the faith value of the Flame Dragon King has dropped by 15 points at once. Obviously, the Flame Dragon King regarded the cup of Snow Mountain Special Drink in front of him as something bad. It can help you suppress the flames in your body, Shenmo said to the Fire Dragon King through telepathy, and then directly raised one of the cups of Snow Mountain special drink and drank it by himself. Roar, hearing this, the Fire Dragon King was skeptical, but it had no choice. With his eyes closed, the Fire Dragon King took a sip of the Snow Mountain special drink. Unexpectedly, this blue unknown liquid tasted very good. A little sweet, but not greasy. When swallowing this mouthful of Snow Mountain special drink, a cold feeling quickly spread from its mouth to its whole body. To describe it in one sentence, that is, cool to the heart, and the heart is flying. As the cold spread, the violent flame energy in its body spread unconsciously, and the two energies began to collide. The ice energy in the cold drink briefly suppressed the flame energy. The burning feeling disappeared again. The Fire Dragon King took the opportunity to refine the flame energy. This feeling is more sour than when Swanee used Absolute Zero or the Field of Stopping War on it before. Roar, the Fire Dragon King couldn't help but let out a satisfied roar. After just one sip, the Fire Dragon King felt that the flames in his body could be suppressed for a while. So the Fire Dragon King drank the cup of Snow Mountain special drink in front of him without hesitation. The powerful ice-based spiritual power surged in his body, and the red gold dragon scales of the Fire Dragon King were covered with white frost. He was almost about to turn from a fire dragon into an ice dragon. Now the Fire Dragon King had only one idea in his mind. It was so cool. The Fire Dragon King looked at Shenmo, and then pointed at the only remaining cup of Snow Mountain special drink in front of him with his claws. The meaning was very clear, whether the last cup was also given to him. After getting Shenmo's affirmative answer, the Fire Dragon King raised his cup and drank wildly again. He felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have hesitated just now, and drank all 3 cups of Snow Mountain special drink directly. In this way, he could have one more cup. I'm going to practice in the molten lava below. When you completely suppress the flames in your body, or the effect of the Snow Mountain special drink ends, come back to me. In addition, as a reward for helping you refine the energy in your body, I need half of the fire of the red gold dragon flame, Shenmo said to the Fire Dragon King through telepathy. Roar, yes, Your Majesty, the Fire Dragon King roared loudly, his eyes as clear as a fool. Helping him solve the energy of the out-of-control flame, the reward is only half of the fire. This deal is still very profitable for him. After all, after the fire is split, it only needs to soak in the molten lava for a while to recover. More importantly, it is not a match for the Swanee in front of it, which is already a great privilege for it. Shenmo took a look at the faith value and found that the faith value of the Fire Dragon King had soared from 38 to 80. It is indeed an extraordinary dish. Even legendary creatures cannot resist its temptation, Shenmo said in his heart. He only made a slight move, and completely conquered the Fire Dragon King with his extraordinary cooking. This shows the power of this Snow Mountain special drink. Finally, you must gather all the fire dragons in the Fire Dragon Mountain range and gather here. After Shenmo gave the order to the Fire Dragon King, his body suddenly changed dramatically. Red gold scales grew between his snow-white hair, and then his body became more slender, and his head suddenly turned into the head of a giant dragon. In just a few seconds, Shenmo completed the gorgeous transformation and turned into a fire dragon that looked very similar to the Fire Dragon King, but his body shape was more perfect. After completing the transformation, Shenmo jumped directly into the magma and began the self-discipline challenge of Fire God Lion. Illusion can transform into the appearance of other creatures and obtain all their abilities. In the process of fighting with the Fire Dragon King, Shenmo had already completed the analysis of the Fire Dragon King. The reason why he transformed into the form of the Fire Dragon King was purely because the Fire Dragon King had a higher fire resistance. Although soaking in high-temperature magma is not a problem for Shenmo, Shenmo prefers the cold because of his life experience in the Great Snow Mountain. Soaking in magma makes him feel uncomfortable all over. After switching to the form of the Fire Dragon King, he felt much more comfortable. Soaking in magma is really similar to soaking in hot springs, warm and comfortable. However, seeing this scene, the Fire Dragon King was completely stunned. Could it be that the Swanee in front of him is not a lion Swanee, but his long-lost brother, Lava Star? A group of volcanoes thousands of miles away from Shenmo, a giant black dragon with black scales stretched its body wantonly above a towering volcano. The inky scales were like red-hot iron under the red firelight. The black abyss demon dragon stared into the distance. At its feet, there were giant turtles with black bodies as black as ink and black flames gushing out of their shells. These are all Black Abyss demon turtles that have been eroded by the energy of the Black Abyss. They retained the fire ability they originally mastered, and also had the power to manipulate the energy of the Black Abyss. Their combat power increased instead of decreasing. Among them, the Black Abyss demon turtles above the King realm even retained their self-awareness, but their minds were all stamped with a certain steel mark. That is, they need to be loyal to the Black Abyss demon dragon forever. If the Black Abyss demon dragon asked them to die immediately, they would do it without hesitation. It's better to stay on this primitive planet. Not only is the spiritual energy rich, but there are no freaks like that Swanee. More importantly, my strength is not suppressed very much here, enough for me to dominate this planet. The eyes of the Black Abyss demon dragon were full of excitement and pride, changing the decline on the blue star. I was so stupid before. Why would I think of going to a planet that has just started to revive spiritual energy? The Black Abyss demon dragon couldn't help but think of his previous experience on the blue star. That planet is very wrong. Not only did it severely suppress its own strength, but it also had extraordinary creatures with growth speed and combat power that could be called evil. In comparison, this fire planet is much more normal. The only drawback is that there seems to be no mythical creatures on this planet. There are not even any legends or relics left by mythical creatures. It is difficult for me to make a breakthrough to the mythical realm. From ancient times to the present, the most powerful existence bred by this planet is only at the totem realm. But after I transform all the extraordinary creatures on this planet into Black Abyss creatures, and then find a way to obtain the heart of the world, I may still have a chance to create a mythical clone, the Black Abyss dragon thought to himself. Next, let's go to the Flame Dragon mountain range. That Flame Dragon King looks very delicious. If I can transform it into a Black Abyss creature, the power I can exert on this planet should be further unlocked, the Black Abyss dragon thought to himself. A black light flashed in the vertical pupils of the Black Abyss dragon, and then it raised its head and roared at the red sky. Roar! Amid its roar, all the Black Abyss demon turtles walked forward in an orderly manner. It was as mighty as an army. The figure of the Black Abyss dragon disappeared in the red sky. He was cautious enough. This flame planet has given birth to its own will, and has discovered its existence and taken corresponding measures. He learned from the consciousness of the Lava Turtle King that not long ago, the world will of this planet had conveyed a vague idea to all the extraordinary creatures in the legendary realm. That is to go to its current location and completely kill it, the outsider. The world will also give certain rewards to those who kill the Black Abyss dragon. The Lava Turtle King is one of them. Unfortunately, the Lava Ghost King was not only defeated by the Black Abyss dragon in the end, but was also infected and turned into a Black Abyss creature. This further unlocked the strength of the Black Abyss dragon. Now, as long as all the legendary creatures of this planet do not go together to attack it, the Black Abyss dragon is still fearless. When it infects the Fire Dragon King into a Black Abyss creature, then there will be no one on this planet who can stop its existence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Black Abyss Dragon Attacks. In the next few days, Shenmue replicated his operation in the toxic territory. After soaking in the lava hot springs and completing the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion, Shenmue summoned the Flame Dragon tribe. In addition to declaring that he has become the new owner of this land, he taught them the Great Spirit Rain technique. When facing these flame dragons, Shenmue did not use the form of the Flame Dragon King, even if this could save him a lot of trouble and make the Flame Dragon tribe believe in him more deeply. But there is no need. He already has the strength to defeat the Flame Dragon King, so he naturally does not need to hide his identity. The Flame Dragon tribe in front of him is not the object he deliberately needs to fight for, but just a casual move to consolidate the security of the territory. Next, Shenmue will also conquer the territories of other areas of this flame planet. Of course, Shenmue shared his casually prepared Fire Dragon special drink with these flame dragons. It is a drink made from boiling magma and a variety of fire-related magic medicines. It contains the ultimate flame energy, and you can't help but spit fire after eating it. Because the materials used in these Fire Dragon special drinks are relatively rough, their quality is only at the king level. But for these Fire Dragon special drinks are no different from treasures in the world. Not only can it enhance the flames in their bodies and improve their extraordinary levels, but more importantly, the taste of this drink is simply amazing. It is no less effective than catnip for cats. After tasting it once, almost all fire dragon kings fell into a state of crazy excitement, spitting flames everywhere with their teeth and claws. The faith value of Chenmo has also been greatly improved, and most of the resistance to this new lord has disappeared instantly. After doing this, Chenmo began to soak in molten lava every day to discipline himself. Until 3 days later, the huge body of the Fire Dragon King crawled slightly in the molten lava, and roared towards the golden molten lava below. My king, I have completely refined the flame of the Fire Dragon heart. Compared with before, the Fire Dragon King at this moment is a circle larger, and the length is close to 250 meters. The glittering gold on the scales became more and more dazzling, and each scale was flowing with shiny lines similar to golden molten magma, making the whole flame dragon look like a golden fireball in a state of intense burning. After refining the heart of the fire dragon, although its extraordinary level did not break through the highest legendary realm, but the quality of the red gold dragon flame has been upgraded to the legendary realm, and the power has been qualitatively improved. The current flame dragon king is really like a sun, with a flame that will not go out and is endless in his body. After digesting the flame dragon king had the idea of challenging Suani again. But in an instant, the flame dragon king erased this idea from his heart. The flame dragon king felt that he was probably still not Suani's opponent. After all, since Suani dared to help him refine the flame energy in his body, it meant that he had absolute confidence. More importantly, if he failed in the challenge, the consequences would be very serious. Not only could he not continue to taste the delicious food made by Suani, but even his life was greatly threatened. After all, no king can allow his family to provoke him all the time. So according to the instructions given by Suani before entering the magma, the Fire Dragon King came to report the situation to Chenmo as soon as he completed the promotion. The next second, the golden magma surged around like waves, and a huge head appeared in the depths of the magma. This is another huge Fire Dragon King. I know, Chenmo replied through telepathy. He took a look at the golden flame on the Fire Dragon King and found that it had indeed transformed into legendary spiritual fire. Roar, my king, this is part of the fire. The Fire Dragon King took the initiative to divide the fire of the red gold dragon flame into two and presented half of it to Chenmo. Chenmo nodded, then swallowed it into his mouth and began to refine it immediately. Legendary fire is not so easy to refine, not to mention that this is the Fire Dragon King's life fire. In addition to the Fire Dragon King, other legendary fire creatures may not be able to successfully refine it. However, with the ability of illusion and invisibility, Chenmo is now an enhanced version of the Fire Dragon King. After the red gold dragon flame entered Chenmo's body, it quickly changed from a rebellious attitude to obedience, and even took the initiative to merge into the flames in Chenmo's body. Chenmo estimated that it would only take about half a day for him to complete the refining of this legendary spiritual fire. You can leave first. Chenmo then took out 2 bottles of Fire Dragon Special Drink and Snow Mountain Special Drink from the storage space, and gave them to the Fire Dragon King as a reward, and then prepared to return to the magma to refine the red gold dragon flame. As long as he could refine this legendary fire, not only would he be able to complete a self-discipline challenge of Fire God Lion, but his combat power would also be further enhanced. While Chenmo was refining the red gold dragon flame, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon had led his Black Abyss Legion to the junction of the Fire Dragon Mountain Range and the Lava Turtle Mountain Range. In the endless volcanoes, the Black Abyss Demon Turtles, whose bodies were as black as ink, were moving quickly along the magma river. Several fire dragons in these areas soon discovered this astonishingly large army. One of the male fire dragons took the initiative to spit out fire dragon breath at a Black Abyss turtle of the same level. But the effect was not significant. After being infected, the Black Abyss turtle's resistance to fire and physical fitness have been greatly improved. Coupled with its own amazing defensive ability, the fire dragon's flames are not too threatening to it. Other fire dragons also chose to resist, but more chose to run to the west, that is, the volcano where the Fire Dragon King and the new King Suani are located. Several fire dragons who dared to resist flew high into the sky, wanting to use their flying advantage to spit fire at the Black Abyss turtle army. The main strategy is to disgust you even if you can't beat you. However, the Black Abyss Black Dragon didn't even make a move. The counterattack of the Black Abyss turtle army alone made these fire dragons unable to cope. The Black Abyss Turtle's mouth spewed out overwhelming black flames, covering the crimson sky, leaving these fire dragons no place to hide even in the air. After losing the advantage of flying, the fire dragon's fighting power was at least half as weak. It could only be defeated by these Black Abyss Turtles, and then ruthlessly transformed into a new Black Abyss Dragon by the Black Abyss energy. In addition, some fire dragons that chose to run away at the first opportunity successfully escaped. The Black Abyss Dragon hovered in the sky higher than these fire dragons, quietly looking down at the flight of the fire dragon group, but did not take action. Chapter 204 Black Dragon. These flame dragons in front of us cannot dominate the overall situation. The most important thing now is to defeat and infect the Flame Dragon King. The escaped Flame Dragon naturally spread the news quickly to its own kind. After several rounds of transmission, the news that the Black Abyss Demon Dragon led an army to conquer the Fire Dragon territory soon reached the ears of Chenmo and the Flame Dragon King. "My king, the Black Dragon is coming." The Flame Dragon King's tone was a little excited, but more nervous. Now its strength has been greatly improved, but it still dare not be careless about the alien Black Dragon. "This is the world's will to sign them and kill them together." "It doesn't matter, I will take action," Chenmo replied calmly. As for the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, Chenmo also planned to take action in his heart. While its world is suppressed by the will of this world, this time he will ruthlessly pull a wave of wool. "Roar, take us to where the Black Dragon is." With the support of Swanee behind him, the Fire Dragon King also became at ease and confident. He immediately let out an excited dragon roar, asking other fire dragons to lead them to take the initiative to fight the Black Abyss Dragon. Roar. In the Fire Dragon Valley, dragon roars rang out one after another. Under Chenmo's call, almost all fire dragons chose to fight the foreign enemy. Under the red sky, Chenmo flew for about half an hour. He came to the easternmost area of the Fire Dragon Mountains, where the Black Abyss Dragon could appear at any time. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly saw a red fire cloud stretching for tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers away. To be precise, these fire clouds are real flames. These flames are in a vortex shape, like a huge crimson eye, covering the sky in the nearby area. At the same time, there was a huge roar of volcanic eruptions and the shocking sound of giants colliding violently in that direction. Chenmo felt several powerful auras in the fire cloud. At this moment, in that fire cloud, there are legendary creatures fighting. With his amazing eyesight, Chenmo's eyes passed through the continuous flames and soon found several extraordinary creatures fighting. One of them is a black dragon with a body length of more than a kilometer, black as ink, and two huge black wings on its back. The appearance of this black dragon is somewhat similar to the Yinglong in the mythology of Dongsha, but the biggest difference is that the scales on its body are as black as the dark night. The moment he saw this black dragon, Chenmo was also convinced that the black dragon in the mouth of the Flame Dragon King was the Black Abyss Dragon. What a fate! Chenmo immediately checked the current maximum comprehensive combat power of the Black Abyss Dragon, and was relieved when he found that it was almost the same as his own. The other party fighting with the Black Abyss Dragon was two extraordinary fire beasts. One of them was like a giant red flame in a vortex, covered with magma and flames, emitting endless light and heat. Its upper body is similar to a flame giant, and the fire cloud sweeping around in the sky was caused by it. The other flame beast is a giant gorilla covered with hair, somewhat similar to Zuyan, but lacking some of the noble charm unique to mythical creatures, exuding a breath from the wilderness. In addition, although the Black Abyss Dragon is fighting one against two, it has an absolute advantage. Neither the fire domain of the Fire Elemental Lord nor the endless flame fists of the Flame Orangutan can cause damage to it. The Black Death Light of the Black Abyss Dragon is a huge threat to the two flame beasts. The Black Abyss energy is extremely corrosive and infectious. Once hit, even if you resist the shock wave and the power of huge energy, you will be infected by the Black Abyss energy. Roar, my king, they are all sent by the Lava Mother Goddess to support us. The Flame Dragon King roared at Chenmo facing the Black Abyss Dragon, an external invader. All the legendary creatures on this flame planet receive task delivery from the will of the planet. As long as you kill the Black Abyss Dragon, you can get a huge reward. Especially when the Black Abyss Dragon chose to expand further, the call issued by the will of the planet became stronger and stronger, and the rewards given became more generous. The Fire Elemental Lord and the Flame Orangutan were two legendary beasts sleeping in the nearby area. Under the call of the will of the planet, they wanted to kill the Black Abyss Dragon. In order to get more rewards, They did not notify the Flame Dragon King, but decided to act directly. But they obviously underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Black Abyss Dragon. In just less than a quarter of an hour, even if they used all their strength, they were still seriously injured. Their bodies were pierced by the black death light of the Black Abyss Dragon. If it weren't for the super vitality possessed by the legendary creatures, they would have fallen down at this moment. But if this continues, death is only a matter of time. At this moment, they regretted it very much. If they had known earlier, they should not have chosen to deal with the Black Abyss Dragon for the sake of greed for rewards. The combat power and the ability of this Black Abyss Dragon far exceeded their imagination. But just when they felt desperate, they heard the roar of a dragon from afar. Fire Dragon King. The eyes of the fiery orangutan, burning with red flames, lit up slightly, but soon the flames dimmed again. Although the Fire Dragon King's combat power is a little stronger than theirs, it may not make much difference in front of this Black Abyss Demon Dragon. If they had joined forces at the beginning, they might have had some chance of winning. But now they are almost exhausted, and the Fire Dragon King will probably be defeated in vain. Roar, my king, shall we also take action? The Fire Dragon King said anxiously. Shenmue nodded, but did not take action immediately. Instead, he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and began to compress and condense it continuously. At the same time, a trace of golden light emanated from the golden eyes of Suanli. The comprehensive combat power of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon is almost the same as his. He plans to sneak attack first and release his strongest moves. It would be best if he could severely damage the Black Abyss Demon Dragon in one fell swoop, so that the next battle will be much easier. Boom! The Flame Dragon King was like a flame-breathing fighter plane, attacking the Black Abyss Dragon at supersonic speed, its wings cutting through the air and making a huge roar. If you look closely, you can see that red and gold spiritual symbols appear on each scale of the Flame Dragon King. Especially in the neck and mouth area, the spiritual symbols are extremely dense, and the dazzling light that makes people dare not look directly at it. The Flame Dragon King is accumulating all the flame energy in his body. When he was still 5 kilometers away from the Black Abyss Dragon, the Flame Dragon King spewed out a golden flame from his mouth, which turned into a torrent of flames and swept towards the Black Abyss Dragon. Destruction Breath. Legendary spell. At the moment when the Destruction Breath was spewed out, endless light and heat burst out, and the surrounding volcano seemed to be summoned or encouraged, and they erupted at the same time. At this moment, the Flame Dragon King has successfully refined the Fire Dragon Flame, and his combat power has reached the high level of the Legendary Realm, or even close to the peak of the Legendary Realm. He is undoubtedly the absolute king. Feeling the astonishing temperature of the Fire Dragon King's breath, the Fire Elemental Lord and the Flame Orangutan were shocked. When did the Fire Dragon King become so powerful? Chapter 205 Legendary Battle. But this is definitely a good thing for the Fire Elemental Lord and the Flame Orangutan. Now the strength displayed by the Flame Dragon King may really have a chance to defeat the Black Abyss Dragon. The Black Abyss Dragon naturally felt the threat of the Flame Dragon King. His eyes passed through the flames and looked directly at the Fire Dragon in the sky that was almost turning into a golden sun. Instead of surprise, his eyes were excited and ecstatic. Interesting, you are stronger than I thought, or as long as I defeat you and assimilate you, I can completely occupy this planet, the Black Abyss Dragon thought to himself, and immediately responded to the attack of the Flame Dragon King. Black and red runes suddenly lit up on its scales. Then a destructive energy quickly gathered in the mouth of the Black Abyss Dragon. Boom! In an instant, a huge black and red beam of light with unparalleled destructive power and heat rushed straight towards the world-destroying breath. The black death light and the world-destroying breath collided in mid-air. It was like hundreds of nuclear bombs exploded at the same time, and endless black light and golden flames engulfed everything. When the light of the explosion dissipated, the volcanoes within a radius of dozens of kilometers were razed to the ground in an instant. The air was still full of restless flame energy and strange black abyss energy. The magma exposed deep underground also underwent strange changes, turning black for a while, and then turning back to hot gold. The scales on the Black Abyss Dragon were covered with dust, and a small part of them had cracks. This huge shock wave only caused it a little injury. The Flame Dragon King was also affected by the shock wave, and his injuries were similar to those of the Black Abyss Dragon. Seeing this, the Flame Dragon King's heart sank. This time, the confrontation seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact it had the upper hand, and it also spent a certain amount of time accumulating energy to release its full strength attack. The Black Abyss Dragon only fought back in a hurry, and it was likely that it did not use its trump card. This Black Abyss Dragon is much stronger than it imagined. The Fire Dragon King had to admit that he was probably not the opponent of this Black Dragon. Now the only hope is the boss he just recognized, that is, Swanee. The Flame Dragon King was just about to look back to see if Swanee would make a move, but he found that the Black Abyss Dragon in the distance suddenly looked like it was facing a formidable enemy. The Black Abyss energy in the Black Abyss Dragon's body surged wildly, as if it was about to drain itself dry. After using the Black Deathlight to deal with the Flame Dragon King's world-destroying breath, the Black Abyss Dragon just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second its heart was beating wildly. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly arose in its heart. This sense of crisis was even no less than the feeling of annihilation on the eve of the destruction of the planet it lived on. If it did not respond in time, it might even be in danger of losing its life. And this time the crisis came from the sky. The Black Abyss Dragon subconsciously looked up higher in the sky. In the red sky 10,000 meters above, a huge golden eye appeared at some point. At this moment, this huge pupil stared at it indifferently and majestically. Pupil of the Swanee, this is the most powerful spell that Shenmue has mastered so far. When he was still 100 kilometers away from the Black Abyss Dragon, Shenmue used illusion to make the Black Abyss Dragon unable to detect his existence. Then he mobilized all the original spiritual power in his body to condense the pupil of the Swanee. While the Black Abyss Dragon's attention was all on the Flame Dragon King, Shenmue launched this thundering attack. Without a second of hesitation, the Black Abyss Dragon began to spare no effort to mobilize all the Black Abyss original energy in his body and gather it in his mouth. In an instant, a dark black ball of light like a black hole was formed. The moment the black ball of light condensed into shape, it flew over the head of the Black Abyss Dragon. The name of this spell is Hole of the Black Abyss. The effect is similar to that of a black hole, with the power to devour everything. This is a totem-level spell and one of the trump cards of the Black Abyss Dragon. Boom! Before the Hole of the Black Abyss was completely formed, the attack of the pupil of the Swanee had already come suddenly. I saw a dazzling golden light column falling from the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a golden light. The diameter of this huge light column is about 2 kilometers, which is certainly not the limit of the pupil of the lion. If Shenmue wants, he can even expand the attack range of the pupil of the lion to hundreds of miles or even farther, but in that case the power will be too dispersed. Now Shenmue is pursuing the ultimate single damage, and wants to hit the Black Abyss Dragon directly with one blow. Moreover, the pupil of the lion has the attribute of a sure hit. Once it condenses into shape, the target can hardly avoid it. Boom! At the critical moment, the Black Abyss Hole of the Black Abyss Dragon was finally released. I saw a giant black hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything appeared on its head. However, the Black Abyss Hole could not completely swallow the golden light falling from the sky. The dazzling light column, like a light blade, directly penetrated the Black Abyss Hole, and then fell towards the Black Abyss Dragon at an astonishing speed. Compared to before, the golden light column was a little dimmer, but it still contained amazing energy. The Black Abyss Cave reduced the damage of the Eye of the Lion by about half. If it was the complete form of the Black Abyss Cave, it could naturally resist this powerful light column that fell from the sky. Even if it could not resist it completely, it could swallow up most of it. Unfortunately, the attack speed of the Eye of the Lion was too fast. When the Black Abyss Dragon realized the danger, it was too late to react. Boom! It was like the light of annihilation descended, and there was only a dazzling golden light in front of all living beings. The light dissipated, and the figure of the Black Abyss Dragon had disappeared in midair. And a volcano below it disappeared with it. Not only did the volcano disappear, but a dark, bottomless pit appeared on the ground covered with lava. The depth of this pit has exceeded tens of thousands of meters. This Eye of the Lion directly blasted the Black Abyss Dragon into the core of this flaming planet. But around the deep pit, no animals or plants were harmed. Shenmue completely condensed the power of the pupil of the Swanee, creating an unparalleled power. Almost all the damage was dealt to the Black Abyss Dragon, without a single waste. Roar, so strong, the Flame Dragon King couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene. He was glad that he didn't expand after refining the flame energy in his body. If he faced an attack of this level, he would almost die. The strength of this Swanee is even greater than that of the Black Dragon. Isn't it dead yet? After the attack, Shenmue didn't relax at all, and a little solemnity appeared in his golden pupil. Underground, he could still feel the life breath of the Black Abyss Dragon. His swani pupil didn't kill it. And Shenmue sensed that the Black Abyss Dragon was rising rapidly from the deep pit. Chapter 206. No, how come you still have spiritual power? The next second, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the dark pit. It had a huge dragon body over 200 meters long, 2 horns, and was covered with black scales. It was the Black Abyss Dragon. Even though its physical fitness and strength were suppressed by the planet, it was a totem-level peak existence after all. However, it looked a bit miserable at the moment. The flesh and scales of a dragon body on its back had completely disappeared, revealing a dark skeleton. These skin injuries were not fatal to it. What was really fatal was that the overbearing energy in the pupil of the swani was spreading rapidly around along the wound, trying to completely kill its flesh and blood. The Black Abyss Dragon had to mobilize part of the Black Abyss energy to resist. At the moment of rushing out of the deep pit, the Black Abyss Dragon looked at the swani hovering in the sky not far away. Seeing this familiar figure, the Black Abyss Dragon couldn't believe his eyes. Swani? How come there are creatures like swani on this planet? The Black Abyss Demon Dragon still remembers the swani on the blue star. It has mastered all kinds of strange but extremely powerful abilities. It is obviously only at the level of the natural disaster realm, but its clone is not its opponent. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon was really disgusted by the swani on the blue star. So when it saw the swani in front of it, which was 70% similar, it couldn't help but feel a nameless fire in its heart. It's swani again. It seems that it is destined to have a grudge against swani. But then, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon suddenly dilated his pupils, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Because it felt a familiar breath on this swani. The swani in front of it was the swani it encountered on the blue star before. Why does it appear on this planet? The Black Abyss Demon Dragon was full of surprise and disbelief. If you want to come to this planet, you must master the power of space. The races that can master the power of space and shuttle freely in the sea of boundaries are extremely rare, not to mention that even for the races with space talents, most of them have to grow to the totem realm before they can initially master the power of shuttling through space. However, this swani is a complete alien, and any abnormal things happening to it are not outrageous. And in just over a month, this guy has grown to the lower level of the legendary realm. The moment Shenmue made his move, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon sensed his extraordinary level. What's more terrifying is that it can actually burst out the combat power of the peak of the legendary realm. Otherwise, it's better to avoid it first, and then come to trouble this swani after the strength is restored. In the magma underground, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat, but soon, it suddenly seemed to realize something. No. Since it has come to this planet, I guess its extraordinary level and strength will also be suppressed. As long as it is in a world where the will of the planet is awakened, the strength of others will be suppressed. This planet is not the native planet of that swani, so it will definitely be rejected. The swani in front of him now is already very good to maintain the combat power of the low-level legendary realm. After infecting the Lava Turtle King into a Black Abyss creature, his extraordinary level has been restored to the strength of the middle legendary level. In addition to the spells and physical strength he has mastered, even the existence at the peak of the legendary realm may not be his opponent. The attack just now should be its strongest attack. It is very likely that it will not be able to release it a second time, the Black Abyss Dragon thought to himself. This wave of advantages is mine. It just so happens that the previous hatred will be returned to you today, so without any courtesy or greetings, the Black Abyss Dragon chose to attack directly. Dense black spiritual patterns appeared on its inky black scales, and the Black Abyss energy in its body surged. A deep black beam of light gushed out of the Black Abyss Dragon's mouth, ultimate black death light. This is also a totem-level spell, and it is also the strongest killing technique mastered by the Black Abyss Dragon. On the other side, Shenmue was also doing 3 things at once. While launching his magic image to attack the Black Abyss Dragon in the first place, 9 poisonous flying swords appeared around him, turning into streams of light and flying towards the Black Abyss Dragon. The poisonous flying swords first hit the Black Abyss Dragon's body, creating a series of sparks on the Black Abyss Dragon's scales, and at the same time making a sound like the collision of metal and stone. Some cracks appeared on the surface of the scales. But the Black Abyss energy turned into black mist and surged, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. After all, The Black Abyss Dragon is a totem-level existence with a strong recovery ability. The Black Abyss Dragon is releasing the ultimate Black Death Light at this moment, and it doesn't pay much attention to these flying swords. It is still quite confident in the defense of its body. What the Black Abyss Dragon didn't realize was that after each poisonous flying sword cut through the scales, a trace of dark green liquid quietly emerged into his blood. Boom. The power of the Black Abyss Dragon's ultimate Black Death Light is no less powerful than the Eye of the Swanee released by Shenmue before. Even more destructive. Shenmue also felt a fatal threat in this dark light column, so he directly chose the Pupil of the Lion to fight back. Although the Pupil of the Lion consumes a lot of original spiritual power, the Black Death Light released by the Black Abyss Dragon must also consume a lot of black energy. And he can rely on the Lying Lion Plus and the extraordinary food he took before the battle to restore the original spiritual power in his body at an astonishing speed. The recovery speed of the Black Abyss Dragon must be much slower than his own. If he fights back, he can always hold the Black Abyss Dragon back and continuously consume the black energy in his body. When the black energy in the Black Abyss Dragon is exhausted, the combat power will inevitably decrease a lot, and he will have a great chance of defeating the Black Abyss Dragon. Boom. The golden light column fell from the sky and collided with the ultimate Black Death Light in midair. There was no huge explosion and roar as imagined. The moment the two energies collided, a phenomenon similar to annihilation occurred, and the golden light and the black light dissipated each other. However, at the center of the intersection of the ultimate Black Death Light and the Pupil of the Swanee, the surrounding space was distorted. The void seemed unable to withstand the collision of these two powerful energies. At the same time, Shenmue's Swanee Dharma image had already arrived in front of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, and its claws were wrapped in unparalleled power and swung down. Seeing this, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's eyes were extremely calm. Above its head, the Black Abyss energy gathered, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant black dragon with a body length of more than 1,000 meters. The black dragon's body was covered with hideous bone spurs, and black flames rose from the dark black scales. Black Dragon Dharma Image. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon roared in his heart, "It's just a Dharma image, I have one too." The moment the Black Dragon Dharma image took shape, it faced the Swanee Dharma image that was coming to fight. The two Dharma image beasts, both of which were more than 1,000 meters long, fought fiercely in the sky and on the ground. Both sides have reached the extreme of strength, speed, recovery and combat skills at this stage. The gap is very small, and it is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. On the other side, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon and the main body of Swanee are constantly fighting each other. In order to maintain the ultimate Black Death Light and the Eye of Swanee, the original spiritual power in the bodies of both parties is being consumed at an alarming rate. As time goes by, the mentality of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon gradually changes subtly. From the beginning of the advantage is mine, it turned into the Swanee is really something, it can actually hold on for so long. Slowly, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon began to become a little anxious. After fighting for 3 minutes, seeing Swanee's calm face, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon was puzzled in his heart. "No, how come you still have spiritual power in your body?" Chapter 207, Slay the Black Dragon. Moreover, the extraordinary level of this Swanee is obviously only at the lower level of the legendary realm. Even if it is not weakened by the will of the planet, it is not enough to release such a powerful attack. Weird. It's really weird. What's worse is that the Black Abyss energy in the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's body is about to run out. Damn it. How can this Swanee have such abundant original spiritual power? This has exceeded the upper limit of the legendary creatures. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon was extremely anxious. This Swanee is probably not as simple as a mythical offspring. It is likely to be the reincarnation or clone of a mythical creature. If this continues, once the Black Abyss energy in its body is really exhausted, it will not only have to withstand the attack of the Swanee's pupil, but also fall into an extremely passive situation. Roar. The Black Abyss Demon Dragon issued an order to the leader of the Black Abyss Demon Turtle and all the Black Abyss Demon Turtles through telepathy, "Do your best to attack Swanee, even if it costs your own life." Moo. Hearing the command of the Black Abyss Dragon, the Black Abyss Demon Turtles got rid of the enemies in front of them and ran towards the direction where Shenmue was. After getting close, black flames of Black Abyss energy spurted out from their mouths and shells. These Black Abyss Demon Turtles have become the slaves and puppets of the Black Abyss Demon Dragon. Even if the Black Abyss Demon Dragon tells them to die, They will do it without hesitation. Roar! The Fire Dragon King naturally saw this scene and immediately summoned other fire dragons to attack the Black Abyss Demon Turtles. Even if they can't help Suwani fight the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, they can't hold back their newly recognized boss. One by one, the fire dragons swooped down from the sky or spewed flames. The scene was quite spectacular and chaotic. Roar! At the call of the Fire Dragon King, almost all the fire dragons launched an attack, trying to prevent the Black Abyss Demon Turtles from approaching Suwani. The Fire Dragon King directly grabbed the Black Abyss Turtle with his claws, rushed it directly to a height of 10,000 meters, and then fell from a high altitude. The Fire Element Lord, the Flame Orangutan, and the two legendary beasts that were severely injured before have now recovered a little bit of their injuries and also stood in front of the Suwani. They now realize that the white lion in front of them is the real Thai. It is also the only hope to fight against a Black Abyss Dragon. The counterattack of the Fire Dragon King and other fire-type extraordinary creatures immediately blocked the attack of the Black Abyss Turtle. Shenmue didn't care about these. After all, the attack of the Black Abyss Turtle could not pose a threat to him at all. However, it was a good thing that the Fire Dragon King and others helped him clean up these miscellaneous soldiers. He looked at the Black Abyss Dragon in the distance. Through Observation Lion Plus, he found that the Black Abyss energy in the Black Abyss Dragon's body was less than 1/10. It will soon reach its limit. Another 3 minutes later, when there was little Black Abyss energy left, the Black Abyss Dragon finally had the intention to retreat. It couldn't hold on any longer. If it continued to fight, it would be severely injured when the Black Abyss energy in its body was completely exhausted. The next second, the black light column disappeared, and the ultimate Black Death Light suddenly dissipated. At the moment when the Black Abyss Dragon stopped maintaining the ultimate Black Death Light, the dazzling golden light transformed by the pupil of the Suwani directly swallowed up the Black Death Light and attacked the Black Abyss Dragon at the other end. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast, and the attack speed close to the speed of light was too fast for even the Black Abyss Dragon to react. Most of its body was directly pierced by the pupil of the Suwani, and turned into nothingness under the dazzling golden light. Roar! The Black Abyss Dragon roared in pain and anger, and a huge crimson vortex appeared in front of him. The diameter of this vortex was more than 10 kilometers, stretching across the sky like a crimson eye. The black water vortex was stirring at an astonishing speed, swallowing everything around it like a black hole. And in the center of the vortex was a portal, Black Abyss Portal. The Black Abyss Dragon finally chose to resist the attack of Suwani with its body, and took this opportunity to open the Black Abyss Portal, wanting to return to the Sea of Boundaries. It was ready to slip away. The suppression of this planet on it was still too great, so the Black Abyss Dragon could not exert all its strength. As long as it left this planet and returned to the Sea of Boundaries, its injuries would be instantly restored, and its strength would no longer be restricted. The moment the Black Abyss Portal was formed, the Black Abyss Dragon waved its broken wings and wanted to jump into the portal. Seeing that the Black Abyss Dragon wanted to escape, Shenmue naturally would not let it do so. He first detonated the deadly toxins left in the Black Abyss Dragon's blood by the previous 9 poisonous flying swords. Under the blessing of Deadly Poison Lion, this toxin is extremely severe. In addition to corroding the flesh, more importantly, it can also corrode the souls of living beings. Roar! The severe pain made the Black Abyss Dragon couldn't help but let out a tragic roar, and his body couldn't help but stop. The Suwani burst out with amazing speed, and quickly appeared in front of the Black Abyss Dragon in the sound of the wind, and then launched, Stop War. The invisible, Stop War, field was activated, and the black water vortex that had just formed instantly became as illusory as a mirage, as if it would dissipate at any time. Seeing that the black vortex portal had completely dissipated, the Black Abyss Dragon endured the pain. Using the remaining Black Abyss energy in its body, it blasted a Black Death Light at the ground, blasting a huge deep pit on the ground. Then it dived into the deep pit without hesitation. Since it can't escape from this world, it must not fall into the hands of this Suwani. Shenmue followed closely behind, and his speed was faster than the Black Abyss Dragon. When the Black Abyss Dragon's body was still in the air, Shenmue had already arrived in front of it, and the evil suppressing field with unparalleled gravity directly smashed the Black Abyss Dragon to the ground. Shenmue then released frost condensation, trying to freeze the blood in the Black Abyss Dragon's body. However, the next second, Shenmue saw a new Black Abyss Dragon actually drilled out of the body of the Black Abyss Dragon, ignoring the effects of his suppress evil and Stop war, Fields, staring at him with burning eyes. You can actually force me to this extent. Wait. I will return again, and then it will be your death. The roar of the Black Abyss Dragon came from Chenmo's heart. The next second, the Black Abyss Dragon disappeared from Wally's perceptions. As a creature that has survived for a long time, the Black Abyss Dragon has many ways to save its life. Knowing that it could not fight against the Swanee and could not return to the Boundary Sea, the Black Abyss Dragon decisively chose to leave its soul. As a conscious body, the dragon soul will not be suppressed by the will of the planet. Seeing the soul of the Black Abyss Dragon dissipate in front of his eyes, Chenmo felt a little sorry. After all, he did not leave the Black Abyss Dragon. This situation is also expected. As a totem realm existence, an old monster that has lived for countless years is difficult to kill. But he was not worried about the cruel words that the Black Abyss Dragon finally dropped. Now that only the soul form of the Black Abyss Dragon remains, it will take a long time for him to fully recover his strength. Besides, the Black Abyss Dragon is no match for him now. As long as he is in a world with the will of the planet, he will be absolutely safe. Chapter 208, Gift from the Planet, Intermediate Legend. Chenmo looked at the dragon body left by the Black Abyss Dragon. This body of a totem realm creature is the biggest trophy of this battle. Although the Black Abyss Dragon can only exert the power of the legendary realm on this flaming planet, its body is a real totem realm body. It contains the power of law. As long as it is placed in the Boundary Sea or other worlds that are not suppressed by the will of the planet, this dragon body can restore its original strength. The power of law contained in it will also be revitalized. Unfortunately, the Black Abyss Dragon masters the Black Abyss Law, and even Tod Lion Plus cannot absorb it. In addition, the dragon scales of the Black Abyss Dragon can be used to improve the quality of the poisonous flying sword, making it sharper. Dragon blood can be used to make extraordinary dishes, which can greatly improve Chenmo's physical fitness and strengthen his strength and speed to a new level again. In addition, dragon horns and dragon tendons are very good treasures. Creatures like dragons are all treasures. Chenmo just put the dragon body of the Black Abyss Dragon into the internal space of the horn on its head. The next second, a trace of surprise and joy flashed in his golden eyes. Because under his feet, a continuous flow of flame source energy was rapidly surging from deep underground, and then poured into his body. This is a reward from the will of the planet. For the will of the flame planet, the Black Abyss Dragon is like a cancer that has threatened the safety of the entire planet, so it issued a task to every legendary creature on the flame planet. As long as you kill the Black Abyss Dragon, you can get a reward. But most legendary creatures are worried that they are not the opponent of the Black Abyss Dragon, or they are still on their way. Before Chenmo defeated the Black Abyss Dragon, only the Flame Dragon King, the Fire Element Lord and the Flame Orangutan accepted this encirclement and suppression mission. So in addition to Chenmo, the Flame Dragon King, the Fire Element Lord and the Flame Orangutan also received rewards from the will of the planet. Of course, compared to Chenmo, the rewards they received were much less. The fire spirit power in the body has increased slightly, which is almost equivalent to the degree of their own practice for several years. After the Fire Elemental Lord and the Flame Orangutan woke up, they saw that the Swanee was still bathed in flames and lava, and the majestic pressure emanating from it made them feel terrified. Although they were both in the legendary realm, the Swanee in front of them was obviously much stronger than them. More importantly, such a powerful legendary creature appeared, and they had never heard of it before. This Swanee is likely to come from another world like the Black Dragon. If so, the Swanee itself is also extremely dangerous. It would be bad if this Swanee was another Black Dragon. Seeing that the Swanee was still digesting the flame energy, the two beasts looked at each other and came to the Flame Dragon King. Dragon King, do you know the origin of this Swanee? The Fire Elemental Lord asked through telepathy. Is it an alien? Yes, my lord does not belong to our world. The Flame Dragon King thought about it, but did not hide it, and told the Fire Elemental Lord and the Flame Orangutan directly. Hearing this, the two beasts finally died. But you don't have to worry. Looking at the worried look of the two legendary beasts, the Fire Dragon King smiled and said, my lord has been recognized by the Lord of Fire, the will of the planet, and will not kill like the Black Dragon. Otherwise, how could you get the reward from the Lord of Fire now? Don't worry. As long as you don't provoke my lord will not bully you. This feeling is so cool. Not far away, Chenmo felt a growing flame source energy, and his heart was quite happy. These flame energies from the depths of the earth veins made it warm all over, very comfortable, just like taking a hot spring bath. Shenmo was so comfortable that he almost cried out. This rapid growth of strength lasted for about 2 hours. After opening his eyes again, Shenmo felt that his extraordinary level had reached the middle level of the legendary realm. And it was not the kind that had just entered the middle level of the legendary realm. At this moment, the flame source energy in his body had reached half of the high level of the legendary realm. I didn't expect it to break through so easily. He glanced at the self-discipline panel. The self-discipline panel also had a few more lines of information, just like before. Self-discipline shared objects plus 50, secondary self-discipline shared objects plus 500, self-discipline quality improvement card, gold, X1, super self-discipline card, gold, X1. It's similar to the rewards I got after the previous extraordinary level upgrade, but the gold, self-discipline quality improvement card, can upgrade a purple self-discipline title to gold. It's a huge help to improve my strength or potential. In addition, the red gold dragon flame, which seemed a little sluggish and decayed after the split, has regained its vitality again. It's even hotter than before. More surging. Now this legendary spiritual fire has truly regained its vitality. The legendary spiritual fire can burst out with extreme temperature. If combined with spells, it can burn a legendary creature of the same level into ashes in an instant. And after the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion is completed, Shenmo's strength will assure an qualitative change again. The will of this planet is really generous. Shenmo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This speed of strength growth is even faster than that of Lord Lion Plus. It would be great if the will of the planet could issue more such tasks, Shenmo thought. He even had an evil idea in his mind. That is to find the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, and then force it to stir up trouble in other worlds where the will of the planet was born, and then he would appear in the role of savior, defeat or expel it, and thus obtain rewards from the will of the world. If he pulls a few more waves, he will be able to advance to the peak of the legendary realm or even the totem realm in a short time. Of course, this is just a thought. Shenmo is not so crazy yet. Roar, my king is mighty. Seeing Shenmo wake up and his aura is even stronger than before, the Fire Dragon King and other fire dragons, as well as the Fire Element Lord and the Flame Orangutan, two legendary creatures of the fire system, surrounded him at his feet and roared. The group of fire dragons lowered their heads and crawled on the ground to show their submission. Originally, they still had some grudges against this alien in their hearts. But when Shenmo defeated the powerful black dragon with an absolutely overwhelming attitude, the only thought left in their hearts was loyalty. It was their honor to follow such a powerful lord. Not to mention that this Swanee was not cruel, and could even be said to be kind. Swanee, thank you for your help before. I got this fire lotus by chance when I was traveling in the magma of the Earth's core. I give it to you. The fire elemental lord came to Shenmo, put his hand directly into his stomach, and after a while of fiddling, he actually took out a flaming lotus. Chapter 209, Fire Lion. Completed, the power of law. The fire lotus that the fire element lord took out from his chest was only the size of a palm, but it emitted amazing heat. Its blazing white light actually caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. This fire lotus was a legendary low-level fire-type natural treasure, and it was also the most precious collection of the fire element lord. Lord Swanee, I don't have any special collections, but if you need my help in the future, I'll be there at your beck and call. The flame orangutan also spoke to Shenmo through telepathy. Shenmo did not answer, but stared at the fire element lord and the flame orangutan with his golden eyes. Swanee's gaze made the two legendary creatures feel a little uneasy. This fire lotus is good, Shenmo nodded slowly. Legendary divine medicine is still very rare, and if it is cultivated on a large scale, it can also speed up its growth. Then he used telepathy to respond to the two legendary beasts and said, I need you to respect me as king, of course. Only in name. I will not interfere with any decision you make regarding the territory and the clan. Shenmo Wuxia managed such a vast territory, but he needed the earth vein energy of Lord Lion Plus. We are willing to respect you as king. The two legendary beasts, the fire element lord and the flame orangutan, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to respect Shenmo as king and let him become the nominal lord. After all, if it weren't for the Swanee before, they would probably have died at the hands of the Black Abyss Dragon. In a sense, the Swanee in front of them is their life-saving beast. Of course, more importantly, they are not Swanee's opponents at all. In this world where power is supreme, weakness is the original sin. Only when you are strong can you have the right to speak. At the moment when the two beasts surrendered, another powerful earth vein energy surged towards Shenmo under the blessing of Lord Lion plus, the fire source energy in Shenmo's body increased at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Shenmo was one step closer to the high level of the legendary realm. In the next month, in order to complete the self-discipline challenge of the Fire God Lion, Shenmo spent most of his time in the magma. In addition, he also tried to practice the key training technique. When the Fire God Lion self-discipline challenge was halfway through, Shenmo was finally able to complete 100 key training techniques in 10 hours. And after a long period of continuous practice, Shenmo even formed muscle memory. Even when Shenmo was sleeping, the key training technique would automatically run. Time flies. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Fire God Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 90. Flame Lion Mountain. This was originally a volcano where the Flame Dragon King lived. It was called the Flame Dragon Volcano. It was the hottest volcano within thousands of miles. But after Shenmo subdued the Flame Dragon King, the volcano was renamed Flame Lion Mountain. At this moment, in the golden magma inside the volcano, hundreds of flame dragons are planting various fire-type extraordinary plants in magma fields. Among them, there are even natural disaster-level spiritual plants. The Fire Lion Mountain has the most abundant fire spiritual power, and it is the best place to cultivate fire spiritual plants. After these flame dragons released a round of flame spiritual rain, they took out a cup of volcanic special drink from their scales and drank a few mouthfuls. After the volcanic special drink entered their stomachs, the fire spiritual power in their bodies began to recover at a spiritual speed, and at the same time, a feeling of joy and satisfaction spread from their mouths to their whole bodies. After Shenmo became the new Lord of Fire, although they had more tasks of planting every day, no dragon complained. Because their extraordinary level is growing at a speed 10 times faster than before or even more. And there is also a supply of volcanic special drink. In the blue star where Shenmo lived in his previous life, although he had to work overtime, the overtime pay was very sufficient. The Fire Dragon King also became one of them. It stands to reason that after refining the heart of the Fire Dragon and advancing to the high level of the legendary realm, his strength will fall into a bottleneck period. It takes a long time to accumulate and perhaps it is possible to break through. Breaking through the totem realm is even more hopeless. But the Great Spirit Rain technique and extraordinary food bestowed by Swanee gave it a glimmer of hope. If it could follow Swanee and wait for Swanee to make further progress, it would not be without a chance. Suddenly, the red dragon pupils of the Fire Dragon King suddenly stared into the depths of the magma. Soon, the other fire dragons also noticed something strange. The magma and flames around were now rapidly rushing to a place deep in the magma. That place was frantically grabbing all the heat within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Roar, roar, the group of fire dragons were flying in the air. They felt the rapidly dropping temperature around them, and saw that some of the magma had even cooled directly into rock, and they couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Boss Fire Dragon, what's going on? One of the fire dragons asked the Fire Dragon King. Roar. The Fire Dragon King carefully sensed it and found that the place where all the heat gathered was where Swanee was in seclusion, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Roar, calm down, it should be that His Majesty has made a breakthrough. Hearing this, the other fire dragons also felt relieved. Deep in the magma, Shenmo closed his eyes. Around it, endless magma and flames surrounded it. Between the hair of the huge body of Swanee, the golden red dragon flame burned fiercely. Today is the last day of the Fire God Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. After completing the Self-Discipline Challenge of soaking in the magma today, Shenmo won the gold level self-discipline title of Fire God Lion. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the equipment. At the moment of equipping, Shenmo felt that the fire spirit power in his body began to compress at an astonishing speed. In addition, all the fire source spirit power within a radius of 1 kilometer was wrapped in flames, and the magma rushed to it like 100 rivers returning to the sea. And his body was like a whale swallowing the sea, madly digesting these fire spirit powers. The red dragon flame in his body was also crazy, and the temperature of the eruption became hotter and hotter. In this process, Shenmo's understanding of flame energy was also improving at an astonishing speed. About a quarter of an hour later, Shenmo slowly opened his eyes, and his golden pupils were burning with endless flames. Now he has truly mastered the law of fire. With a single thought, He can extinguish or erupt a volcano within a radius of 1,000 miles. He can also manipulate the concentration of fire spirit power in a radius of 1,000 miles at will. In Shenmo's eyes now, any fire-type extraordinary creature below the totem level who has not mastered the law of fire is no more than a one-round enemy. Even if hundreds of millions of fire-type legendary peak extraordinary fire creatures besiege him, Shenmo can kill them in an instant. So this is the power of the law. Shenmo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is an almost insurmountable gap between the totem realm and the legendary realm, but after Shenmo mastered the power of the law, this gap disappeared. In other words, there is not much difference between Shenmo and the totem realm creatures now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.